All right, I think we're live. Let me check the sound real quick. Go ahead and get started for the night. Sorry I'm a little late. Work keeping me busy, crazy week, all that good stuff. But hopefully we'll be able to enjoy some good company tonight. We should have some good stuff to open up. If my friend Sam shows up, then we'll do our second box battle of totally certified football. That's going to be a really fun one. There were some pretty great pulls from the first one, and I think we're doing a best of 3. So if I win tonight, then I'll take the win on the series. But either way, thank you everybody for stopping by. It's great to see everybody here in the chat early. I can see Ryan, Will, Jay, Sensei Domino, Tony, good to see you, and Collectorholic. So awesome. Aloha Friday. Let's go ahead and get started. So good to see everybody. I think I had some videos I made during the course of the week, but I didn't get to edit them. So I've been a little missing in action, even a little late to, replying to folks on Instagram or, just through YouTube and stuff. Just some other stuff has been taking my attention lately, but it's good to see everybody. Thank you guys for stopping by. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by, Ryan. That's your second account. Good to see you there. But yeah, let's go ahead and get started. I wanted to start to do a few different things, I think, for Fridays. Wanted to do some trivia, and then maybe some other, random facts, or, some other non-collecting related content, at least at the start. I've been kicking around some ideas, so hopefully we'll have some of that sooner than later. Certainly have been letting a lot of the YouTube stuff and anything online just kind of go by the wayside, I guess. But hopefully I'll be able to pick it up again pretty soon. But thank you everybody for stopping by. Good to see you, Collectorholic. I really appreciate you. You've been. I think you're one of the first subs, like in the low 20s or so. It's been quite the journey. Definitely enjoy your channel as well. All the openings. I saw a few shorts with some of the wrestling minis that you kind of picked up, and definitely hit the thumbs up on some of those. But yeah, good to see everybody. Yeah, we'll definitely be opening up some stuff tonight. I've got a series 1, or not series 1. I've got a series 2. I've got a series 2 hobby box, but I don't know about ripping 2 hobby boxes in one night. That seems a little excessive. So I figured we'll go ahead and do 2 blasters. I have some Chrome basketball as well. I wanted to talk a little bit about that product. I got a good price on some boxes. I think they're going for, I think I got them for like $30 or $40 below what they're going for online. And I already opened up one. It was pretty good. I got some pretty cool cards out of it. So that'll be a future rip. Tonight I wanted to talk about Series 2. I guess that'll be the hobby portion. Yeah, we'll definitely be opening up some stuff. Totally certified NFL if we get the chance. So yeah, definitely some good stuff. I've got that. I'll switch over my camera real quick. I'll show you what we've got going on. I've got the hobby box of Series 2 stashed in my closet, so we won't open that unless, I don't know, some emergency happens tonight. And I've got a hobby box of the Chrome basketball too as well. We'll open this up if my friend Sam shows up to continue our box battle. This was really fun. Pulled some really nice Michael Penix stuff. We're hoping for some of the other rookies, Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels, a good product. And I know we kind of planned that out. But I guess to start, I wanted to talk, as I mentioned, a little bit about Series 2, Top Series 2. This is the new release this week. Hobby boxes dropped this week, but I don't know. It feels like a pretty disappointing release to me, in my opinion. Hey, Hammy and Son, thanks for stopping by. Aloha Friday. Good to see you. Always got to give the shaka, and the way you do it is you just kind of start off real loose and you just tighten up your wrists. So it ends up being a shaka like that. So good to see you. It's a universal sign of greeting here in Hawaii. When it comes to Series 2, though, on the retail side, I've always enjoyed the flagship series just because from flagship set. At least it has been that way for the last 3 or 4 years. But when I opened Series 1 this year and Series 2, just doesn't seem that same amount of uh, the hit potential. I mean, it's still there. I guess you could still pull, an absolutely amazing card, but it just feels really difficult, even more so than previous years. So, um, I don't know. I feel like I'd rather open more Bowman. So we'll do a little box. We'll do a little blaster battle. We'll see which one comes out on top. Bowman, I think, runs $30 a blaster, a little bit more expensive than the top Series 2 blaster. But I think you'll do better long term opening Bowman, in my opinion. So yeah, let's go ahead and get started. Then I'll go ahead and open up the chat. Takes a lot of discipline to not to rip unopened product in the house. Yeah, it certainly does. My closet, I've tried to stash things away from time to time, but I always feel like it somehow disappears from my closet. I don't know. Even this stuff, I have it lying around for a few days, and I have to tell myself, you know what? Just wait until Friday. We'll open it up on Friday when we do Aloha Fridays. And then, the evil side of the voice says, nah, just open this one because, you can always run out to Target, Walmart, your LCS to go pick up another blaster. So, but I think in this hobby, discipline goes a long way. Even opening up packs, I will say the best way to obtain the cards that you want are not from packs, but they will be either through single pickups or by trading. You know what I mean? But yeah, you know what? Let's take a look at Series 2. It's other than that, the set looks, it's good for flagship. I'll still be trying to finish up at least the base set. There are some good rookies in here. I think Roki Sasaki, Luis Angel Acuna, and Haesung Kim, probably the three that come to mind. And the base set is always fun to collect, but do remember, they always do have the complete set that comes out at the end of the year. And you get, Series 1 and Series 2, I think for the price of two blasters. So basically one series, the complete set, instead of opening up blasters and stuff. But you know what? Opening packs is still fun. So, all right, here we go. Yeah, the set design unchanged from Series 1. Obviously, there will be a Topps update. I believe it's a 350 card checklist nowadays for each series. So in total, between Series 1, 2, and update, the set size 1,050 cards, which is crazy. But they continue to increase the checklist, to allow them to be able to print more parallels, I think, for these sets. So we'll look for some of the other rookies. You still never know who's going to break out. I mean, obviously, somebody like Jacob Wilson is in Series 1. He wasn't on too many folks' radar, but, it looks like I think he'll win the AL Rookie of the Year. So it'll be a good set. I think Update's going to be a pretty good set as well. There should be some pretty good folks in the checklist there. There's George Springer on the Stars of the MLB. Hey, Christina. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Aloha Friday. Yeah, we're just going to do this. I know I haven't really gotten a chance to hang out with a lot of folks on YouTube, so I'll be trying not to lose touch. I always appreciate everybody who stops by. This is pretty much my only time to be able to hang out with a lot of folks here. That the great folks that I've met in the community, just it's been really fun for the last 2 years. I always look forward to this and enjoy this. So. This is with the new holiday parallel. I actually like it without the foil board treatment. So the one thing, they had the holiday parallels and they're always in foil board. But the problem with foil board, in my opinion, is it always curls up over time. So I do like to change to, non-foil board. I think it looks pretty good. So I guess, I don't know, what is that, like sunflowers? Last year they had like crop signals. Actually, I think it was sunflowers 2 last year. Hey, what's up, I Collect? Kevin, I Collect. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. I hope you're doing good as well too. And you're taking a little break from YouTube. I'm thinking about the same. Maybe it'll be a time to take a few weeks, and just kind of reset and then If your mind or your heart's not into something, you probably shouldn't be doing it, or you won't be able to do it at your fullest effort. It might not be worth it. But our future stars, Jared Jones, and then looks like we have the 1990 35th anniversary throwbacks, all stars, different border. These are pretty nice. I think there was probably a set design 1990 that looked like this. I know we're used to the other card frame. But all right, yeah, there we go. Another stars of the MLB as well. Canario. Kyle Tucker, yeah, definitely does look good in a Cubs jersey. He certainly has been playing well. I know they lost today. I think they lost the Pirates today, if I saw the scoreboard correct. I'm thinking of coming back soon. Well, I hope you do, because I always do enjoy your channels, and I totally understand, because personally, I'm taking a hiatus from Pokemon as well. The way that Pokemon is running, it's just too hard, too crazy to go and try to find and compete, to go and find unopened product. There's 2 Max Muncies now in the major leagues now, by the way. There's also one that plays for the just the Athletics. I was going to say Oakland Athletics, but they are just the Athletics. He got recently called up, I think, the last couple of weeks. So that is just confusing. Lots of Cubs in this one. Not this one. This is just a Twins team card. But we've seen a few: Canario, Amaya, Kyle Tucker. It's a Shane Bieber, Lucas Urseg. I think there's another pitcher for the Royals that's leading the league in ERA. It could be Cy Young, Chris Bubic. Sometimes these guys come out a little later, than the rookie cards that we like to chase so much in the hobby, I think. So there you go. There's a cool one. It's odd to see a Dodgers card that doesn't have Shohei Ohtani, because they just like to throw Ohtani on just about everything nowadays. But there's Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman. 2 in blue. Garrett Crotchet. And there's your first Juan Soto, I think, in a Mets jersey, at least for the flagship. I think they waited until Series 2 to be able to print his card. And another stars at the MLB card here. And so one of my favorite player, Pete Alonso, who's, I think, having his contract year. I'm not going to say career year, because his career year was probably his rookie year, when he hit 53 home runs in one season. But he certainly is trying to play for that next contract. So good to see Pete Alonso there. And Trent Grisham, who's been, I think, in several different uniforms with the mustache. What do we have? 4 packs here? I better hurry up before. All right, good to, yeah. I've been working on my vintage video game collection. Until I'm satisfied with that, I'll come back. You know what? I think it's good to focus on other things other than Pokemon. I'm sure we'll talk about that eventually, but I think even the Pokemon market is starting to cool down a little bit. Maybe we'll be able to get our hands on some Pokemon cards sooner than later. There's a Kodai Senga, who I think recently got hurt, which is a shame, because he is one great pitcher. Fairchild, Cobb, Rojas, JT Jin rookie card. Hard to read these names, I guess, without putting the glare on it, with the foil board down there. Otherwise, you just see the initials of their first name, JT. And I think there you go. There's one of the bigger rookies, I think, in the set. Luis Angel Acuna. What's up, Barry? Good to see you. Aloha Friday. Hope you're doing well. Thanks for stopping by. Good to see you. Luis Angel Acuna. Kirby Yates. He's actually from Hawaii, now in a Dodgers uniform. Brandon Eisert. And I do actually like the inserts, when you do get them in the flagship set. They seem to have spent a little bit more time to produce some nice designs. I think if they put this in chrome, it'll look really nice in chrome too. There's a Summer Superstars insert set, Juan Soto. Another stars the MLB, Kevin Alcantara, rookie. And the AJ Smith Shaw. AJ Smith, I don't know. The W and the V's, maybe it's just Shaver or something. Juan Soto trader. You know, Juan Soto, he's not a trader, but he is a hired gun. That is for sure. I think now on his fourth team in like 4 years now. There is Max Fried, Diaz. Okay, we do get a good blaster since we certainly are picking up a lot of the better rookies. There's a Hyesung Kim rookie card there. Not sure. I don't think I've pulled that one yet. I did open a few other blasters and a couple of hangers already. So when it comes to Series 2, but yeah, it just feels really tough. I don't know. We might have a special insert in there. That card right there. I haven't seen that one yet. Chas McCormick, Pavin Smith, Joey Bart. Yeah, so hard to read that when they put the second name in black versus the white. The white is so much easier to read. Jack Neely. All right, we've got Alejandro Kirk. I think still hitting like 330 or so, halfway into June. And O'Neal Cruz. All right, let's see what this insert is. I haven't seen this one yet. Oh, it's Dodger. It looks like Freddie Freeman. And that's pretty nice. Okay, it's an OPS leaders insert, which is odd because this might be the second or third blaster I've opened that haven't seen this insert. But this one, I think, is a pretty fairly common one. The leader cards. 854 OPS. On base plus slugging. Baseball has so many different stats, it gets confusing. All right, so I still have a few packs. We better hurry this up. Yusei Kikuchi. There's a Fernando Tatis. He always has good action images or good celebrations, I guess, images when it comes to cards. I'm never going to run out of images for him. Christian Walker in an Astros jersey. That just looks different. Having spent so much time with the Astros. Johnny DeLuca. Blake Snell stars the MLB. And Nick Martinez base card. Oh, yeah. This is our last pack. So, yeah, other than the 3 guaranteed parallels, we haven't seen a silver foil or, pretty much anything of note. There's a nice Kansas City Royals card. This is Bobby Witt's got to be in there somewhere. So, cool one there. Rookie pitcher, Ben Lively. That name. I'm not going to try to pronounce that. Jack Sawinski. There's a cool action image there. I like that. Grant Holmes, Spencer Torkelson, who I think is having a pretty nice year as well. Elliot Ramos, Pennington, Mason Miller, John Singleton. Here is our 35th anniversary, Lawrence Butler. And then another star is the MLB, Kumar Rocker. So, DJ LeMahieu. So, yeah, when it comes to what you're getting from blasters, it just doesn't feel all that great. It just feels like you're just getting just a ton of base cards. It stars the MLB and then pretty much all the common inserts. I don't think we pulled, even a silver foil. No silver foil parallel. Just the 3 that are guaranteed with the blaster. So as I mentioned, I think Series 2 on the retail side, very tough. Even with the hangers. I think I did maybe so this might be the 3rd blaster, and I ripped like 4 or 5 hangers. I'm just going to try to finish the set. I think I only pulled 1 numbered parallel, which was one gold parallel out of all that. So very tough. If you're looking to do and even the stack of base, this is with all the inserts. This year, I think packs only have 12 cards, whereas year like 2022, they got that green box. Those used to have 16 cards in these packs, so you're definitely getting a lot less this year. Shrinkflation hitting everyone hard. Good to see a DK, and then good to see a Yoda. Thanks for stopping by. Aloha Friday to you guys. Got to get the shock up and do the left hand's a little harder for me. But as far as retail for Series 2, wait for the complete set, or maybe buy a couple blasters. You never know. It's always still fun. The product I would recommend otherwise would be Bowman, though. Just the the shorter 100 card veteran and rookie checklist, a lot easier to collect. With all the rookies in Series 2, I think Haesung Kim, Luis Angel Acuna, and Roki Sasaki have rookie cards in Bowman. And with that 100 card checklist, very easy to pull rookie cards of those guys out of Bowman instead. So, all right, part 2 of our little blaster battle, just for comparison. I think Bowman, you'll probably average 1 numbered parallel per blaster, and also has the Bowman first, Bowman Chrome first, and autographs as well. So, yeah, buy the complete 2025 set. Yeah, that's the way I would do it, or buy somebody who has a hand collated set would be the way to go. I hope you're doing okay, Yoda. We'll certainly be praying for you if you've got some health issues. I know you've recently had to go to the hospital and stuff like that. So let us know anything we can do to help. But we'll certainly be praying for invested in a portable way to search blasters. Not yet. What I have heard for the Pokemon cards is that folks are using stud finders to find metallic content or something. I've seen videos with folks using a stud finder to be able to tell which packs have the special cards in there. Oh boy, liver issues. Yeah, that's never easy. Yeah, hopefully you you'll get better sooner than later, or that whatever health issues that you have won't be causing you any pain, or don't get any worse. I think will be what we'll certainly be praying for. Cooper Pratt on VIP, Josh Knott, the prospect stuff too, Leo DeVries. And then the Chrome stuff, you get Chrome cards and you get a ton of inserts in this stuff. So yeah, definitely Bowman when it comes to, if I had the choice between Bowman and Series 1 or Series 2, yeah. If you see the Bowman blasters, go and grab those, or save your money for some Bowman if you're gonna open up some sealed product. There's another Kyle Tucker in that Cubs jersey. If Will has a stud finder, he will find Barry. Yeah. Oh boy. Oh man, that's the most dad joke ever. I remember that. With the whole, where your dad or somebody pulls out the stud finder and then, draws a line or something like that. Oh boy, I'll be quiet. Pain meds. Yeah, hopefully they got you the good stuff. Hopefully you're not feeling a lot of pain. Riley Green, Yelich. There's Luis Angel Acuna insert. Rookie of the Year favorites. Steven Echevarria. The names on these are kind of crazy. Walker Jenkins. There's a Ichiro Kano Robinson, I think is my favorite prospect name this year. Stafura. Dylan Fine. Contreras. Bryce Harper, and Tatis. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder, Jay. Isn't that the truth? That is certainly the truth. Certainly I'm no looker, I'll tell you that. All right, Brian Reynolds, Logan Gilbert. I do have beautiful hair though. That's what I got going for me. Jacob deGrom. That's actually a really nice pull. Jesus Made, who I think is the top prospect in this product. He's got the number 10 on the top 100. And yeah, these inserts are hard to pull because you only get one of these and the set is 100 cards. So what a great pull. That's a great one right there. Jesus Made. Most definitely a looker. I bet you were back in the day. No, I'm just kidding, Jay. You still look good. Hagen Smith. Jared Sundstrom. Zahir Hope, Mason Wynn, Langford, and there's a Dylan Cruz rookie card. There's a nice one. I know he's struggling a little bit, but still highly regarded Dylan Cruz. Nice one. Obviously, I think of the rookies to collect on the Nationals, you definitely want James Wood would be the guy. Hey, what's up, Zach? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Aloha Friday. I've been missing in action. We got a green a green parallel in there, so something numbered in there. Can't tell if that's a prospect or not, but nice green paper numbered parallel of some sort. Oh boy, it's moo, not ah. You never know. Barry's got the anagrams, palindromes, river rhyme. There's a Yoshinobu Yamamoto. This guy is ridiculous, by the way. Tovar, Englanth, Urena, and it's upside down. Oh, it's for the Cubs. JJ Weatherholt. This is another top prospect. I don't know if that's the prospect frame or if that's the veteran side. I don't know. I kind of would like the veteran side, to be honest. Andrew Painter, Echevarria, Yuri Perez, and John Kenzie Knowles. So we'll check this out. It looks to be a prospect. It's a first, too. Bowman first prospect. And I don't even know what pattern this is. It looks like a handkerchief. I don't know if you can see that. Call this a green handkerchief. It's for the Cubs. And it's going to be Jonathan Long. Bowman first paper. And you know what? Actually, it is no. And it is 99 of 99 on this one. I don't know, that bottom right corner there. So, all right, that's a pretty nice pull there. Yeah, save your money on Series 2. Go buy some Bowman instead if you're looking to rip some baseball packs. That's a pretty nice pull right there. No, too much about this guy. Always read the back of the cards. That's why they have the print the stuff on the back. Ascended to Double-A in his second pro season last year. Last year, he hit 283 with 17 home runs in 114 games. So he's got some power. 9th round draft pick in 2023, and he is 23 years old. It's a bit of an older prospect, but still quite nice. You know, these guys, this is their first baseball card. Some of these later round draft picks, not everybody gets a Bowman first card, so must be rising up through the ranks pretty nicely. So hopefully he'll get to the major leagues, and let me know when he does, Jay. Jonathan Long prospect in the green handkerchief parallel. All right, last two packs, and then I'll go ahead and open up the panel. eBay 101. Yeah, it was 99 and 99. That would be the bookend on the set here. There's a Jackson Holiday. He's having a nice season, too. He's hitting like 280 now. I think Jackson Holiday. He had a rough year last year. There's Mike Trout. Good to see Mike Trout back in the major leagues as well. Casas, Kobe Mayo, greatness loading insert. Cam Caminiti, I think, relative of Ken Caminiti, if I'm not wrong. You look on the back of the cards. My hand is cramping up for some reason. Cousin of the late former. That doesn't make any sense if he's a cousin since he's so young. But I guess it's possible. Cousin of former National League MVP Ken Caminiti. That's weird. That's a weird relationship, especially with the age difference. You'd think he would be like the nephew, but I don't know. What do I know? Couple of Bowman firsts there. Will Simpson. Athletics have a lot of prospects in this set. And this was the guy I was talking about. What a name right there. Ichiro Kano Hernandez. I think my favorite name. Almost as good as Ivan, I think, had a card in hockey. That was a great name. Drew Thorpe, Alcantara rookie, and Ron Acuna. Good to see Ron Acuna back and playing baseball as well. He's been on quite a tear as well. So Jay's only 53. Really? Not sure. No, I'm just kidding. I was going to say something I was going to regret. Buried a nightclub on the 18th floor, jumped out the window and help. There's no bouncer. Oh, man. Keep the dad jokes coming. Class A, Bobby Witt Jr., Chirrio. Get through this. There's a Luis Angel Acuna Rockstar insert. So, yeah, getting some of the bigger rookies from Series 2. Corey Lewis. first. Charlie Condon, another one of the good Bowman firsts here. I think top 3 or 5 from what I've seen. The previous supposedly has a good amount of power, I think. Oh, no, not power, just a good, highly regarded prospect there. Conrad Cason. There's a Jonathan Long. Same, pulled the numbered parallel earlier. Romeo Sanabria. Oh, yeah, this has a Jacob Wilson rookie card as well. He is quite the player. I think he's still hitting like 350 this year. David Festa and Trey Turner. So, yeah, I think no comparison, hands down. Bowman certainly crushed it versus Series 2. So, kind of proving theory I had a little earlier. Definitely skipping out on Series 2, and definitely will be doing more Bowman, if anything. If there will be, if I'll continue to pick up more baseball packs in the future, which I will, a certain amount. All right, let's get this out of the way. I'll go ahead and drop the link for everybody whoever wants to come up, hang out, chit chat. Good to see you, Adam. Thanks for stopping by. Wait, what happened to my chat here? Aloha Friday. Good to see y'all. I guess I did all right with my first Series 2 hanger. Holy crap. Well, you know what? I mean, hangers, you know what they always say about hangers. They certainly are the best way. And wow, what a hanger. Gold, number to 150, a foil, and the image variation. It's like a golden mirror. That's freaking crazy. The best thing I got was like a freaking one of the first pitches, and it was a guy. So, all right, I'll put the link in the chat. Feel free to, guys, hop in, join, all that good stuff. Oh, I didn't have a whole lot planned other than that. I mean, we'll do the box battle of this if and when Sam shows up. He said he would be back from vacation this week, so I have not opened this up, specifically putting this aside. Other than that, yeah, pretty good. You've got enough cubbies to call these a couple of good boxes. Yeah, we certainly did pull our fair share of Cubs. I will say all the rookies, the good rookie cards as well. This was a pretty fun product when we did it last week. I know we're certainly hunting for more Bo Nix, Jaden Daniels, stuff like that. And yeah, probably one of the better football releases I've seen in the past, at least for the last year or so. Also, maybe what I got from that box of Chrome Basketball that I did as well. Oh, hey, what's up? What's up? Good to see you, Jay. How you doing tonight?
Well, I don't know. It's tonight, and I'm old, so I have no idea.
How the Cubbies do?
Not so well.
Tough loss. I think it was 2-1 from what I saw.
Yes, it was 2-1 in 10 innings.
My package drive. Hey, good to see you, Ryan. Did my package drive? I'll have to go check my mail. I haven't checked my mail today, but good to know it's in the mail. It should get here maybe today or tomorrow. Hopefully it's. Oh, you know what? Heck yeah. You know what? I'll go check my mail. Well, in a couple of minutes. See if any mail pops in, and then we can see what I picked up from Adam's card sale. And I think your guys are gonna want to see this. For Adam and his card sales, he certainly does have a lot of good stuff out there, and we certainly want as many eyes. So maybe it'll be a little eye candy for folks who are interested in picking up some good singles and stuff. All right, let me go check real quick. I'll be right back. I guess, Jay, you'll have to keep everyone occupied for the next 2 minutes while I go run down to the mailbox.
Oh, you can't ask an old man to entertain people.
Talk about Pepsi or the Squirrels or some. What is Ryan? Maybe Ryan's got some cards he wants. Yeah. I'll be back in a couple minutes. I'll be right back.
Yeah. For those of you who've been watching, Squiggles is okay. So she actually climbed a tree real good. Even better than what I filmed yesterday. So she's able to get around a bunch better now. So I'm happy. she still teases me and runs from me, but that's what she does. Oh, so what's going on, Ryan?
Good.
Good, good. Oh, sorry. Let me see. You know what? I got a couple things I can show just because they're right here and I don't have to get up. And I like vintage guys, and I dug these out. Got an old Marshall 69. Casey Stengel. I believe that's 63. I'm not sure. And the 61 Whitey Ford. I'm happy with them. And I'm not sure where this came from, but I got an 81 Ozzie Smith PSA 8. I just like it because he's got the mustard and browns on. Oh, hey.
Oh, I saw something you were showing off, Jay. What was that?
Big muscles.
Oh yeah, you got the.
Yeah.
You know, guns are banned in you're not allowed to open carry like that in some states.
You know, that's why I usually wear long sleeves. Just showing off a couple vintage I picked up.
Dang, waiting for that's it.
And what I mean by picked up is I picked up off my desk. So, 63
some good vintage
Stengel.
cards. I will say, hey, what's up, Jay Pylon in the chat? Good to see you, Jay. Oh, one Marichal.
Yeah.
I think I've got that card.
But I was trying to figure out where I got this one from. I mean, it's only an 8, but it's an early Ozzie Smith, and I love the mustard and brown uniforms from back in the day.
I know those.
I really do. They need to bring them back as everyday uniforms.
I know they still do more of that mustard brown color when it comes to the Padres jerseys these days. Oh, good to see you, Jay. It's the Marichal rookie card. So what would that be, like 60?
I'm assuming 59, 60, maybe 61.
Still fuzzy. Gotta go read my Beckett, but all right, yeah, let's do mail day because cards have arrived in the mail. So first off, shout out to Adam's Card Closet. Thanks for sending these over. It was a great sale, and I encourage everybody, keep the notifications on when it comes sub notifications so that you'll know when the next one is coming up. So if you want to pick up some singles, you find anything interesting, there certainly are some good bargains and deals to be had there. So, all right, here we go. We'll go ahead and check this out. Take this off the off stream, not to show any addresses or anything like that. And we'll see what we got here. So, I think I paid a little over $40, somewhere about $45 or so for this stack of cards here. We did get a really nice stack here. So I thought of some other folks when I was picking up some of these cards. So hopefully some of these will make their way into the hands of some other folks that I know. But quite the pile here, I will say, and a lot of good stuff. Lots of good rookie cards in here. Yeah, I don't know where to start. We'll start maybe this one, the small package first. So. Some and a lot of cards that I just find interesting, right? So the good news with the stack sale, anything, my thoughts with anything below a certain price point, that price point is usually around $5 to $6, is that, it's better to make a mistake buying a card that's like $5 or $6 than one that's worth $500 or $600 is the best way I'll put it. So I'm not sure. This might have been the $3 pile here. First off the card, thanks, Aaron. Thank you very much, Adam. I really appreciate you sending this my way, and thank you for all the great deals and for running the sale. I had a good time at that one. So first off, we have a Bowman Invicta insert. Now I know these are like one per box, I think, when it comes on the hobby side. So that's a really nice one. And this one is of a really good player, Jackson Chourio, who is, I think, one of the top rookies from last year. He's super young, too. I think he's only like 20 years old or something like that. So nice Jackson Chourio card. Did not have this one. This was a pretty tough insert as well. Next card. I don't think you can go wrong picking up any Shohei Ohtani cards. Obviously, I think he'll go down as the best player we've seen in the last 10 years or so. I think finally taking that title from Mike Trout. So, yeah.
We don't ever see Mike Trout no more.
You know what? I mean, Aaron Judge is giving him a run for his money, I will say. Ohtani and Judge, I think, the two best players of this current generation, are distinguishing themselves. There's one for Barry Barry. Check out this Kyle Tucker rated prospect. So,
God, he looks so much better in a Cubs uniform.
Oh, this is one for Jay Thompson as well. Now that he's no longer with the Astros.
Yeah. I like the guy we traded for him, but I'm glad with the trade.
Yeah. Who did you guys end up trading? I know it was a pretty big.
Wisniewski. Hayden Wisniewski.
Oh, yeah.
I liked him.
All right, I bought this Joe Boyle. This is a vintage stock, so I always like collecting the low-numbered flagship stuff, whether it be Father's Day, Mother's Day camo, Independence Day, and vintage stock is right up that alley. So love that vintage Topps logo there. Great vintage stock card, $42.99 on this one. Pin the hold on, let me make sure the chat is in order. Sometimes I always forget to pin it. Yeah, of course I forgot to pin it for others to be able to hop in. I think this was the $4 pile. But right off the top, I mean, that's a great card right there. That's the Paul Skeens Chrome rookie card.
Skeens didn't get the win today.
I know, and he pitched. Well, the problem is he only pitched into the fifth inning, or he only pitched 5 innings, so kind of hard to get the win.
I thought he pitched
or decision.
I thought he pitched 6.
Oh, okay.
Either way, he didn't get the win.
That's such a bummer.
Oh, is it a bummer? Really?
I guess not. Well, for him.
Well,
with Chrome being $40 a blaster nowadays, it's a product that I'm probably out on for the next few years, at least until the blasters, or it makes sense again to buy Chrome blasters. But did not have the rookie card, very tough to pull. So that's a great one right there. Paul Skeens Chrome rookie card. There's a really nice Miguel Tejada. I know for the Astros and the Orioles for a few years. I think he had over 2,000 hits on his career. Probably going to have been borderline Hall of Fame kind of player, if not for the allegations. But this is a low-numbered parallel. I also like to collect low-numbered stuff as well. So 4/25 on this really nice Miguel Tejada card. I suppose would be a color match for several teams, or very close to it. What does Skeens and the Cubs have in common? Neither got the win today. That's brutal. Ouch, Barry. Ouch.
I mean, what can I say? I mean, technically he's true.
It's true.
But Cade Horton pitched better than Skeens did.
Very true. I'm missing a lot of rookie cards between times I wasn't collecting, between, I'd say, 99 to about 2018 or so. So I've got to start somewhere. There's a really nice Craig Kimbrell rookie card.
I was so glad to get rid of him.
It's a shame because the Braves brought him back for one day and then they cut him. Okay, there we go. Orange. This is the $4 pile right here. I think this card books for a good amount more than that. It's a really nice pickup there. Got a really nice Brooks Robinson record breaker. I like this card because it was in good condition. What caught my eye about this one?
I got that very same card in crap condition.
Yeah, anything pre-80, I think we're always going to be looking to conditions. So, $3 on this card. I think that's worth it. Sure, especially the vintage cards getting harder and harder to find in good condition, in my opinion.
Well, you know what I've found in my years of being a collector? There's coming more and more vintage cards as I get older.
Yeah. Even cards I collected as a kid, they're 30 years old.
That's driving me nuts.
It's getting crazy to see all the juniors and then the thirds or the seconds or the sons of players that we grew up watching.
Yeah, I remember watching his dad play. What do you mean that's not his dad? It's his grandpa? You know.
Here's a couple really nice silver pack rookie cards from the flagship set, the 35th anniversary. There's Seiya Suzuki.
I like him.
I like him too. I think any Japanese player, the NPB, they also have a little bit more of a collector base or fan base, rather, since all the folks from Japan, I'm sure, are rooting for any player that comes over from the NPB. So nice Seiya Suzuki. And then also Jordan Lawler, who still has not really shown too much yet, but still highly regarded player. All right, this is another one of those Topps variations that caught my eye. They recently introduced the one, I think, starting last season, 2024. This is the no frame or no design card, and this one is a common, but it's a Jacob Lopez. These are very tough to pull. I've never pulled one. I've opened up a good amount of series, a good amount of 2024 Topps last year. I did not pull a single one of these. So very, very, very tough pull. So short printed card. I would say less than 100, even though these aren't numbered. I think this was probably the best card or the biggest steal I feel in my mind was this Carson Williams autograph. I think he's a top 10 or top 15 prospect at the start of the year. On the other hand, he's been really cold in the minor leagues, so he might not get called up anytime soon. But this certainly is a big prospect, still a big prospect name. Leagues at some points get the autograph for just a few dollars here. Great pickup there. And then Vladdy Jr. Chrome rookie card. I think I already have this card, but now I can give one to somebody else I know. This one. All right, now there is free ones. There's a couple of free cards in here. Even if you're not planning on purchasing anything from Adam, there are free giveaways for those who are in the chat. It's just good to hang out with a lot of folks that you see, but there's another player's rookie card that I still did not have. I don't think I had a single one yet. So there is Mad Bum himself. Certainly one of the greatest postseason performers ever when they won a World Series most recently. I forgot what year. It might have been like 2017 or so. Platinum rookie card. And I think this is one that Troy will appreciate.
Yeah, I was going to say that card has Troy written all over it.
And I know how great a pitcher Brandon Webb was before he got hurt and had to basically retire from baseball. But he was, borderline Cy Young kind of player for several years. And this is a gold refractor, number 50. So I think that might find his way to Troy at some point. That's a Diamondback super collector.
Love that card.
Yes, I got the Reggie Jackson meme card right here with the guild neck.
Yeah. That's
a 72, 73.
It's 73. That's about the condition mine's in.
Can you restart from the beginning? I missed everything. you got from Adam. I'm sorry. I was busy. It was important.
We've got time. I'll go through a little. I'll run it through later on when we're just chit chatting afterwards.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Hey, good to see you, Fabian. Thanks for stopping by. I think I'm not paying attention to the chat here.
Bo Jackson rookie.
Got me a Bo Jackson rookie card. Now, I think I might have it. I just don't know where it went. Can't go wrong as a Raiders fan to get another Bo Jackson rookie card.
I cannot call that a Bo Jackson rookie card because of the 86 tops traded.
True. Oops. All right. Well, there is a Ken Griffey Jr. Bowman Chrome from the era that I didn't collect.
That's a couple years into his career, ain't it?
No,
bow?
That's in his later half of his career.
No, the bow.
The bow?
Yeah.
I don't.
That's weird because that doesn't look anything like his signature.
No, it's changed a lot.
It looks like Ken Senior. And oh wow, check this out. So I think these are the free cards. Some free cards right here. So I love me some basketball. And well, I never got a Kobe Bryant autograph, but I'll take a picture of one.
Yeah, exactly. Right.
That's the closest thing I've got to one now. Man, myth, and the legend, Kobe Bryant, into my top 5.
What up, Ari?
Why doesn't that say man, myth, legend, Vogs 18?
Love this card. Thank you.
It was a typo, Will.
I know.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm surprised they didn't send you the apology letter.
Tyler Hero.
There's a nice Tyler Hero rookie card. What's the Mosaic version as well, the NBA debut. It's a very nice card. So, you know what? Just by showing up and hanging out, you'll get some of these cards for free. Nice Tyler Hero.
Yeah.
And I think I actually won one of the giveaways. And it is a player I do like. Shout out to Adam for the free giveaway here. Stephen Kwan. I don't think I had this Pinnacle rookie card of him yet.
Yeah, that's a cool one.
And the last card in the pile.
Ooh,
oh, that's right.
That's a cool relic.
It's sure.
Austin Hayes.
Shout out to BC Sports Cards as well. Basically, you know, the way it goes is you'll bid, or if you want the card, and it's basically a claim sale, right? So whoever claims it. So you know, sometimes the order in which it appears will depend on your internet connection and stuff. We might have wanted the same card at the same time, but Brandon, BC Sports Cards, I think, just put this one in my pile. So thank you very much to Brandon on this Austin Hayes rookie materials from, I think, like National Treasures. And the one thing about sets like these is just you're not going to open something like National Treasures. So the only way to get these kind of cards are by picking up singles. So I usually try to pick stuff up like this: National Treasures, Panini Flawless. What are the other big sets out there? Immaculate. Even for the top side, right? Stuff like Topps Tribute, and even the higher sets. I've got one Transcendent card, I think, in my collection. I picked up as a single. Oh my goodness, I missed the chat. Hey, thanks for stopping by. I'm gonna catch up to everybody, and then we'll start. Good to see you, Dig It. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate you. Aloha Friday. I collect Kobe Bryant cards too. Ryan, certainly one of my favorite players to collect. Aries World. Shout out to Aries World. I've been missing in action, but it's good to see you here. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, the ugliest image on that Reggie Jackson card. I feel if I ever come across a second copy of that card, it's going to Frank's collection. Since I think he wanted that card as well. So if I ever see a second that card out there at a reasonable price, I certainly will pick it up and send it your way, Frank. So, all right. What am I doing? I'm scrolling through the chat to make sure I didn't miss it. Hey, Christopher Works. Shout out to Christopher Works. Thanks for stopping by. Almost spilled my drink. Actually, I did spill a few drops there, but that's why I've got this heavy cup that is almost impossible to tip over. And thank goodness, because if I spilled this lemonade all over my desk, it would have been a disaster. That doesn't fit on this though.
Well,
The little plastic cap is like this big, Jay.
That's why you drink Pepsi, because it has a lid.
All right, question for Will, or Will's chair. Will's chair. Which soccer club will you root for this June at the June Soccer 2025 Clubs World Cup? So, I think Will's favorite team is Manchester United, if I'm not mistaken. I should have said something different. I should have been like, Will's favorite team is Paris Saint-Germain. He's not here to defend himself, so you know. Or who would be their mortal enemy in the Premier League? I don't know.
I know they don't like Man City.
There you go. Oh yeah, there you go, because they're city rivals. Will's favorite team is Man City. He's not here to dispute that. It's great. Oh boy. Jay Thompson with the screw cap lid. I was gonna make some food. I haven't eaten all day. In fact, I didn't drink much of anything before we started. Just was a pretty crazy day. But I was gonna make myself some spam and then some fried noodles. But maybe I'll make that into a YouTube video. Okay, Ryan sent a TTM attempt to Kobe Bryant when he was still alive. Yeah, it's unfortunate with Kobe Bryant how he passed away at such a young age. You know, it was that hit hard. You know, when that happened, because it was just, you know, it's something that you don't quite understand. You know, when somebody tells you or you find the news until you know you realize, and you're like, wow. That was actually pretty amazing. Or I wonder how much Jordan would charge for a TTM. Those cigars are not cheap. You know what? I'll tell you one thing I've heard about Michael Jordan. Well, one thing, he's a businessman first, so he probably won't sign TTMs or autograph requests unless you pay him, because he knows by signing, you know, more cards, the value of his autograph and all that stuff. But I know Michael Jordan has done private signings from time to time. There was a private signing where I think they signed a bunch of his rookie cards, and I think it might have been like tens of thousands of dollars to get his autograph at one of those signings. It was pretty crazy, you know, for folks who wanted like a Gem 10 card and autograph, rookie card of his. So.
If I'm paying that much, I'm gonna get my money's worth. I got to go out there and tell them that Kevin McHale and Larry Bird were better. get my money's worth out of it.
Yeah, that would be funny. I pay money to one, to get you there to do that, and then two, to be able to film to see what he says.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, Kobe Bryant, all-time favorite basketball player. I think my favorite basketball player has always been Charles Barkley, but Kobe Bryant in my top 5 of all time.
I never was a Bryant fan, but I don't do much basketball, but I'm a Celtics fan. So
to Kobe Bryant, I think people hated him for most of his career, you know, because he's very self-centered and you know, very like the perception of Kobe Bryant. He had a very terrible public image up until late in his career, when he just became, you know, he really turned that around, where people just, you know, love and remember Kobe. But that time, you know, where I would say between 2005 to about 2015, people hated Kobe Bryant, or a lot of folks did. Very, very polarizing player.
Well, he earned a lot of those people's hatred.
He did, but you know, I think the Mamba mentality, that was only something I heard later on in his career, when it became more and more prevalent over the years. I mean, he was always known as a Mamba, but you know, the Kobe Bryant, the will to win, definitely put him in that category. Definitely later on in his career, in my mind. But yeah, it's crazy. Jordan is 1,000 per autograph. So I mean, on the secondary, his autographs go for thousands. I haven't even tried to look for Michael Jordan autograph. I just know it's out of my range.
I mean, I wouldn't turn down a Michael Jordan autograph. I'm not going to pay for one, but if I had one, it's not for sale.
Well, that's the thing. People prize his autograph, and collectors do. They wouldn't sell that. That's why they're so expensive, I suppose.
I guess I could say it's not for sale, but everything in my house has a price tag on it. You know.
We need Will to weigh in on this. Who is the rivals? Who are you rooting for, Fabian? I'm curious because I know France. There's only one name in town that comes to mind. It's always Paris Saint-Germain. That's the only French team I know. But even Tom Brady is still a tough autograph. I've heard he's gotten a little easier. I'm not even close to getting a Michael Jordan autograph. Oh boy. What about a kidney, Adam? I've got 2 of those, so I could trade one of those for a Michael Jordan autograph. What other organs do I have 2 of? I've got 2 lungs. You know what? You wouldn't want a lung since I was a smoker for a good 15 years of my life.
Yeah,
so.
I was gonna say I've really got no available body parts that would be worth it.
I need my hands. Got 2 of those. I got 2 eyeballs. So there you go. So anything I have 2 of, maybe I trade you 1 for Michael Jordan autograph. That's amazing though. The two Jordan autographs. That's quite the achievement. I did see a nice Wizards jersey that came through my LCS. It had a nice frame on it, nice Jordan autograph, but I think they wanted like $8,000 for it or something like that. So it's pricey to get that. Manchester United will not be at this club's World Cup. Manchester United is owned by the Glazer family, the same family who owns the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Interesting. I did not know that.
Okay, I'm back.
Manchester City is better than Manchester United.
I don't like either. Screw both of them.
Who is your favorite team? Is it Liverpool?
Arsenal.
Okay.
I don't hate Liverpool.
I know it's one of the big 6, but I didn't know which one it was.
So
Harry's World, I heard. Go ahead, Will.
I was going to say, I would love to see what you showed first, but...
Well, he showed that, but you were gone.
Yeah,
he showed it a second time.
We're talking crap to your couch a few minutes ago, Will.
That's okay. This couch is a piece of crap. You are a piece of crap.
Do you pick up any new comics, Will? Anything from Comic Book Day?
I just put them away, and I recorded a video. It'll be out in a week and a half. I was prize tagged by Trev's girlfriend, Tina Harrison, for Trev's May giveaway. So I won his May giveaway.
Oh, congratulations. I know Trevor's giveaways are always fire. You just get a ton of stuff from him.
Dude, the stack was like this big.
Oh, wow. That's a lot. That's a lot of reading right there.
Comic boxes is almost full.
I guess Will would say Bear. Anything to weigh in about those teams?
They're both good teams. They're both good teams.
Who do you think is going to win the club championship this year? Was Fabian's question when you were gone.
What, England? Or the Club World Cup? I don't care about the Club World Cup.
Is it the Club Cup or is it like a Euro Championship?
No, it's the Club World Cup.
Club's World Cup. So I don't. Yeah, okay, that's an international competition, isn't it?
Fabian, to be honest, I don't really watch it. If it's on TV, I'll watch it.
It's soccer's always on at like 3 a.m. for me, so I never get to watch any of it. There we go. Well, I'll go one at a time, and then you can just point out
go
if you
big
see anything
screen.
interesting.
Go slow motion.
We just did this, Will. You're gonna have to wait now, at least another 2.5 hours.
I want to wait. I don't have 6 hours. I have 2 hours.
I bet you did.
And then
FIFA Club World Cup. I
and then
got
I
you.
won't be here next Friday because I've got Heroes Con.
Oh yeah, that's right, Heroes Con. So you better have pictures, or maybe you can just go live when you're at Heroes Con.
Yeah, me and Paul, and I'm gonna get to meet Christina.
Have you ever met either in person before?
No.
Okay,
I've met a lot
that's
of other
exciting.
YouTubers, but yeah, it'll be fun.
I know you guys have been planning this for like a good couple, like at least a year now, right? So,
yeah, Paul surprised me last year by buying my ticket, so yeah, I'm excited. And then the week after, my best friend and I, on the Friday after work, I'm going home, showering, of course, eating dinner. My friend and I are going to the IMAX premiere of the Formula One movie, and I love Formula One.
Yeah. I've tried to get into Formula One a little bit more recently, but man, there's just too many other sports right now. But
I know. Am I going costume?
Yeah.
No, Jay. No, I'm
Why?
going as myself.
Why?
Well, Will goes in costume. It kind of looks like Dexter from Dexter's Laboratory.
Wear a cape and a mask. It was Super Will.
Well, I should.
Super Will,
Behave
yeah.
next week. I would. Ryan, I can't promise I'll behave next week.
Or just put a Superman shirt underneath your white shirt or whatever you wear. Right?
Yeah.
That would be a good costume. Right? You could go as
Clark Kent.
Clark Kent, right?
Yeah, I'm not doing that. No. I could, but I'm not. Ryan, I can't promise I'll behave next week.
See, I've got costume ideas.
Just save enough for bail.
What about like a crazy cosplay? What would be what if you could cosplay as anything? What would you go with?
Bruce Wayne, Batman.
Why don't you go as Bruce Wayne, Batman?
Because I don't look like Batman. I don't look like Bruce Wayne.
That's the best disguise or costume, though.
Yeah.
I know. I don't know. So what did you get? Oh, sorry.
All right. I'll go.
Yeah,
we'll flip through this again.
Go big screen.
This is big screen. Don't you want to be part of the show?
For me, let me read.
You guys can see. This is big enough for everybody, or for you. Get Stephen Kwan. We're going backwards now. Oh, Will dropped off. Look at the expression of Will's face.
Yeah.
Kick the other one. Not this one. Kick the other.
Okay, there you go. We'll just have two Wills. Tyler Hero rookie card. Oh, and a nice mosaic as well.
Yep, I saw that.
Kobe.
Yep.
Ken Griffey Jr.
Heck yeah.
Well, you know what? If you're gonna make everybody else go through this, I'm gonna show you all the cards that you already saw. How about that?
That's fine. You
Ha!
have some of the best cards.
The Reggie.
That is a cool card.
Oh, kicked Will off finally. Wait. What the heck happened here?
No, I'm here. I'm
here.
here.
There we go.
Kick the wrong
Reggie.
Will off.
Sick.
Brandon Webb, Gold Refractor.
I know someone who would like that, and you do too.
Oh yeah, yep.
Yeah, it's got his name wrote all over it. I don't know.
It says actually it says Brandon Webb on there if you can read
it. That's
but...
because the guy who wrote on it misspelled his name. So we both know it.
Is that? Oh, that's a Bumgardner rookie. Nice.
Mad Bum. Yep. Mad Bum.
Good pickup.
I'll tell you that.
That's
Jr.
a nice one.
Chrome rookie card.
Of your boy.
He's
Carson Williams, prospect auto.
I don't know who that is, to be honest.
I'm guessing. Yeah, look, he even signed it Car Star.
Car Star. No,
I got it.
Aaron, get it right. It's Circle Star.
No, it says Car Star or Carl's Jr. Star. I don't know.
Carl's Jr. stuff.
Yeah, might as well.
Tops, border or no design variation. These are very rare.
Who is that? Is that
Oh,
Fairbanks?
No,
That's Shohei. When they thought that.
I'm gonna sit here and tell you guess the name, Will. Since you're I'm just kidding. I'll say you will. No, it's Jacob Lopez. I think it's just a relief pitcher. But these are hard.
Really cool though.
I collect stuff like this. That's a nice
Like
one.
weird oddball stuff. Yeah.
Jordan Lawler.
Nice.
Yeah, definitely a lot of Troy trade bait in here. So
that one's not. I kind of like that one. That one's sort of cool.
Seiya Suzuki.
Yeah, he's a lot better than people give him credit for.
I think he's had a good MLB career.
He has, but people are pissed at him for not being super mega star.
What is his nickname? I think he has like an English name, doesn't he? That he likes to be called.
Let me look.
Every time I talk to him, it's like, "Hey, what up, Seiya?"
That's a beautiful card.
Brooks Robinson, 78.
Yep. Justin Bieber. Why?
Yeah, Ryan. I think you bought every Ellie De La Cruz card that Adam
Who did?
Ryan did. So.
Oh my God, Ryan.
You know, if
Craig
that's
Kimbrell. That guy
Kimbrell
needs to
rookie card.
retire. I love Kimbrell, but he needs to retire. He's been in the league way too long.
I think he just signed with another team, so he might be around for a little bit. He might not be done.
Why do people keep giving him a chance?
Miguel Tejada. Because they need closers. There's not
This
enough.
is number 25, so that's an orange refractor.
Yeah, he was pretty solid.
People need good clubhouse leaders, yet Anthony Rizzo is still
Scenes Chrome rookie card.
I think
that was a good one too.
Jay, I think someone will pick up Rizzo for a playoff run.
Someone needs to pick him up, if anything, just to put him on the bench and keep the youngsters in line.
Joe Boyle.
I'm doing that.
It's a vintage
Joe
stock.
Boyle?
This is a vintage stock, so
that's cool.
Yeah, vintage stock. It even has a different nameplate if you look at that, because this is supposed to be the same design, but the font on this is different.
Yep. After this, I need to get some food. I'm hungry. Nice.
Kyle Tucker.
That's a good.
I like him.
Yeah, he's solid.
Oh yeah, he's killing it this year.
I think the Astros made a big mistake for letting him get traded.
Hey, what's up? What's up, Jim? Good to see you.
Yeah, but I think the Cubs made a mistake by giving up Wisniewski, although I'm happy that we got
nice Shohei.
And the Jackson Chourio Invicta insert.
Nice.
So yeah, if you're interested in any of these cards or in another sale, definitely go check out Adam's card closet on the next sale he runs.
He does really good sales.
I did have Miguel Tejada on my fantasy baseball team for a few years, and he was quite the player. It might have been like early 2010, 2012 or so was kind of his peak, I think. Hey, Jim, thanks for stopping by. Jim's got a nice little collection as well. Not little. Jim's got a great collection. all the great Minnesota players right there.
Oh, sorry.
Well, anytime, Adam. More than happy to shout out. It was a great sale. All right. Well, that was a stack pretty much. So.
Oh, speaking of snacks, I need to do a PSA if you'll make me big for a second.
Oh yeah, of course. Wait. I want to know because this is important information.
It's a PSA for all you people who live here in Iowa or have a Hy-Vee. These are absolute garbage. Do not buy cheeseburger potato chips. They are absolute garbage. Save you $1.99.
Any kind of food that's not the food, but supposed to taste like that food is probably usually not all that great.
I grew up on generic stuff. I love some of the generic stuff, but this is just straight. I'm going to say it's artificial because they can't even get the taste right.
What is a cheeseburger flavored potato? Would that just be? Okay, I don't understand.
I mean, I was curious. I was young and dumb once, and
I remember. I don't know if I was crazy, but you know what? Taco Bell has their tacos, and then they made the Doritos Locos taco, which is basically a taco in a Dorito shell. But I swear they made Doritos Locos tacos flavored Doritos.
They probably did. I don't normally buy those kinds of potato chips.
Maybe I'm just tripping.
Those things are ass airy. I mean, I hate to keep swearing on them, but I'm a pig. I will eat anything, and I can't.
I'm the same way. I'll eat anything with 4 legs except for the table or the chair.
I mean, my ex used to be like, "How you like your supper?" And I'm shoveling it in, and I'd be like, "Nah." And she's like, "But you're eating 3 plates." I'm like, "I'm hungry."
All right. Well, happy birthday to Jim. It's finally somebody's birthday other than Will. But in 3 days, Jim is turning 34, so definitely wish Jim a happy birthday.
It was my birthday last week.
Oh, well, happy belated birthday to Jay Thompson as well.
Thursday, I think it was, on the 5th. And today's a double whammy day for me. I got married to ex number 1 on June 13th. I divorced from number 2. Official divorce date was June 13th.
So today has a special significance, huh?
Today
this is basically your Independence Day.
Today, I don't know. I did make a big boo boo and marry one of them. Well, I made a big boo boo, married both of them, but one of them, the anniversary is today. Holy crap, that would have been 27 years ago.
Well, happy birthday to both of you guys.
Yeah, I just hit 53.
Oh, congratulations.
Weehaw.
I know it's getting older. It doesn't feel like not like before, where you got like birthday presents or you got a new toy or a Super Nintendo or something, but
the worst part was my dad called me and laughed at me for being old.
That's if they're not laughing at you, then that's how you know your dad loves you.
I mean, my whole logic is thinking I'm being told I'm old by an old man who in August will have 2 children 50 years old, and yet he's calling me old. His children are now officially old.
Make sure to mark the date for your father's next birthday so that you can return the favor. Is all I gotta say.
Oh, I laugh at him for being old no matter what day it is.
Well, there you go. Happy birthday from Fabian.
Yeah,
and Collector Holly.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all. I did exciting old people stuff on my birthday. I fed the squirrels and watched TV.
Hopefully the Cubs won. Cubs won on your birthday?
They did.
There you go. Doesn't get much better than that. I think I had a steak. Just a steak.
They haven't been playing so well here lately.
It's a long season, and I think
Well,
I think some players were meant to regress at some point, right?
I know, but as a Cubs fan, I'm used to championship years every year.
So what year was that? 2016?
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
I'm kidding.
That's okay. There's a lot of teams that haven't won it since then either.
That's true. That's true. That was a really great run. I remember the Cubs putting it all together for 1 year and winning it.
I just remember the second we won having a moment of elation, and the second after that was, oh shit, what do I do?
Nobody could believe it because I also remember the last time the Cubs were in the postseason, and pretty much you had to have a guy go into witness protection in order to live that one down.
I'm always nervous if the Marlins make the postseason.
Yeah, because whenever they do, they freaking win a World Series.
Yeah, they do, and they
Right?
They sweep everybody, especially my Cubs.
The 1 year that they didn't, most recently, I think they made the playoffs in 2020, and that's what I was thinking. Oh crap, the Marlins are going to win the World Series again.
That was my fear, and then if I remember right, their asses eliminated us.
Again, huh?
Yeah. Yep. I do not like the Marlins because of that, and exclusively because of that.
You got to give them credit since they beat the Yankees. No,
don't care.
Don't care.
Anybody can beat the Yankees.
Ooh.
Well, I mean, it's true. I mean, I'm just shooting this off the top of my head, but don't they have the most World Series losses?
Yeah, that would be Will's couch, Jim. And it very much does look like underwear. At least it's still white.
Oh my God! Now I can't unsee big old ladies' bloomers. Oh my God! I have to go scrub my eyeballs now.
All right, we will take Will off the Go Orioles. Yeah, they've had a tough year, but it seems like they're finally playing decent. They're playing like 500 ball these days. Problem with the Orioles is they don't have pitchers pitching this year. I think they tried to sign a couple big name pitchers in the offseason, and they just kind of missed on those contracts. But they really needed to pay whatever they had to because this is it seems to be that this is their window if the Orioles are going to win the championship in the next couple of years, right?
Well, I'd say it ain't going to happen this year unless something happens to them.
Oh, they need a miracle. I think they're like 10 games under 500 or so. So they really have to turn it on, and now would be the time. So hopefully they'll turn it around. A lot of players, I would say, aren't having sophomore slumps, but they certainly are having down years compared to last year. That's for sure.
Well, you see, Baltimore's one of those teams I don't automatically hate because they're not the Cubs. So I don't have a problem with them going to the playoffs or anything.
Just as long as they don't beat the Cubs in the World Series.
As long as they stay out of my sight, they're fine. They can exist. They have that right.
It felt like they could have really built on to that young core that they had from last year, right? Because they have all their big position player, all the prospects, the young core, and they have even more in their farm system that they've had to trade away. But their pitchers definitely overperformed. Like they had more journeyman type of pitchers who had career years for last year's Orioles team. Where this year they're kind of regressing back to where they've played over the course of their careers. So it's been a tough. Oh, and also injuries to their pitching staff. So that was the other thing.
Injuries hurt everybody.
That's true. That is absolutely true. Losing Corbin Burns hurt the Orioles rotation. Yeah, that's a big time one right there.
I mean, as a Cub fan, I'm missing the hell out of Shota.
Yep.
I like him.
Put that bad boy up there.
I like him.
I like Shota too. I like Imanaga.
Is he injured?
Yeah, he's down in Arizona League right now for a couple rehabs.
Well, that's good. At least he'll be back in a couple of weeks or month or so. You know, it's not like he's gone for the season or anything.
No. Oh God, I do miss Harry Carey too.
Was that the play-by-play?
Yes, yes.
Yep. Yes, he was.
All right, Will. Now that Will's back, we can talk about all the other crazy things happening in the sports world.
I got something. That dude hit an albatross today in the Open.
No,
Really?
it wasn't today. It was the other day.
Was it I thought it was today.
Like Pedro Serrano style, where he hit off his bat, or Randy Johnson, where he disappeared
No,
the bird.
albatross for golf.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought he hit a bird out of midair or something with a baseball.
No.
Oh, albatross is basically, what is that, like? Not a hole in one, but
a double eagle or something like
three
that.
under.
Yep.
That's crazy. You got to get super lucky for that.
239 yards out.
Yep.
That's
I mean,
insane.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, it's all 100% luck after you hit the ball straight.
Speaking of golf, YouTube always has great movies on YouTube, and they rotate them in and out. So I watched The Greatest Game. That was a great movie.
Oh, The Greatest Game Ever Played is phenomenal.
Yeah, Greatest Game Ever Played. Yeah.
I can't do
really
it.
enjoyed that one.
The commercials get me.
Yeah. I think that's what makes it really tough, DK, right? Because 3 under on a par 4 would just be a hole in one, right? So, but I guess technically an albatross or a double eagle. I don't know. Is that only for par 5s?
I mean, I would assume a hole in one off a par 4 would be the same, but I don't know. I don't golf.
Me neither. I can't even hit a golf ball straight. So.
Oh, I got a golf course right up the street where they usually have a tournament around my birthday, but they haven't since 2020. It was like a senior PGA tournament. I wanted to go down there and follow John Daly around barefoot wearing plaid pants.
That would have been fun. I would have paid. Not paid, but
what
I
I wanted to do for my birthday. I wanted to do that.
Any thoughts on basketball or the? Oh, did you see the hockey game last night? That was crazy.
No, I fell asleep before it ended, but I'm happy the Oilers tied it because I'm going for the Oilers.
I mean, they've done that twice, I think, in the playoffs this year, where pretty much, it looks like a team left for dead, and then all of a sudden they turn around and win. Right? They did to the Kings. They were literally one period away with the Kings from going down 3-1, which is usually a death sentence for any kind of 7-game series. Yep. So last night's game was huge because if they lost that, they would have been down 3-1. But yeah, they're down 3-0 after the first period. They scored 3 goals to level it in the second period, and then they won in overtime. So what a great win for the Oilers.
Yep.
They're keeping Canada's hopes alive. Since they haven't won a Stanley in like what 30 years or something. I think is something I've heard.
It's been forever.
See, Fabian, I'm the same way. I would cheat. Maybe if I took the ball, then I dropped it next to the hole or something, I get a 2. But for me, yeah, it would be more like I'd be lucky to get a 12 on a par 5. You would have to add a 0 to the end of the 5.
Yeah, I know, right?
Basketball, Will.
I was about to say,
yeah.
Thunder tied it up tonight. I would have said if the Thunder lost, you might as well call the series over because Indiana's playing well. What they need to do with the Thunder is they need to hold Halliburton like they did a few games ago, or at like 8 points.
The one thing about the Thunder is they've come back from like they're down 0-2 against the Nuggets after losing twice on their home court.
Yep.
I think they were down. Who else were they down to this postseason? They've done it twice this,
Pencil.
right?
Sorry, that's Jake's cat's name.
She can't hear you. I got these on. All you did was yell at me.
That's Jay's cat, Pencil.
Well, it's Friday the 13th, so how fitting to show the cat on camera.
I'm sorry. Yeah, no, it's. I still think it's going 6 or 7 for sure.
What do you want?
Well, it has to go 6 now, right? At least, right? Well,
yep.
So
I want it to go to 7. I want both NHL and NBA to go to 7.
I think we all want a game 7 because game 7s are fun to watch, right? A winner take all kind of game.
Exactly.
I don't remember if it was it the Heat Mavericks. I can't remember if I was game 6 or game 7, but I remember watching those. Like game 7s are always memorable in my mind.
Yeah.
Fabian, when it comes to golf, that sport is black wizardry to me.
It is.
I have no idea how someone can be good at golf, but people are good at it and can apparently be professional. I haven't a clue on how to be good at golf, though. I'll tell you that.
Nor do I have any idea how to be professional on a golf course.
That's the other thing.
Yeah. I'd be the guy out there swearing and throwing my clubs. And what do you want?
Do you know when Sam's coming to do that box with you?
I'm not sure. He said he would be back from. Well, I haven't spoken to him in a couple of weeks, but he said we would put it off until this week, so we'll see.
Wait, was that last week? He said he was going away this week.
He was away last week, and then he should be back this week.
Are you sure?
You've been up here too long.
I think so. Will.
Okay.
I'm losing track of time too. I'm like, you're making me think whether I'm crazy or not here, Will.
We're both crazy.
I had to. Well, yeah, that's a given.
Hey, Aaron, I watched that video of those two dudes. Remember on the roller coaster where they're laughing intensely, and then they go up, and then they go down intensely.
Oh yeah, the one you sent me on Instagram.
Yeah, I watched it again today. I was like, that is so good.
Yeah. We're basically Happy Gilmore there, Jim, without the movie part. Oh, I watched the greatest Cubs movie of all time on YouTube Movies.
Rookie of the Year.
Yeah,
I love that movie. I love when he throws the ball from like the bleachers, and everyone's like, "Oh my god!" He's like, "Oh my god!"
Isn't that the movie that Pete Crow Armstrong's mother's in?
Yeah, really? No way.
Yeah, both his mother, his father was the shortstop in
Rookie of the Year.
With whichever movie it was where the kid owned the twins.
Yeah, that was what was the name of that movie?
Oh shoot, what is that movie? God dang it! Now it's stuck in my head.
I know.
Yeah,
I'm looking it up. It's
that movie. I mean, his parents are both Hollywood actors, and they were both
Little Big League.
Yeah,
there you go.
Little Big League. Oh.
And the mother was in one of those baseball movies as well. That's why he's so bad.
DK. Now we're gonna have to go check. What was it? IMDb just to go see what's up, DK.
Yeah.
Price is wrong.
You see, I'm excited because I saw.
Yeah, Ashley Crow. That's Pete Crow Armstrong's mom. Matthew John Armstrong is Pete's dad, who was also in the movie Turks.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Let's see, what else was his mom in? Minority Report.
Interesting.
Uh,
Isn't PCA like a? Isn't he like a redhead though? He's got like those.
I
So
don't
is
know
his
what-
dad.
Those.
Yeah. So is his dad.
trying to
He's got
think.
that redhead, the redhead stare.
Well, he certainly plays like he's on fire.
He does. He is one heck of a center fielder. I'll tell you that.
Harry, you were on The Price is Right. That's awesome.
Hell, my aunt was on about a year and a half ago.
Did you get called down to do like the showcase and all that stuff?
Yeah,
Because that would be
wait,
freaking. Oh, that's right. You were on The Price is Right. You told us about this story. You won a freaking piano. That's
My
freaking
aunt,
hilarious.
she won a trip to Argentina and Venezuela, I want to think.
That's right. Aries World was talking about this one time at one of their live streams, but he basically won a freaking piano on The Price is Right.
Hey, whatever, man. That'd be
That's
cool.
hilarious.
I just want to spin the big wheel.
I know, right? I want to get the 5 cents on the wheel, and then
Just cry.
Yeah.
I watched. I like that movie, Angels in the Outfield, because that's one of the movies from when I was a kid. We had Angels in the Outfield, Sandlot. I mean, there's so many great. Major League.
Out of all them, I probably like the Sandlot the best, just because of the tilt-a-whirl scene with the chewing tobacco.
Oh yeah,
that made the whole movie, as far as I was concerned.
Dude, I dressed up as Squints for Halloween one year, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, that's so you," and I'm like, "Yeah, I know." I love Moneyball.
Who does? Well, Moneyball is a little bit more of an adult movie, but I certainly enjoyed it as well. Speak of the Devil.
What's up?
What's up, Sam? Welcome back.
Just asking where you were, Sam.
So,
So,
I
Sam,
picked up some.
I have a card for you that I'm sending to Aaron. Aaron,
Ooh.
please send it to Sam when you can. When I send your thing, it's a numbered Russell Wilson. When he was
Nice,
with the
thank you.
Seahawks. Of course.
I think
wanna
any
still-
movie based in air quotes on real life events is always inaccurate.
Yeah, it is kind of
Certain
inaccurate, Tony.
What
Sam,
did you get though? I'm curious.
Yeah, what did
I wanna
you
see
get?
the pickups.
Picked up some cards on the trip.
Where'd you go again?
Utah.
Oh my god, it's a super sparkly one.
Yeah, these are the
Is there
100 years of
787 in there?
aviation. 7.5, A350, and A321s.
Too soon.
Those are
What are those?
cool.
Those like airline giveaways or whatever?
Yeah, Delta does trading cards. So if you
Wow.
go on a Delta flight, you can ask the pilots, and they sometimes have cards.
I
That's
happen
cool.
to know I know a TSA agent. I'll see if I can't get him to start confiscating them for me.
I used to remember they used to like take you up to the cockpit and stuff as a kid, but now they that's not a thing anymore. Or before they would give you like the metal planes or whatever, or
Yeah.
wings.
So, down for a little box battle?
Oh yeah. I put mine aside too. I've got this. We're ready to go. So we'll do that.
I've got a box of NT. What are you talking about? Okay.
All right. Well wins, but you gotta have picks or it never happened.
Yeah, just so you know, Aaron was talking a bunch of smack how he was going to whoop you this battle.
You know it.
Just so
I'm
you
not
know.
gonna.
He's 1-0, so we'll see.
I will
was
neither
born to
confirm
know.
nor deny.
He said it was going to be so bad he was going to beat you in a 3-box battle 4-0.
Yeah.
Okay, first though, I want to watch this video from Ariel's World because I want to see him on the freaking Price is Right. That's freaking.
Oh, are we gonna see it? Can you share it?
Oh man. Yeah, I just got the video. That's so epic. I just want to see you spin the wheel.
it
If it's
her?
okay, since you shared the link,
Yeah, Eric.
I'll take the
we'll have to
liberty
watch it.
to so
Yeah,
that we can
Eric.
watch him spin the. Oh, I want to see him on the showcase when he runs down and you know, when come on down.
Be like I'm coming.
Okay, I want to watch that first. Like, what did I do here? So this is your glow. Yeah, the come on. It's, the title of the video is literally "Come On Down." This
She
is
said
epic.
wheel spin should be number 3. I broke it
No
up into
way.
4 short videos.
I'm trying to put it in like theater mode so everybody can see.
No.
But yeah, check out that playlist. I'll share at least this one. This is epic. On the showcase, oh man. No, it's at like 320p.
Christopher Russell, come on down.
Oh shoot.
Warren, come on down.
I want to see the facial expression when they call your name.
Thomas Oldfield, come on down. And Judy Baldwin, come on down. You are the first 4
Oh, wait,
contestants
I
of The
missed
Price
it.
is Right.
Was that
I gotta go
Eric?
back. I gotta go back.
Oh, come on. Christopher Russell, come on down.
Oh. Yeah.
Is that Eric?
Warren,
Oh my god. Oh my goodness.
Wait, is Eric's real name Christopher?
Yeah, dude, you got. Oh my goodness. I'm dying right now. This is hilarious. Thank you for
which one's
sharing.
Eric? Christopher?
I think so. Well, we don't want to say real names. No, you'll be able to figure it out. Well.
Oh, Eric said the first one's
It's a
called.
wonderful trip to Seattle. You and a guest will fly a round-trip coach from Los Angeles to Seattle, Washington for a 6-night stay, including 1 dinner for 2 at the Edgewater Hotel. Located minutes away from the city's downtown shopping district, blending the warmth and style of a Northwest Mountain Lodge with the refinement of sophisticated urban
Are we
amenities
giving this
from the
away on
Edgewater
your show,
Hotel.
too?
And it goes to one of you 4 who bids nearest to the actual retail price without going over. Judy, what do you bid?
$2,000.
Her bid is $2,000. What is yours, Tom?
21.75.
21.75, and here is Donna.
$9.50.
$950. How about it, Christopher?
$9.51.
$951. The actual retail price is $36.56. You, Thomas. Come up here.
Man, that's not Harry's world. Must be on the next showcase, but man, that's hilarious.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. Thanks for sharing that with us.
I
The
was,
playlist is error. Oh, you know what? We may as well check out the next clip. Oh, I gotta YouTube. Oh, the winner.
We are waiting for
Nicole Brown.
Oh, we're skipping this part. I want to see what happens when you win.
her bid is $2,500. Actual retail price $1,557.
Look at that vertical.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go.
Right up here you are, Christopher. Right beside me, Christopher. And let us show him another prize.
It's a new piano.
Yo, piano.
I said you're going to get on and win a piano.
Really?
This Baldwin vertical piano is handcrafted using fine wood veneers and provides clear sound components. With styles to fit any home and lifestyle, it's an heirloom to pass on to the next generation.
The only thing better is if you're ever go on Family
Christopher's
Feud.
wife told him that he'd get on the show and win a piano. Now, let's make her a true prophet. If you're going, the price of that piano is $7,986. If you're coming, the price of that piano is $6,897. Step over there and show us that you know whether you're coming or going. Christopher, do it. Are you coming or going? He's coming. He's coming. Step right back here now.
Not making an adult joke on that.
He believes the price of that piano is $68.97. Is he a winner? Your wife.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let's go.
She says she's going to do it by herself. And I think
Okay, I want to see you
is.
spin the wheel. No, we'll be done here.
Here we go.
Oh, wait. Oh, you get to spin twice. That's
Step
right.
over there, Christopher. You have to beat 75 cents to get into this showcase. Go,
Yeah, he's
Christopher,
kidding.
go.
Did the gun kiss
Here
through
we go.
the guns?
And
Can I give a shout out to my family, my wife, my boys, and my co-workers? Go Big Red!
Let's go.
you have 60 cents. Do it again. Betsy has 75 cents over there. You got 60 cents in your first spin. Here goes. And it would appear that this spin is going to be worth 20 cents will win. You're the winner.
Oh, dang, you won! Okay, no, we gotta watch that last video.
After this announcement. Christopher is the top winner in our showcase today, and Donna is our runner-up in this showcase number 1.
This showcase contains prizes revealed as we look in on Shane at her job as the fry girl at Saturated Fat World. And she's a little distracted today, doing a little daydreaming, which might explain why she's accidentally fried her favorite CD that she had been constantly playing on her new stereo system. Style and sound come together with this DVD-CD home theater system with 5 satellite speakers and a subwoofer. Your movies and music will come to life. And our careless fry girl is now distracted by thinking too much about her next vacation because she accidentally fried the swimsuit that she was going to wear in beautiful Jamaica. You and a guest will fly round-trip coach from Los Angeles to Montego Bay, Jamaica, aboard Air Jamaica. Non-stop champagne flights on the world's best airline to the Caribbean from Air Jamaica. And you'll enjoy a 6-night all-inclusive stay at the Ocho Rios. Located on a pristine stretch of white sandy beach, this beautiful property offers personalized service and convenience to all the attractions that define the surrounding area from riu.com/Ocho Rios. Finally, our distracted and careless fry girl will have to find another way home today because she's accidentally fried up her only key to her brand new car.
A PT Cruiser.
A Chrysler PT Cruiser comes with standard equipment plus air conditioning and supplemental side airbags. And this showcase in which our Fry Girls' actions have attracted the interest of the local health department can be yours if the price is right.
Are you going to bid, Christopher, or pass?
My wife would really kill me if I passed up Jamaica and the car. I've got a bid here, and
What do you bid?
I'm going to bid $27,000. 27.
$27,000 is his bid. Donna, look at your showcase.
Donna, your showcase begins with this beautiful new living room. There's a seat for everyone in this stylish 70s Broyhill living room. The smart design of Northern Lights tables coupled with the soothing shades of the sectional makes this a room everyone will love from Broyhill. And there's this new carpeting. 55 square yards of good housekeeping brand carpet from Carpet One Floor and Home at over 1,000 Carpet One Floor and Home locations nationwide. And you can keep beautiful arrangements in your living room once you've won this year's supply of flowers.
He's like,
Your
this is
local
the crappiest
FTD
showcase I've ever
FTD.com
seen.
have provided a year's supply of freshly cut flowers to brighten up your home. Enjoy one gorgeous floral arrangement a month delivered to your door by FTD. But if you prefer to enjoy your flowers growing wild in the countryside, then take a trip to find them in this new car.
Who's that, Kia?
A Chevrolet Aveo LT.
Oh, it's an Aveo.
Standard
Okay,
equipment
almost
plus
just as
automatic
bad.
transmission and AM/FM stereo with CD
I'd rather have a
player.
Kia.
And Donna, this showcase can be yours if the price is right.
And
She's like,
Donna, what
I want the
do you
PT
bid?
Cruiser.
Give me your bid, Donna.
$25,000.
$25,000 is her bid, and we will be right back. Donna bid $25,000.
I don't know if you won or not. I want to see if you
Retail
win.
price is $21,595. You're over. If you don't go over, Christopher, you win. You bid $27,000. Actual retail price of your showcase, $22,060. A double overbid. Too bad. Bob Barker reminding you help control the pet population. Have your pets spayed or neutered. Goodbye, everybody.
That price of a PT Cruiser back in the day? Oh, man. That's a bummer. Well, you don't want that car anyway.
Hey,
That was fun.
all I got to say is after reading what he said about he would have missed it by about 100. Get rid of that. Oh my god. Yeah. Nobody likes the Pirates anyway. Bunch of big dummies. But you got to give it to him for doing what the wife said.
That's true. You would have got in more trouble.
Oh, he'd have got in trouble if he would have won, even going against what she said. I understand. I understand marriage. So yeah.
Oh man, thanks for sharing that. That was hilarious. I enjoyed it thoroughly, man. That's just epic.
Who's first? You or Sam?
How are we doing this, Sam?
Who went first last time?
I think it might have been. I think we like alternated backs if I saw it.
Same
correctly.
thing, alternating.
Yeah, you could do it that way. Up to you.
I'm up for either.
All right. You pick. You pick.
Yeah, we can alternate.
All right. One pack at a time. We'll do pack battle. Best of 10. No, just kidding. Whoever has a better box. I don't know. Maybe I'll get fancy and do a YouTube poll at some point in the future, or we'll just
So I
get
opened
some
up.
monster cards.
I opened up two more of these that I was trying to hold on to, and I didn't. I had one interesting one, and one they must have been back to back because one had 5 autos and mem total.
Holy crap! Hot box. Oh, but the other had nothing.
The other had 1. So all the ones from one box got, or like 2 out of the 3 in one box got shoved into another box.
Were they good hits?
Not really.
What's up, Rex? Just in time. Thanks for stopping by, Rex, the Rexican himself. Oh, are you headed off, Ryan? Thanks for stopping by. Have a great weekend, Ryan. Take care. It was good to see you.
Alrighty.
All right. Good luck, Sam. Need some big hits.
I've been looking forward to this whole week, and it's been a long week.
All right. Good night, too, as well, Jim. Thanks for stopping by. I bet vacations are fun, but always stressful, right?
Was it a work trip?
No.
Trotter. Waddle. Certified tutty. Do the waddle.
That's a straight face. I hope I don't have a couple of busted boxes.
You never know. All right, here we go. I've been waiting 2 weeks for this, so just sitting in my closet.
Aaron, your hair's getting super long.
Oh yeah, it's ridiculous. It's like almost. Yeah, it's getting pretty long. I might cut it though. I haven't decided yet. I got a die cut in here.
Do you cut
for
it
the
yourself?
Browns. Yeah, I would cut it myself. I got some clippers in my closet. Our rookie is Jaquan
never.
Jackson. And we have a rookie die cut of Jamari Thrash. That's number like 75, I think. 16 to 75 on that.
Really?
Okay, we have our first mem hit of Roma Dunes.
Rome
or Rome Dunes. And I think the rest of the veterans. Jordan Love for the Packers. There you go. There's a Packer. I win this one. All right, Jay.
Yep.
Baker Mayfield. And
Yep.
Oh, I lose. Travis Kelce. Error.
Error.
I'm just kidding. Yeah, thanks, Adam. Appreciate it. I hope Sam hit some monsters out of this one.
So Kelsey will be retiring.
Number 2.
Soon.
How many packs is it?
10.
10, I think.
Yeah, Dion. Back.
Dream Theater's bassist is great. John Myung, I think. I'll try. I have to go see a picture. Auto?
Ooh.
Oh, that's a good one, actually.
And RPA.
Silver? Is that Silver Ink?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. That's actually a good auto. Oh, wow. 1 of 25. 725?
First off the line, 1 of 25.
Benson might, because other 4 good quarterbacks are signing it. It's like that. That's probably like one of the top 5 or so autographs I think you could pull. Because Trey Benson has some hype. Great autograph. Wow.
And it's an RPA.
Beautiful. That's sick. Congrats on that. What a great pull. I've got hair now, so I can decide if I want to do something crazy with it. So that's the plan. Either that or I'm just going to cut it all off. All right, second pack here.
I remember I joined your live stream once and you had a buzz cut and I was like, I didn't even know who. I was like, who are you? You're not Aaron.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be the Brownies box right here. Jamari Thrash. Sorry, Freudian slip there.
Probably right the first time.
Jared Verse looks like a blue parallel. That looks pretty nice.
He's
actually.
a good one. Yeah, he's a good one.
That's not bad at all. This is number 149 on this card. I used up all my luck on that first box. Joe Mixon, he carried my fantasy football team on the mighty insert. It's a mojo. No, not a mojo pattern.
I still want Sam to join our
Oh my goodness! I saw a huge card under here.
Yep, I did too.
Oh my goodness, that's a good one right there.
Aaron, I want Sam to join our league.
All right, well, we finally got some rookie luck, boys.
What'd you get? Ooh, Bo Nix.
Bo Nix.
On the red.
I thought it was orange.
I think it is. All right, what a great, awesome. All right, now it's a battle again. Bo Nix on the orange to 249 or red to 249. That's a good.
That's
good
beautiful. Even though you don't like the Broncos, he's a boost.
The love is still better.
There's a bear, Cole Kmet, and our last veteran, Saquon Barkley. So that's kind of crazy. The pack had 2 numbered parallels in there. This product is pretty good, I will say.
Wow. Let's see. Ooh, JJ.
There you go.
Thibodeau.
Kayvon Thibodeau.
Xavier Worthy on the gold team. Jordan Addison on another gold team. That one's
wow.
35.
Oh, you're getting all the low numbered stuff out of this one.
Yeah.
This is gonna be tough. I think you're definitely in the lead with that RPA.
I don't know. You still got the Packer card.
Yeah, I got the Packers. I did get some rookie quarterback luck. I think Bo Nix.
That Packers card is going to be tough to beat.
Jay, stop being so biased.
There you go. Here's a Cub for you I pulled earlier.
That
Jonathan Long.
that might beat the Packers card. If he could pull a Cubs card, he'll be automatic winner.
If I pull a Cubs card out of here, then I don't know. It might either I win or that might be immediate disqualification. Is what I'm.
Or
thinking.
I'm just questioning Panini's quality control department.
You know what? I saw a video and somebody pulled like a. It was like a blank and it was handwritten out of a pack of Donruss. It was a crazy video. I'll see if we can find it later on. But definitely an error. Disa Isaac on the rookie. Ravens. Dallas Turner. Oh,
no!
Look at that. That's a sick.
Dang.
That's a numbered parallel too, I think. Jaden Daniels. Gold team
199, 299.
Okay, the next card. Okay, just in case it was numbered. Isaac Pacheco. Yeah, we'll check this one out to 249.
You'll have to send a picture of that to Chance and be like, hey, buddy.
I've had some good Jaden Daniels luck recently. I will say. I would say, yeah, with the Uptown insert as well. So it's been pretty good with the Jaden Daniels stuff. But that's nice. Number Jaden Daniels to 249.
Yep.
Sweet. Wow, back to back. All right, now it's a battle. I think we're like neck and neck now.
This is another hit, so we'll see what this one is. Now the question is, the patch, is that going to be my auto or is that going to be one of the patches?
A second auto? Bonus auto? That would be pretty sick.
Rogers.
Aaron Rodgers.
Don't.
Red Rifle.
The beige water pistol.
Very.
My friend calls it
Barry
that.
Sanders? Nice.
Yeah. Barry Sanders is good.
No, Saquon.
Ooh,
that's nice too.
Color. That's beautiful.
That's nice too.
Yep.
I like the patches, even though these are manufactured patches.
Yeah.
They're still hella sweet. Wait. Is that the back of the card? That's an error.
Yeah, it is.
What's it say?
Okay.
Okay. I was like, wait. How could it say?
Yeah, I was looking at it. It was
Jalen Waddle.
Yeah, I was too. I was like, wait, am I? What?
275.
75.
Dang. I see you guys are even.
I think I got so excited I didn't even show the last three cards from that pack. Pacheco, Connor, Justin Jefferson. I got ahead of myself.
God.
Opening cards my whole life. I still don't know how to do it right. This feels like a hit.
Does anybody know how to do it correctly?
Yeah.
There's no right or wrong way.
I think we all screw it up.
It's like the trying to get to the center of a Tootsie Roll.
The right way is not damaging them while you open them.
That is the correct answer right there. There's a Bucky Irving rookie card. Oh, here we go. Dak Prescott.
We suck.
Vikings. Come on, JJ. Chris Carter. Still like that too. He's a legend. Here's our patch.
Come on.
Certified.
Come
Cowboy. No, it's Lions? Panthers?
Lions.
It's like Panthers.
No, that's a cowboy.
Jonathan Brooks. No, that is a Cowboy. Ooh, Dak Prescott times 2. Here we go.
Here we suck.
I can get rid of that card for you if you want.
Well, what a Cowboys pack right here. This is Michael Parsons.
Eric,
might
you
not
can
be a
just
Cowboy
like
for
that.
long.
Nephew's a Cowboys fan because he's not smart.
You got to teach some sense into him. There's a
I
Sam Darnold base
tried.
card.
I tried. Oh my God, I tried so hard.
Did it work?
It did not. He's a Cubs fan though, on his own choice.
There you go.
No, he's not.
Yeah, yes, he is. That was his decision.
Michael Penix.
Penix, rookie, nice.
Base rookie. Ooh.
Oh, let's go. There,
Okay.
let's go.
Camo.
That's a
Camel, that's low number too, isn't that?
That's 235.
Oh, let's go. Wow, what a pull right there.
That paid for like 3 boxes right
Yeah.
there.
I
That's
swear,
crazy.
the slogan for Aloha Friday should be "Where amazing
Holy
hits
cow.
happen."
Okay, I don't know if I can get Jaden Daniels in order to even like come close to competing. That's number 35.
You need another
This is
card.
totally certified. They had this on the Target website, and Sam was trying to basically spent like an hour trying to convince me to buy it, and then there were all kinds of problems in me being able to make the purchase and stuff, but we sorted it out. I think they costed, what are these, like $160 per box?
They were
$170 with
$180 a
tax.
piece.
$180. So it was a good product with the one guaranteed autograph, I felt. So and a good chance at some numbered parallels. You seem to get like maybe 8 to 10 per box.
Left?
What are we? I think there were only like 4 packs in, so we still got a lot of ammo here on this box. Oh, there's your boy right there, Will. Well, and your namesake too, Will Shipley.
Yeah, he played at high school 30 minutes away from me, and he played for my fair college team.
Oh, for the Pats. Joe Milton rookie card. This is almost like a different texture. This might be something. No freaking way. Look at that.
Yeah,
another
cool.
Jaden Daniels insert, certified tutty. So looks like this will be the boxes right here. Another Jaden Daniels rookie. So 2 doubled up on the inserts there. The vets, Stevenson, Burrow, and Najee Harris. So not bad. Definitely good boxes, regardless of who wins the battle. I think we're both winners here tonight.
I agree. It's been solid.
This
right here is why I wanted to buy as much of this stuff as I could. Because you get a box like this, and
it'll cover a good chunk of the costs, right?
Yeah. There's my last thick card. Darius Robinson.
Brendan Rice. Red parallel rookie.
Connor. Jefferson. Gino.
Now currently a Raider. Let's go.
Certified.
Is that CD? That's nice.
CeeDee Lamb.
Looks almost like the letters too from the jersey.
Yeah, it looks almost like a number.
Letters or numbers.
Yeah.
Say the patches are nice. I know they're not getting used, but at least they use good patches on these. The relic cards here.
There's a couple of, depending on the patch card, there's some that are just really good looking.
I think we can all agree on this, Jim. I'm just kidding.
Wow. The Bengals haven't signed one of their rookies yet. And I wasn't sold on him yet in the draft. Yeah, Shamar Stewart, he wasn't even that great, to be honest.
Interesting. Javon
But
Baker.
do I care?
Oh, there's a Seahawk right there. Kenneth Walker. I think this one goes to you, Sam. At some point.
Yeah, that's
Kenneth
going
Walker
to
orange.
Trade for a Raider.
Yeah, or something like that. Another purple Derrick Henry Sunday special. Another card? Oh, Mike Evans. Okay. That was just a color border, too.
Mr. 1000.
Ian O'Connell. I'm not sure how long he'll be a Raider. Oh, Kirk Cousins. Okay. And let's see if both of these were numbered, I think. Kenneth Walker, 249, and the Derrick Henry to 199. So, yeah, the fact that you double up on the numbered parallels in a 10-pack box, you get tons of stuff I think you get happy about.
Yeah. It's just been, like, even the bad boxes are decent. You get enough numbered cards to make you feel like you had a shot. Will
the Raiders be any good? We play in a tough division with the I was gonna say donkeys.
The Montana.
That's sick. You know, that actually might sell for a few bucks too on the
The
Montana.
Bonix.
10, 15 bucks on that card.
DK.
Nice. We're not going to be good, but I think we'll be competitive is the best way to put it.
I think you'll have 6 or 7 wins.
Come on. You gotta give us a little bit more credit for that. I think we're going to be better than that.
I thought that was given a lot of credit.
I could see, 9 and 7?
I'm going to say the Raiders should be around 9.5 to 10 wins. Just because we've added a lot of firepower too. I like our rookie. I like our draft pick, Ashton Genty. He's going to be a beast. We have a veteran quarterback now, and we have a Super Bowl winning head coach now. So
yeah.
So I like what the Raiders are doing. So I think I'm optimistic this year. I'm saying we're going to be competitive, not good. Yeah. Obviously, the AFC is just too stacked, right?
Yep.
Eric All, rookie. And for the Lambs, Kurt Warner. Oh, let's go.
PC hit for you.
Nice Kurt Warner hit. For the Bears. Badoons. Yeah.
Metropolis.
That's a
Call
nice
your
one.
card here. Nice insert there.
Yeah.
And got pretty much all the rookies. All we're missing is JJ. Oh, you got the JJ rookie, Jalen Hurts, Hutchinson, and DK Metcalf.
We're missing a Drake May. We got to get one of those.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right.
Oh, I need to go to bed after this battle.
No, you don't. No, you don't, Will.
You got to wait for one more because I got something else that I was going to open.
Okay. I'll stay away.
Maybe a little bit of this.
Oh my goodness! Oh, the mega box. I thought that was like a freaking hobby or something.
It kind of is. It's the no huddle.
First off the line. Oh, it's a no huddle. Okay. Wow, that'll be big.
I'll stay awake for that if you rip it right after this, because then I really do need to go to bed. I have work tomorrow morning.
Braylon Allen to 249.
Very Eagles heavy pack there.
Allen's a good, solid rookie for the Jets. He's a good number 2.
I love to watch Optic open. I don't know how much we watched Acer for basically rip through like a case and a half of blasters or so, if I had to guess. Fabian will not leave the chat until he has the crown on the
Is that what he
showcase. Said? Yeah.
That's great.
Hey, that the Metropolis, that's a case hit apparently.
Oh, no way. Heck yeah. I know we hadn't seen that insert. The Romo Dunes.
Metropolis.
Yeah, that's a case
difference. Case hit insert.
Metropolis. Home of Superman.
We're stacking it up here. Jordan Jefferson. Oh, Jalen Polk. I thought we almost hit the Drake May too. But...
I would have been so happy for you.
It's blue, I guess. Patriots have a lot of different colors.
Yeah.
For the Brock Purdy. Oh, CMC? Okay. Nice CMC.
Nice.
Is that numbered? No. Ferguson, HN, and Chuba Hubbard. He carried my fantasy team last year, too.
Yeah, what happened?
What happened is I remember beating you in the regular season. I don't think you ever beat my team, did you? Last year, Will?
No, I was 0-2.
I'm just kidding. Just to let everybody know, Will did win our fantasy football league last year, so congratulations to Will. Also, happy birthday, Will.
God, I thought you forgot that spiel. No!
Gotti.
Oh, I'm going to miss you guys next week when I'm busy.
Ferguson.
AJ.
What?
Gold team.
You're still awake? How?
Again, he's going to be good next year.
249.
I got no clue.
When does this year's rookies product come out?
Whenever they release Score, which I'm guessing is in the next month or two. So, all right. So I've got 2 packs left. One should be a mem and one should be an auto. So we'll do this one. This feels heavy. Unless I got Panini, so we'll find out.
Unless you get, I love it, Panini.
There's 3 different outcomes here.
You just got Panini.
There's a Marvin Harrison rookie card. So
Nice.
Hey,
nice.
if you get Panini points, put in the Panini press.
For the Chiefs, this will be trade bait. Oh yeah. They were trading this one away.
I would.
Travis Kelce. I know it's Kelsey, but according to Acerfer, we're not allowed to pronounce his full name correctly. All right, we got it.
Tony Dorsett.
Tony Dorsett. That's nice.
He's a
It's
legend.
Kelsey. What's the number on this? Oh, this one's number 99 on the Kelsey.
You know who would want
Do
that?
I see camo or no? That's gold.
Yeah, it should be. Oh, there's our autograph, Keyshawn Boutte.
Dude, that auto was terrible.
That is terrible. He gets
That
like
is
a
KD.
D- on his autograph, right?
Dude,
there.
that's like a stick figure. It's like, I'm a stick figure with walking my dog.
Well,
Well, it's numbered to 25, but
What's wrong with
Keyshawn
the
Boutte.
figure?
It's an
1 of
awful
25.
autograph. Jay, do you see it?
Sweat and Trayvon Walker for the vets. Okay, so that's weird. I guess I got an autograph. So this will have the memorabilia card in it? Wait, I don't understand.
If it's not a thick pack, you might have gotten shorted.
Did I pull 2 relics already? I only remember one.
Yes, you pulled the Doomsday and
Okay, maybe I pulled 2 relics.
And the
I
Dak.
miscounted. Okay, I miscounted. I'm an idiot.
no, you're not. Don't say that.
Williams,
It's
red,
Jay's fault.
kills, bride, Bridget, sweat.
Montez Sweat.
Aaron, you know what? You can.
Feels like
I bet
Oh.
Trev would maybe have trade bait.
Oh, I'm sure I just send that to him, to be honest, if he wanted it. All right, here's my last pack. It's been a good box. That was a good box, to be honest.
Yeah.
It was a great box battle.
I think both of us came out net positive.
I think I would say tie. I can't pick a winner.
Montez Sweat sounds like a name for an R&B artist, to be honest.
It does.
Daiwan Edwards, rookie.
Who?
Oh, Trey McBride. Blue parallel.
He's a good young player.
Ooh, for the Las Vegas Raiders. Come on, I need a Brock Bowers. How about a Brock Bowers card?
Come on. Looks like it.
Yeah. Let's go. Brock Bowers. Sunday special insert. Oh, yeah, one more numbered card, I think, back here for the Falcons.
Penix.
Penix rookie card. I think that's number 2.
Mighty, that's to 99, I think.
And for the Cardinals, Trey McBride again and Jacoby Brissett. So this Penix is number 199.
199.
I say it's a tie.
I think Sam won, obviously, with the Jaden Daniels. That's gonna kill
True.
everything.
I think
got.
I'm just. You know how our first box battle, like you just kind of came out ahead. I think the same thing for this one. It was pretty dang close, but I think
I think you win just by pulling the best hit, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, I will say that I don't think it's just that one hit because I also got the RPA.
Yeah, exactly. You crushed this box battle. I'm declaring you the winner, but the chat can weigh in and let us know who you guys think won.
Multiple numbered
rookies, yeah, and the Bo Nix base rookie too.
Rookie
That's
quarterbacks.
nice.
So it's like that. That's not to. And you also pulled a case hit. That's $100 case hit.
No way, really?
Yeah, last sold 110.
What the?
I say y'all decide the winner by counting the number of Packers cards and subtracting.
All right, we'll do the Jay
number of
Thompson
Raiders.
method. That's unscientific winner here.
Yeah,
So,
it's a terrible method.
well, I'm counting all the numbered Marvin Harrison rookie too.
Yeah, nobody cares.
Yeah, this was either way. This was a great box. I can't really argue. This is pretty sick. You got a great box too. Absolutely, freaking Jaden Daniels to 35. That's crazy.
13 numbered cards. RPA to 25. Jaden Daniels to 35. Yeah,
I did not see a single Packer.
You gonna send any of those to Green like the Jane Daniels thing?
I might. I don't know how fully certified grades. I'd have to look it over.
I would be hesitant to send to PSA. One, for the waiting time, and two, because they have really tightened up on their grading criteria, I guess is the best way to put it, right?
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
I think the best cards to grade, honestly, I guess if you're looking to one, it should be to resell, and two, if it puts you over the threshold, because then you're likely to get a 10 versus a 9. That's my theory, anyways. Don't.
Oh, because they make more money when it's worth more.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm just put your tinfoil hats when you hear that from me, but that's the way I'm thinking when it comes to.
Let's see this optic, and then
Panini stuff.
I need to go to bed after this.
Okay.
Optic.
I'll put Sam up. He can do the box of optic. But good luck on this. I know these are always volatile. We need it downtown here.
You're guaranteed a hit, right?
No, not really.
Or Panini points. Panini counts Panini points as a hit, which is
stupid. Those things shouldn't exist.
The most Panini thing ever.
Yeah.
All right, Sam. Good luck. Good luck.
Yep.
I'll enjoy this.
Next week too.
I don't know, bro.
The rat.
I like Spencer Rattler. I think he's going to be good this year.
I don't like him. Not sold on him. I'm sorry. Just never liked him in college. Never sold on him.
He probably played for a rival. What school did he go to?
No, he went to Oklahoma. Just never.
Cool.
Oh, and then he went to South Carolina, but still never was sold on him.
Lake Forum.
Let me look it up.
Fine.
Great, Fabian. Yeah, that was a fun battle. I enjoyed that. And it's nice that we'll have round 3 next week and to determine the winner.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss it. Fabian, the card was Joe Montana, the orange one.
Yeah, Sam pulled a nice Joe Montana card there.
Yeah, Coleman,
Joe Montana.
I've never seen that. Oh, okay, I have seen that answer. That's a nice streak, me.
Passing grade. Kittle.
So James. Isn't it good?
Oof.
What?
What are you talking about, Jay?
The chat.
Oh, what is that, Mojo?
No, look at that line.
Ooh.
Oh.
Braylon Trace.
Trace.
Garrett. Man, that's a bummer. That's a big old slash down the front. Schroeder.
Corum Silver.
Yeah.
Oh, they're finally making a Spaceball 2? No freaking way.
They are. I saw the
search
trailer.
for more money.
The trailer's hilarious.
I've only seen one. I don't know how many there is. I seen the one with
There's
Mel
one,
Brooks.
but
It's the best Star Wars movie in existence.
Yes, it is.
Oh,
Caleb. Write it up.
Am I actually about to go to bed before Jay does? I'm shocked.
You should be.
There was it a couple of weeks ago. I came in here at like 11 o'clock our time, and Jay was still here.
Yeah, it's crazy. Jay's been a champ, man.
Benson.
He cheats.
I do. You got to test me for PEDs.
Best tutties. Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, no, I really think they could have come up with a way better name than that.
Best Teddies.
It's very, I don't know what word to describe it, but I agree, Jay.
I mean, it just reminds me of when I was a kid. Instead of going home to go poop, we told our friends we had to go drop a tud.
Come on, brah. Captain.
I like him.
Put that one in memory hole.
Not a bad box, but definitely not.
I'll stay awake for like 5 more minutes. I got some.
Not a money back box.
Yeah, that was. It's kind of, you need to have to pull. Kind of need a downtown, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah, I'm hoping out of the 2 boxes, I might snag one.
All right, we'll see.
Under 4, but
what we got here total tonight. So, all right, we got. There's a lot of stuff. So either way, you seem to get a good amount of this stuff. This was a good buy at the price. I think they secondary for around $250, but we got them for around $180, which is still pricey. It's the most expensive thing football I've ever opened. Usually I avoid football like the plague. Just the sealed product's a little too pricey for my taste. But all right, here we go. Trey McBride, blue. Michael Penix. That should get a top loader. Rookie insert. Parallel. Derrick Henry, Sunday special, blue parallel. Kenneth Walker, was that orange, red? $250. Travis Kelce, orange, $99. That might be other than the relics, that might be the lowest numbered base card we got out of this box. So nothing too crazy. Jalen Polk, Jared Verse, Jamari Thrash. Those are our numbered parallels, of which we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 there. So plus whatever else I have in the stack here. So let's go. There's my boy Brock Bowers. Him and gosh, my brain's blanking out. It's going to be great for the Raiders this year. We're going to be a fun team to watch, I think. So inserts, Harrison rookie card, the relics, the Romeo Dunes. That's 149. So that would be 9. The Dak Prescott. This looks like to be, that's number 2 to 149. So 10. The Keyshawn Butte auto. The because it's only part of an autograph. That's number to 25. So what's that? 11. Metropolis case hit, which might be one of the more valuable cards. That's nice.
Yeah, it's like $100, I think.
The Jaden Daniels gold team inserts. Usually inserts less so than the base rookie cards, but I'll just have to get anything Jaden Daniels numbered. That'll be the first one of the year. And the Bonix, the second Jaden Daniels. This is just a base insert, certified tutty. And then I think this is probably the head of the box. It would be the Bonix rookie card to 249. So that was, like 12 numbered cards in the box, or 12 or 13 if I counted correctly. Crazy. Good stuff. Let's see what Sam got if he's ready.
Yep. So first, right off the bat, Trey Benson, RPA.
Sick.
That 25.
I think one of the top 3 or 4 rookies you can pull from Panini product this year.
Yeah, that's a nice card. That's definitely worth hanging on to. Got the Kyron Williams, Xavier Legette, JJ Base, Braylon Allen Sunday Special, Montana on the orange color match.
Go.
Bo Nix on the Mighty, Brendan Rice, CeeDee Lamb on the two color patch. Looks almost like
I think they're either numbers or letters, which I think is big.
Quentin Johnson on the blue, Penix on the base. No one needs to sleep. Rogers blue. Saquon Barkley on the three color.
That's I like that card. That's nice.
Yeah. Jordan Addison, Gold Team, also numbered to 35.
You got all the low numbered stuff. Jeez.
Yeah. Thibodeau and the banger of the box.
Of the night. That's a banger right there. Oh, good night, Adam. Have a great weekend. Happy Father's Day.
To 35.
Yeah, that's gross.
I think this alone would pay for the box.
Yeah, I think that would be like a $200 card if I had to guess.
Yeah, if not more.
Yeah,
I haven't seen very many of his base rookies sell, so at least not the numbered ones.
I feel like the base rookie cards are the ones to collect, or maybe.
Well, I'm about to go to bed. Good night, guys.
All right, Will. Thanks for hanging on. Have a great weekend. Don't work too hard.
I won't be able to make it next week because I have this con all day, and then there's an event on Friday night. So I'll be on the week after, probably late, because the week after I'm going to see the F1 movie on Friday.
Okay, night. Yeah, no worries. We're always. Thing is, I think we're always here, so we're always just happy when you're able to make it.
20 minutes? No, Tony. I won't be here in 20 minutes.
Also, don't forget to wish Jay Thompson and Jim a happy birthday, so make sure to wish Will a happy birthday as well.
Yeah, happy birthday, Will.
Good night, guys. Much love.
I feel like this is all the pent up rage from not being able to open stuff in the last 2 weeks.
Maybe.
Good night, guys.
Good night, Will. Have a great weekend.
I also can't stay on too long, so these were just some blasters that I got with the. I bought the optic from David Adams, and so I threw in a couple of blasters to hit a certain price point.
Oh, for the shipping costs, I see.
Yeah, so
I got you.
Just a couple of Topps Chrome. They've done right by me before.
We've seen big stuff come out of the blasters. So good luck. Oh, hey, what's up? Happy Father's Day, Troy.
Is that today?
Could be Sunday.
Oh my God, that was styrofoam. Oh my God.
No.
Don't do that. Whatever that
it was not.
That was terrible. Right up my spine.
It was not styrofoam. No styrofoam.
Right up my spine. Oh my God.
It was just the plastic. No styrofoam.
Do not do that again.
Are you a non-fan of styrofoam?
Yeah, you know there were two types of kids in school. Those that would scrape their fingernails on the chalkboard and those that it would curl up and go like this. I was the third one. I got up and I kicked the dude's butt for doing it. Ugh, I can't do that. Do not scrape your fork. Do not rub styrofoam together. Use your chalk softly. All that stuff. None of them sounds. I don't know.
Oh, Tom Brady.
I can't do them.
Jason Witten. Johnson. Neighbors. Matthews, okay, Corley, Earl Campbell, Darius Robinson, J.C. Latham, ooh, Sean Alexander.
There you go.
I got a few of these. I haven't shown off the Sean collection in a while.
Yeah, like literally 2 weeks. Did you get any new ones? Oh, I think you did.
I did, and one of them I got. I I probably paid more in extra shipping than I did for the card.
That's usually a good thing, I guess, if you wanted that card.
Well, no, because somebody underpaid the shipping when they sent it, and they packaged it too well.
Oh, I would have sent that back. Well, I guess if you wanted a card, you couldn't do that. But that's kind of scummy.
Are you kidding me? That's a Tony Mandrich card. Really? Seriously?
Yeah. There you go. There's a packer for you, Jay.
I'm a strong, not very believer in this, but that thing needs to be torn in half. Oh my God.
Really?
Oh my.
Tell me why.
Because he was the only draft pick out of the first 5 that didn't do anything that year. I mean, we could have had anybody in that draft.
Yeah, you could have had, was that the Troy Aikman draft?
We could have had anybody but Aikman because he was picked 1. We had picked 2. We took this guy instead of Barry Sanders, instead of Deion Sanders, instead of Derek Thomas. I mean, oh my God! I swear to God, I will beat him up.
Okay, so it's not tear-worthy, but it's pretty brutal.
Oh my God! For my own sanity.
Oh, there you go.
These don't tear.
Well, that's because it's on steroids.
How about this?
It's on steroids.
Off with his head.
Oh, Atwater and Thurman Thomas. Yeah, okay, those are the other 2. Yeah, yep. I guess.
Oh my God! I feel so much better.
There you go.
And I am not an advocate for destroying cards. I am not. But how the hell does he get a card in this set?
I think it's almost out of spite. You know, somebody doesn't like the Packers that much.
I feel personally attacked.
Purely for moments like this. Oh, Derek Thomas. Yeah, okay. That was a loaded draft right there.
Oh my God, that was terrible draft.
Said he did 7 seasons.
Huh.
For a top 5 pick, that's usually a bad sign.
7 total seasons, and there was a break in between them.
Top 5 is usually at least a guy who's going to be in the NFL for, you know, like how until he wants to retire, not because teams force him to.
Well, this guy was just all steroids. Every 100% of it. Then he started to believe it wasn't the steroids, so he quit the steroids and then immediately became to the level he was, which was not number 2 pick worthy. He was the 2nd pick, and Barry did go next.
Yes. See, that hurts even more. Barry Sanders.
Really? Look at the next 2 picks after that. 2 more Hall of Famers. The first 4 of the first 5 are in the Hall. And they had, 7 in the first round go?
It's okay. The Packers draft, they're not terrible drafters, unlike other teams, whether they be the Browns, the Jets, the Raiders.
Well, judging by that, that 89 draft tells me they're terrible drafters.
Oh, Sam Harden. Saw the Washington. I was like, oh, never mind.
And I gotta say, a Topps card without the logos just does not look right.
Yeah.
Joe Green and negative. Interesting.
Ravana. There we go, Bo Nix.
There you go. Finish it out. That would be a nice set to finish the 89 score set.
Yeah.
I'll show you some forbidden basketball I opened up I'll have a video for this eventually, but I'll show that in a bit.
Last one. Is that number? Nope. Bo Jackson. Aaron. One for you, Aaron.
I gotta
Not
see
the best.
baseball.
Not the best blasters.
No. I might just fire off an angry litter to tops.
I'm usually not that big of a stickler. Like, I don't mind the unlicensed stuff as much as others do, but this NBA basket or the Topps basketball is an absolute crime.
I mean, I think the fact that only one baseball card, football card, basketball card company can have the logos at a time is bullshit.
It is. It totally is, because I grew up. There were 4 different major manufacturers, and there were even more.
5. There were 5, man.
Oh, what's the 5th one? Donruss? Leaf?
Yeah. Score.
Leaf? Score? To me, it was always Fleer, Upper Deck, Topps.
Donruss and Score.
Fleer, Upper Deck, Topps.
All right.
Since I'm a basketball collector.
Then there would have been hoops as well.
This is
Docs. Watch out for showing any kind of
$4 of postage that somebody. I mean, it's very well packaged, but I think it's like a $3 card. I don't know exactly which one it was, so.
Well, that's what the feedback system was for. Maybe you don't have to negative him, but you can tell him, hey, look, man, you overcharged me or something like that.
Yeah, I generally check to see what kind of seller it is. I mean, this is double. I mean, it is well packaged. It is very well packaged.
It's negative. It's like a death sentence for an eBay seller, but you should at least let them know, hey, look, you can't do that.
I generally check the amount of feedback. So yeah, here, look. This is a purple sparkle out of $3.99. I think I paid like $2 in that.
Why didn't just PETA plain white envelope that is a big question. That's crazy. You used a freaking mailer for that. It was well packaged. You weren't lying.
Yeah, this is the $3.99.
Yeah, he's doing eBay wrong. He probably should know at least.
I don't know. I'm not a fan of PWEs.
Holy crap! That gecko has gotten huge. I saw a gecko that lives in my room. That thing is huge now.
You should catch it.
Another one off the list.
143. Did I buy 2 of these?
Uh-oh.
I'm trying to figure out which one it is. It was I don't think so. All right. This might be the person has 50 feedback. So if it's all buying feedback, I'm liable to let them slide a little more. If they have a lot of selling feedback, then I'm a little more.
Or at least private message maybe would be the best way to handle
I'm not going to be an ass about it. But
I mean, sometimes mistakes do genuinely happen.
I paid $4.45 for the order with shipping, and it cost me an extra $4.60. So I paid just as much extra shipping.
Oh, as the card and the shipping combined?
Yes.
Oof. All right, we'll show this.
Excellent shipping, yeah.
Chrome basketball, that's a crime because it's so noticeable without the logo.
Oh, that looks terrible.
It looks horrible. But I'll tell you why I bought this, because it was like the boxes were $30 under the market price, and they have 2 autographs per box, so it was a good buy. That looks like that is horrible. Yeah, these cards are absolute crime against humanity as far as the look. Ron Holland. We did get some decent rookies. Holland, Sar. I think Stefan Castle's in here as well. But yeah, these cards, oh my goodness. It's so noticeable without the logos for basketball. So football, not too bad. But basketball, since they have the logos on the jerseys, is, no bueno.
I mean, I don't think it'd be so bad if it was all back shots, like them at the line or going up for a dunk or something.
I guess this is the good stuff here. So Zach Edey, Youthquake, Ron Holland, Jamal Murray, Edwards, Wemby, Steph Curry. I think we got like 4 or 5 numbered cards in this box. So Dylan Jones, Antonio Reeves, and Zach LaVine.
Is that the newest basketball?
Yeah, the boxes were a good price. I think they were $130 for 2 autographs. Like for basketball, that's kind of a bargain. So
was that
autographs are good. Hobby, yeah, it sold out. I had second thoughts, and I tried to go back like literally 2 hours later, and they sold through 2 cases.
Oh, was this at the shop?
Yeah, the smaller LCS. They underpriced it because I checked online after. I should check online before, and then I probably would have bought more. But the online they were selling for about $160 or $170, but I got it for $130 for 2 autographs. That's
a good deal. That's a good price.
So Desmond Bane is a pretty decent auto. He averages about 20 points a night. And then Ron Holland is the number 5 pick from last year's draft. So the autographs were good. They did have a few loose packs when I got there. They sold through all the boxes, but this was kind of a cool pull right here. I've never seen one of these before.
I ordered a couple of... Oh, that's a Frozen Fractor. That's out of 5.
Yeah, so first ever Frozen Fractor, whatever that means.
That's an out of 5 pull. That's a really nice pull.
Number to 5, or it's numbered -4 of 0.
Yeah, it goes up to -5.
But the print run is 5 on these cards, so pretty crazy pull there.
So here's the rainbow.
All right, this takes longer and longer every night we do.
This is the other 5 out of 5 I got. So I got the full
True Red.
The True Red. I got
Red
the
Wave.
Red Wave. White Geometric. Orange Geometric. Orange Wave. True Orange. Orange. This is from the Sapphire. Gold Wave. True Gold. Gold Geometric. Yellow Wave. Yellow Geometric. True Yellow. True Green. I forget what this one's called.
It's Pulsar in Panini parlance. Maybe it's just Pulsar. I don't know.
Yeah, it's got a little swirl to it. I have 2 of these in the blue, I think. Green Geometric. Yeah. Blue Pulsar. Aqua. Aqua Pulsar. True Aqua. Purple Speckle. Purple Base. I'm sorry. It should be like this. This is one of the newer ones that I paid an extra $4 for.
So you have 2 now.
Base, yeah.
I'm laughing with you, not at you.
This is the short print camo that I have not seen any of since. This is
Base Sapphire.
Yeah. Blaster Pink. Sepia. Negative. X-Fractor. And there's the other green. And the base.
So it kind of goes to show you how ridiculous the rainbows have gotten over the years.
Yeah.
Was that like 40 cards there? That's insane.
I'm making progress. It's going pretty good.
It is. You have pretty much every color variation. I saw like 3 or 4 of the reds, which are the hard ones to get.
Yeah.
And one of the 101s.
I need another white. I need the true white. I need the out of 2s. And then I need the Superfractor if it comes up. At least I have one of the 101s.
Yep. There you go.
But that's the stack.
I don't think it's possible to make a rainbow anymore with the number to 2, like the black and the white ones that are number to 2 and 3. Like that's just too hard now.
Well, my thing is, what about all the printing plates?
Yeah, printing plates.
All the different 101s.
Oh, the autograph parallels too. Don't forget about that.
It is possible. It's just expensive.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's coming along. I think it's nice.
I'm looking forward to getting further along, but unfortunately, I got something else I got to go do, so I'm gonna have to get off a little early tonight. I wanted to get on and do the box battle for sure, though, so that was well worth
thanks
it.
for stopping by. That was fun. I'm glad you got some really nice polls.
And we'll try round 3 and determine the final winner next week.
Yeah, next week for sure.
And I'll have another optic next week as well. All right.
Have a great weekend. Thanks for sharing that with us. Take care, man.
Yeah, later, man.
Now, what the hell are we gonna do?
I don't know. Where's Troy?
Troy said he took a long car trip and he had to work today, so maybe he'll be on, maybe he won't.
Oh, because Fridays just aren't Fridays without Troy.
I know Troy or even Frank.
Oh, hey, there's Troy.
Oh, Sensei will be on in a bit. All right, we'll keep it going. Or we're going to keep it going anyways. But
oh, we were?
Of course. Like at what, the 2-hour mark, 3-hour mark?
Yeah, we're at the old man mark.
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep, top loaded a good number of cards from that box. So,
but that Dak Prescott hat or jersey card
for your nephew?
Yeah.
Put aside.
Yeah.
Trying to look for some other cowboy stuff. I'm sure he'd appreciate it.
Oh, he would. His father's a Cowboys fan, and half of his mother's family, more than half of his mother's family is.
Oh, that's right. I got a car too, Troy. Well, I don't have a car. I have to go find a car. Yeah, it's kind of hard to overrule if it's a family thing, right? As far as telling him what team he should and shouldn't like, but
oh, I heard it all the time.
That would be like if I rooted against the University of Hawaii or something,
I mean, why not?
Because they've been my team ever since I was a kid. Oh, there's one Packer. There's Jordan Love.
Yeah. You got one. Sean got nothing.
What's up, Troy?
Hey, what's up, man?
Hey. This is going to be weird because got my phone here that's filming and on the stream, but I'm watching on my dad's computer here, and it's about 2 seconds, 3 seconds behind.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that chair looks like a throne.
It's this is my dad's office.
Good to see you, Troy. I know you said you had a long road trip and stuff, and plus work, so
that's cool.
Aha. You can always sing. Oh yeah, I guess we could sing. I was looking up karaoke songs to try to sing, so someday. But then that would just be a bad idea. Check this card out I got off of Adam's stack sale that he had a couple weeks ago, and you'd probably appreciate this one. It's a Diamondback.
There you go.
Oops. I just dropped them. Oh no! Wait! Wrong card. This. There you go. That's a Diamondback for you.
Hold on. Let the big screen catch up. Oh hell yeah, Brandon Webb. Man.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody would know who Webb is if he hadn't got hurt.
He was borderline Cy Young for good too. Oh, he did win a Cy Young.
Yeah. I mean, he would have been one of those, pitchers to remember. But
yeah,
it just didn't work out.
Just the injuries and stuff, but yeah, gold refractors. This one's numbered to 50.
Nice
card there.
I got a couple of Webb autographs on a card, on a baseball.
There you go.
Goddamn, yeah, it's a Diamondback. You gotta have it.
Oh yeah. He was one of the. Well, he's not a Diamondback great, but he certainly is one of the better players that they've had over the years. That's for sure.
Well, I mean,
that rotation is crazy if you think about it, right? How many good pitchers they've had over the years, those years.
And he is. I mean, I would definitely put him in probably the top 5 as far as Diamondbacks pitchers.
Yeah. Because you had Webb, Scherzer, Schilling, Randy Johnson. It would be the 5th.
I don't know.
Oh, I mean, there's been other good ones.
The guy who we got from the Dodgers went back to the Royals.
Greinke?
Well, yeah, Zach Greinke.
Okay. I mean, you've had Bumgarner has been on your team for a few years, so you had some good pitchers roll through.
The bum came and was a bum.
Yeah.
So.
At the end of his peak, right? But
well, and all right, this is the reason why I actually separate what Madison Bumgarner did versus Zach Greinke. Zach Greinke came in, signed this big giant ass contract, and for the first year was horrible. His velocity was slowing down. He was losing movement. And basically, after that first year, went to the offseason and totally reinvented himself. Quit trying to throw hard, started throwing for pinpoint accuracy, and he ruled for the next 4. I mean, we came close after that to going all the way, but it just didn't work out.
Yeah, that's true. Well, Brandon Webb is, I guess, he was a Diamondback his whole career versus a lot of these other guys, right? So there's that too.
Great.
Even who's the other Diamondbacks pitcher that you have now? That's
now we got Kelly is looking real good. Of course, we just lost Carver Burns. Carver Burns, we picked up. We just lost him to injury. Brandon Pfaadt's turning out to be a really good pitcher. Back in the day, just a few years ago, we had, and this is one of them that didn't work out the way I was hoping, Patrick Corbin. Patrick Corbin was the lefty we had. He was pitching second after Zach Greinke. Ended up having Tommy John, and oh, look, there's Tony.
You want to chip with the Nationals, so
yeah, but that's when his career he never got back up to where I thought he would be after the injury. I thought he was going to be a real shutdown left-hander, and it just didn't. It didn't work out.
True.
Greinke always struck me as high maintenance.
He's a little bit of a, what would you say, not an oddball or
always in his head.
Eccentric, right? He's a little eccentric. So is Scherzer too.
I would definitely say eccentric, but he was. You're right. He was always in, and if he had trouble, but that's just it. He could play the mind game with the batters. So even when he wasn't throwing, top-notch velocity and blah blah blah, he was still striking them out. And that's as a professional, that's the way you have to be. And that's exactly what Madison Bumgarner did not do.
Yeah,
basically he said, I'm going to be me, I'm going to pitch my game, and his game was not there anymore.
And I'm going to do it angry.
What's up, Tony? Good to see you. Thanks for stopping by.
Yeah. What's going on, everyone?
Summer of Tony.
Yeah.
How's the summer vacation going so far?
Not too bad. Not too bad.
It's
Doing a
almost
lot of
half over already.
Don't tell me that. Trying not to look at the dates. Yeah, probably about 6 weeks left.
Yeah, I have to do that. Remember, my wife's an English teacher, so I wake up to go to work every morning. She's laid in the bed.
Yeah. Try to sleep late, take a nap, stay busy during the day.
She.
Surf YouTube and eBay at night. get out occasionally. Been swimming a lot.
Shit, I need to go outside.
I gotta hand it to teachers. I couldn't do it. I know what kind of student I was, and I know how big my mouth was, and I know I wasn't the only one.
Yeah.
I just don't understand how teachers can do it.
Well, that's probably why I can do it. It's because I can relate to a lot of these kids.
I can't. I was not that kid. I was not that student, and I would bring some necks.
Yeah, I was always just in enough trouble to where they'd keep an eye on me, but wouldn't really catch me. But I got a whole bunch of family members that are teachers, so it's all good.
I enjoy it, but we have to have this break. Without this break, it's brutal.
What grade are you teaching, Tony?
Special ed. Right now, it's first and second. Last year, it was kinder and first. I'm going to have majority of the same kids, but the school I'm at is K through 5. So,
you would have Sophie.
Yeah.
You guys had an opportunity to meet Sophie. Were you on that night?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was fun.
Sophie is my Sophie has Down syndrome. She's 7 now, but she's an adventure. I guess that's the best way to put it. She is definitely an adventure.
It was great seeing her on the stream.
She disappeared on us. Was it Memorial Day? We were in the house, and I looked at Ginger looked at me and said, "Where's Sophie? Sophie, Sophie." Start running around the house looking for her. She's not even in the house. Now, we live out in the country in the woods. You cannot see a neighbor's house from where my house sits. We're running through the woods, running to the street. She is in the neighbor's property. So, yeah.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
She got pretty far away then. Jeez.
And
I'd go crazy if that happened.
Oh, yeah, we freaked out.
Kids are amazing and kids are fast. I do
That's the
speak
truth.
from experience, and I tell you what, every single child I've ever dealt with, I'm prepared to completely get outsmarted by them every time, because they can do that real well too.
They're deviously smart. They're smarter than you would give them credit for. So you can never underestimate them.
The way my mom would describe me at that age is I was smart enough to be dangerous.
I bet you're a total
To yourself and
rascal.
others, huh?
Yeah. I was just smart enough to be dangerous, so I don't know.
Dak Prescott.
Yeah, we did the box battle. It was pretty good.
I was shocked to find out that he's now the longest tenured Cowboys quarterback in history, going into his 10th year.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I would have never thought that.
I would have thought Tony Romo would have had
Romo or Staubach.
Yeah, I would have thought Staubach or the hell was his name?
What was Staubach's tenure?
Maybe Romo just put you through that much torture
Meredith?
year over year.
Yeah, Meredith was the name I was trying to think.
Yeah. Yeah, but no, I guess Dak in his 10th year,
That's
longest
crazy.
tenured Cowboys quarterback. Yeah, it's shocking to me.
That's just too bad. Them poor Cowboys. Oh wait,
They've
I
had
don't
some
care.
sort of legends at quarterback. So.
Have him for another 10 years. I'm all for it. Let him play.
He hasn't been bad. I mean, when you think about it, I mean, he gets a lot of hate, but he was a 4th round pick. I mean,
Yeah,
for a 4th round pick, I mean, what can you say about that? And Tony Romo, same thing. He got a lot of hate. He was undrafted.
Yeah,
There was the
even
6th
worst
round pick that
NFL
really did
players
well
are
for
better
himself.
than me.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a couple of them. Well, I don't know about 6th round, but I know just because you're top player in the draft doesn't mean you're the best player at the end of the career.
Right.
Well, it's only within the last few years that quarterbacks have been highly drafted, right? So
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I mean, you had a lot of those in the 80s.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah,
whether it was Elway or Aikman or.
I think it just seems like more quarterbacks because they quit drafting running backs in the first 10 picks.
Yeah. And I'm of that sort of belief that you don't use a 1st round pick on a running back, and it's not based on talent. It's based on miles and usage. You're going to get a good 4 years out of him at best.
Yeah, I mean, I will use a 1st round pick on a lineman. I got no problem with that.
Right. Oh yeah.
It's usually linemen and tackles.
Get me a big old fat offensive tackle. Give me a center. I don't care if it's the number 1 pick or not.
That's the philosophy the Cowboys had for a good stretch.
Give me the fat guys up front, man.
Yeah, that Cowboys line was huge.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you go back into the 90s with the Cowboys offensive line, blocking for Emmitt Smith. That line was huge.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. Is that Cowboys line was ridiculous.
With Nate Newton and all them, yeah.
But some of them were really large. But then again, it's not like Emmitt Smith was huge. So I mean, there's a perspective thing. He made him look bigger.
Yeah, I mean, Aikman was Emmitt was like 5'8" or something.
Yeah.
Maybe 5'9".
He got a lot of yards behind that line.
Yeah.
He did.
Probably extended his career like 3 or 4 years. So he got to play, into his late 30s.
That one guy they had on their line was a beast. What was it, Larry Allen?
Larry Allen, yeah.
Yeah, he was a beast.
Yeah.
I always liked him out of all the Cowboys. I always liked him.
Yeah, you'd see him bench press, and he's bench pressing 750 and stuff. I'm like, good Lord.
Well, he was also the lineman you'd see 40 yards downfield running the guy down for the tackle.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that
but football's become such a different game in the last few years, though. It's more finesse versus power.
It's the rule. It's the rule change. The rule change has opened it up. If you take away the rule change where you can't touch the wide receiver after whatever it is, 5 yards, and maybe it might be 10 yards, but take that away.
It's up to 5 yards, and then you can't. Touch him, right?
You take that rule away and allow the defender to get body on the receivers like it used to be, then I think the running game becomes more valuable.
Yeah.
And you're going to have less of those, literal toss-ups, hoping that you can get a flag on the play, and you'll stop seeing these 5,000-yard passers. It used to be 4,000 yards was an incredible season. Now it's like Aaron Rodgers threw for 4,200 yards last year. Everyone's saying he's done.
Yeah. Well, I mean, in their defense, he is done.
He is done, but he threw for 4,200 yards. That might have led the league in '92.
Yeah. 4,000 was a milestone. But even last year, you didn't see Because the years prior to last, you saw guys who were going over 5,000, which is kind of crazy, or getting close to that
now it's
mark.
5,000. Yeah, and that was before you had the 17th game.
Yeah. The running game definitely was a lot more important this season. So maybe we're seeing a shift back the other way. It's interesting.
I think that's because there's less good quarterbacks out there.
Well, I also think it's because everybody's throwing the ball, so everybody's defense is all focused on that, and some offensive-minded coach is like, "Hey, wait a minute, let's remember the running back used to run the ball, break out one of these dusty plays."
That's what I was thinking. It could be because they're scheming against the passing game now so much that now the run becomes a viable option again.
Yeah.
So, but you have to have a good running game now if you want to succeed.
Yeah,
You have to have it to keep some sort of balance and keep the defense guessing.
Yeah.
But they're not using it, as well. There are teams. I mean, you look at Baltimore with Henry last year.
The Eagles.
Yeah, the Eagles. There are certainly teams that are using the run game, but not like they used to.
There's not the power running game, right? Where you're going to run 3 downs in a row and get you 10 yards.
Yes, exactly. Now
Like
it's more short yardage situations and to keep the team off balance, really.
Or
goal line.
It went from power to play action, and then now it's to balance out the pass game.
And even the goal line, quarterbacks are so athletic today. Look at Josh Allen. A lot of these quarterbacks will just keep it on the goal line.
Josh Allen, and even before that, you saw the prototype was Cam Newton, I think.
Yeah, Cam Newton. Yep.
Or even Michael Vick was kind of a big deal.
I always thought, when growing up, that Randall Cunningham was the first running quarterback.
I loved Randall Cunningham.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of that style, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. But, from what I remember, he was the first quarterback that when he dropped back to pass, it was entirely possible that he'd take off running with it.
Yeah.
And it added a whole, where other quarterbacks would drop back, and if they couldn't throw it, Archie Manning at the time would turn around and run the wrong way just to not get sacked.
Well, he had no choice.
And Fran Tarkenton was another. He was really a scrambler.
Yeah. Steve Young comes to mind.
Steve Young was after, well, I guess technically not, but he was in the USFL.
My opinion is Steve Young ran out of fear.
Yeah.
I
think he would say the same thing.
Yeah, I remember watching one game, and that was when they had these helmets with a half helmet on top. And one of the half helmet things flew off, and it went by Steve Young, and he panicked and just freaked out and ran the wrong way because he thought he was going to get nailed again.
He got hit a lot, so it ended his career.
He did.
You think about Steve Young, and he spent 2 or 3 years in the USFL, then sat behind Joe Montana, watched him win some Super Bowls. And then, 94 when he gets traded to the Chiefs?
Yeah.
He ends up carving out a Hall of Fame career.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That tells you how good he was, though.
Yep. He took Joe.
Yeah, but that seems to be what taught the Packers, because Favre sat on the bench behind the Magic Man till Magic Man got hurt.
Yeah.
Rodgers sat on the bench behind Favre for a couple seasons before Favre got Favre and left. And then Love did the same thing.
Yeah.
So.
And I do think that's sort of the best way for a quarterback to sort of come into the league. Is to sit behind somebody, learn schemes, watch the game, listen to the coaches.
It also means they're coming into a good team that has a wealth at the quarterback position versus now these kids just get thrown into the fire.
Even then, it's not like Don Majkowski was Superman.
No.
Yeah, true.
He wasn't. Favre wasn't a high pick.
Favre came from the Falcons.
Yeah, yeah. And Rodgers wasn't a high pick. I mean, we don't know why.
Well, I think he was 28, but he was still a first round pick.
He actually fell in that draft. He was projected to go higher.
He was the last in the green room.
Yeah, he was. It was either him or Brad Johnson, or who was it that was going to be number 1 that year, and the Niners went with number 1.
Alex Smith.
Yes.
Yeah, Alex Smith. Yeah,
it was either him or Alex Smith, and God, I mean, I'm glad he fell to us, but we could have got rid of him a couple years sooner before he opened up his mouth.
Yeah. He always sort of had self-confidence, but his ego sort of took over somewhere along the way.
Yeah.
Well, he could get away with it. Then he got old, is the way I see it.
Well, I mean, like 3 years ago or 4 years ago, he was the MVP, back-to-back MVP, wasn't he?
Yeah, yeah.
So, you know, he's not that far removed from, you know, best in the league.
Well, some people gently decline. Some people fall off a fucking cliff.
Right. I agree.
Well,
yeah.
Before he was basically, you could, you know, untouchable, you know, when you're the MVP, but, you know, had what the Packers were confident enough to make the trade and banish him.
Trades in the NFL are stupid. The trades in the NFL are stupid. They really are.
They really
so you're going to give up the best player on your team, and you're going to get a 5th round pick.
Yeah,
that will be a 4th based on how many games the guy plays.
Yeah,
I mean, you're not seeing these trades like you saw.
Wait, what are we getting for our franchise quarterback? A 3rd round pick? Yeah, that's the way it goes now.
Yeah, it's stupid. It's stupid. Look, I understand you trade Randy Moss after he was horrible with the Raiders and trade him to the Patriots and get a 7th round pick. I get that, but you know, some of these superstars. Some of these superstars, like, it's basically coming down to money, and they just want to dump the salary. And they're like, yeah, we're going to dump this salary. You take him. We'll take a 4th round pick that we'll cut during training camp and be done with this.
The other thing I don't get is how teams trade up to go up like 1 or 2 picks, but they'll trade like 4 future 1st round picks to do it.
Yeah. I don't understand that.
That's mind-boggling.
Just wait till next year, or get the next best available guy.
Yeah, I can think of several teams that have like torpedoed their future to do that.
To move one spot.
Yep.
It's crazy.
Yeah. To move one damn spot for pull off this big trade with a team that wasn't going to draft your guy anyway.
It just tells you how little teams in the NFL value their draft picks.
I don't know, because if they're trading to move up,
yeah, but they're giving up so many picks to move up teams, one spot, so that they clearly that they want to move up that one spot, but they don't care about their future picks.
There's a table out there that shows the value of all the draft picks, and I've always read it. Like number 1 is worth like 4,000 points, and then like the last pick of the 1st round is worth like 300 or something like that. So it's literally 10. You could trade your number 1 pick using that trade table and get 10 number 1 or 10, you know, number 30 picks or something like that. It's crazy.
Right.
Yeah, but I trooped as long as I can, man. It's almost 10 after 1 at my house. So.
Right on. Right
Same
on.
Here. All right, Jay.
Good to see you, Jay. Thanks for stopping by. Have a great weekend.
Yeah, have some fun, man. Y'all just go away.
Yeah. Night, Jay.
Oh, look, we've replaced Jay with Kevin.
Hey, Kevin.
Hey, Kevin.
Kevin, you
got a call? No see. How you been,
Was
Kevin?
he sitting back there for a while?
He literally popped on like about 30 seconds, but I figured I'd wait exactly until the moment that Jay left to break Kevin. So it felt like we didn't lose somebody.
In a way, I wanted to say bye to Jay, but that was cool too.
Oh, my bad. Okay.
Hey, Jay's got a crown. He's been on the panel for like 2 hours. He got number 2.
Oh yeah.
Jay was running the show for a good part of the night, so
He showed up just in time to say bye to us on a
there you go. He
the
saw you.
crazy Hungarian stream.
He's still here. He's just finishing off his Pepsi before he passes out for the night, I'm guessing.
Kevin, didn't you open the Ultra Hot one night? This Ultra Hot?
Oh yeah. Hold on.
Which one is that? Oops.
Okay. I can hear you now.
Didn't you open this
Porsche.
Ultra Hot one night?
It wasn't an ultra hot. Wait, hold on.
Go find my car now.
Oh gosh. Oh, it was right.
I like that
I
old
could've
school
swore-
Porsche.
I could have swore somebody opened this, and when I finally saw it the other day, I went ahead and picked it up just so I could open it on Free Friday, and I've been holding on to it. I wanted to do it last week, but I missed the show because I was too tired.
I had one for last week, and I'll have to find it.
Well, I want to go ahead and stick around long enough to do Free Friday, then I'm gonna go doze off.
All right, let me go find my car. I'll be right back.
Same.
Jim says, "Sorry, if I was 11, I would collect Hot Wheels." Well, I'm almost 60, and I've got Hot Wheels, so.
Feel like I'm running out of stuff to open. Well, as far as cars go, I gotta go dig out. I got a few more in the back. I gotta go check it out.
Well, happy early birthday there, Jim.
Happy birthday, Jim. The thing is, when it comes to any hobby, you could say the same thing, whether it be cards. I'd quit collecting if I was 11. Pokemon cards. We're supposed to quit by the time we're 10, but collecting as an adult, I think, is a phenomenon that has occurred over the last 20 years, I guess. And people collect Barbie dolls, Pez dispensers, video games. So, it just depends on the hobbies. I mean, we can't collect the real cars or like yachts or anything like that, but more than happy to collect Hot Wheels.
Sure would
That's the
be
way I
nice if
see
you
it.
could.
Right? Or fine art or something like that,
Oh, a 3-pack or a 5-pack?
Well, I'll take one of the cars out of this 5-pack I've had my eye on. The question is which one. It's just what does society consider an acceptable hobby, right? So even collecting all of these pop culture items nowadays, albums or any collecting hobby, but it all shares a common bond in that they all, it all revolves around the accumulation of material goods or something like that. So,
Well, I think the collection thing, it's an addiction, and it's, just like any other addiction.
oh, absolutely. So you want to do the Free Friday now, Troy? We can run it now.
Hey, Kevin's ready?
Mhm.
All right, let's go ahead and get the intro then. Hi, this is Troy over at Troy's Cards and Comics 2, and I'm here with Aaron, Kevin, Tony, and we're here on Friday, June the 14th. Actually, now the Friday, June the 13th. It is Saturday, June the 14th, and here we're on Aaron's channel, Sports Cards and Things for Aloha Friday. We're going to do a segment we call Free It Friday, where we take a die-cast car and pull it out of the pack. So this is my car for today. I'm going to go ahead and, if that's right, start it off. I've been waiting to open this car. I've got a a pretty decent Porsche collection. And this one right here is from the Target Ultra Hots series. It is a Porsche 356 Outlaw. So let's go ahead and open that sucker up. Not bad. It's kind of a
Oh, that's got a nice paint. Oh, it's an ultra hot, of course.
Yeah, it's ultra hot. That's why. And I usually don't get any ultra hots because I don't go to Target that often. It says Porsche on the door. This is, I mean,
paint job is just that nice metallic paint. I like it.
Yeah.
But this casting is one of my favorite Porsche castings.
Look at those wheels.
Yeah.
ultra low profile wheels.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right.
Put some spinners on that too.
Oh yeah.
Man, you're ruining a good Porsche.
With those tires. But that's a great casting. I like it.
I like it.
Yeah. I don't think that's the same Porsche I opened. I opened a different Porsche. I've got the Mazda Ripu.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, I love those old Japanese trucks. Those are family heirlooms in Hawaii.
Yeah. What was it? The Ripu had some special kind of engine in it or something. That's why it's called the Ripu.
I'm not sure. I know Mazdas are known for the rotary engines, but I'm not sure if that has one or not.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, I agree. I like that metallic paint job on that car. Oh, that's got a nice livery on it as well.
Focus on the car camera. Oh.
It's almost got like waves. Like you put a surfboard or a surfboard in the bed. And a cooler and a beach chair.
There you go. I got some.
There you go.
Coming up.
It's hard. I think it's focusing on your face behind. That's why.
It is.
So.
Yeah.
There you go. For a moment there.
Put your
now
hand
it's
up
focusing on your Hardy Boys collection.
Okay, somewhere there's focus on this. Manual. And
there you go.
how's that?
Sweet. It's got almost like a wave.
No, there it is.
Yeah, that's nice.
That Japanese art style as well.
Mazda.
Yeah. What's it say in the hood?
Mazda.
Ripu power.
Oh, cool.
It's got a certain engine, which is why it's called that. I think Kevin mentioned.
Yeah, it has something to do with. I'm sure it's rotary, but look that up.
Yeah, I looked that up. I've had this 5-pack, and it's got a lot of great cars, whether it be that Ford Cosworth in there. It's got the new Supra.
Compact truck.
That looks Italian. Well, of course.
That looks Italian.
Okay.
Fragile must be Italian. Di Macchini Veloci or something like that. Then obviously the WRX, that would be the Sam car right there. But I really like that Maxima wagon in there. That is a car. So that's the one.
Wow.
I have it.
A rare truck. It was produced by Mazda between 74 and 77. It's notable for being the only mass-produced pickup truck ever powered by a Wankel rotary engine.
Okay, so that's
exclusively sold in the U.S. and Canada. Around 15,000 Ripu trucks were produced.
Oh wow, low print run or low production.
Exactly.
Rather.
Yeah.
But with this, when I see a car like this with the Japanese letter, this looks like it came out of the anime Initial D.
Oh yeah.
Oh man, this is the car I wanted out here, even if it's got like the clear hood. And look at that, it's even got the aggressive air scoop on the bottom, the fenders, which is like, oh man, this is so Initial D.
What I call them on train, the cow.
Yeah, so this will be
What's
mine.
the thing train called?
Nissan wagon.
This is a Maxima Nissan Maxima drift car. So It's even got the headlights or the mirrors so far
Mirrors
forward
out
like the
on the, yeah.
Japanese cars do. So yeah,
It's got a cow catcher.
I love that air scoop
Yeah.
package. Like this is like the So 90s with the aero package here. That's sick.
Cool.
So
I was trying to find the Porsche I opened, but I can't find it. The Corvette I opened. The what do you call them? DeLorean.
all right, here you go. Put the car up and get a good look at it.
Somebody stole my Porsche.
Oh, that's not good.
I could have swore it was Kevin that opened that Porsche, but I'm glad I finally found one.
I
like that truck. I'm not sure who has the best car, but I'm gonna pick Kevin. I like that truck.
It's unique. Yeah, I hadn't seen one of those, so I picked it up.
Well, a few years ago, the Repu was a super treasure hunt.
Oh, that's right. I do remember
And
that.
I've got that one, and if too bad Jay's not here, it's opened and in the display case right above my video set at home, my video table.
DK says the hot ones are making a comeback this year. So
I can turn my autofocus back.
I don't know too much about Hot Wheels, but that sounds like interesting.
I heard they were going to start making the Bang line Hot Wheels plastic.
Really?
I hope not.
Me, same here.
Either that, or it won't be $1.26 at Walmart anymore, whatever they are. I had to guess.
Look what it says right here on the bottom of this.
I gotta read that.
Yeah.
What does it say?
It says hottest metal cars in the world.
Exactly. They would have to remove that.
Retcon.
You know, they've had a few. There was a Corvette that was plastic.
See if it'll focus.
Oh, yeah, the 6-lane track, Fabian.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
sick.
That's cool.
It won't focus at all, no. But that's what it says right there at the bottom. Hottest metal cars in the world.
Oh, it don't say it on
Sunny.
mine.
Well, it's actually a that was a Mazda, right?
That's the ultra hot, though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll stay no, because they're what, $4 or $5.
Yeah, that's the reality. Everything is cheaper.
Well, I hope
Recently,
they know what
Panini released cards. Just go buy the Hot Wheels. They're cheaper than the cards, I bet.
Yeah, right. I bet they are.
I think that's what I like about Hot Wheels the most is that
Here's a 944. No, it's a 959.
Yeah, it definitely has more of a elongated body.
1987.
Oh, that's nice.
Porsche got crazy in the
I know I don't have
80s,
that one.
that's for sure.
That's another 959. That's not a hot. Oh, it is a Hot Wheel. It's also 1987.
It looks like basically the same casting. Just a recolor or a different paint scheme, different library.
I've always liked the Porsche 944,
Yeah,
even though it looks more like a Ferrari than a Porsche.
right. Oh, here you go. I opened this one. That came out of the mystery bag.
Oh, okay. That looks like one of the drift cars, if I had to guess.
Yeah.
That's a Beamer.
Yeah, BMW. Z4.
Yeah.
That's a Honda.
I was gonna say it looked like a Corolla.
The Lancer Evolution.
Oh, it's a Evo.
Yeah.
There's another Porsche.
Yeah.
No, it's Mercedes, isn't it?
Oh, it's a Mercedes. Yeah.
Oh, it is. Yeah, Mercedes-Benz 300. But yeah, I can't find the Porsche. This is Ford Escort.
Ford Escort, yep.
Yeah. I knew a guy that had one of these.
That Escort a few years ago was also super.
Yep.
At least the casting with a different paint. It was a part of the race team set that year.
Yeah, I remember looking for that one.
Oh,
I got
nice.
that. It's a race team. On a race team stuff, I will hunt till I find one or I'll buy it. But I ended up getting lucky and found it. If 2018 when Hot Wheels made the 50th anniversary and everything was a 50th anniversary car. The race team set, if you remember, it was had the the Bone Shaker Ultimate Chase. It actually had a U on it for the Ultimate Chase. I got one of those.
Oh, wow.
The race team set for that year was awesome.
Yeah.
And
They don't do Ultimates anymore, do they?
What's that?
Do they still do Ultimates? I hadn't heard of it.
No, that was the only time that as far as I know, that 50th anniversary car was the only Ultimate Chase they ever did.
Cool. I wasn't collecting them.
I think at some point I want to try to restore, or I mean, you can either weather them to make them look like they're aged, or you can restore something, right, Fabian? So
well, I've watched a bunch of videos that guys who do that, and I mean, I've seen guys actually melt, zinc to recast parts and stuff like that. That's crazy.
Right. That's a little too far. I stripped the paint and repainted it with a brush. I don't have no airbrush though, like you really need.
Well, with cars, it's a different kind of paint. Yeah, you need that like a spray. It's because like there's acrylic paints and then there's metallic, or not metallic paints. So you basically need. I'll show you what kind of paint that you need. Let me see if I can find bottles real quick. You need the paints with the alcohol base, and they're more for modeling.
That's
scale
what I got,
modeling.
the testers.
Yeah, that kind of paint. Because you would paint other miniatures like this with the acrylic paint.
Oh yeah,
which has a water base, and then you would use the alcohol base for the cars because it just has a smoother look to it.
I haven't seen the J case yet here, DK.
We're just lucky if we see any cars that are left over from the case after they've been picked through here. So.
Well, I get lucky every night. And I was at Kroger the other day, and the lady who was talking to Shell, she recognized me because I always, go to cars around.
Testers. That looks like a tester's bottle to me.
Cases out the back for me to open.
They put the price tag right over the label.
Testers, yeah. I like the Tamiya stuff. Is always the top. Yeah, testers.
And this is how it came out.
Yeah. When I was a kid, there was all testers for model building and stuff like that.
Yeah.
I need to get
Tamiya paints are excellent.
So you did that? You repainted it?
Yeah. I painted it brown like the one I used to have because I used to have an Aztec.
Oh, cool.
It's like that. And in the back, you see what's laying there? Heisenberg's hat and glasses for breaking.
Oh, nice. So he made it like Breaking Bad style right there.
That's the way Hot Wheels made it. It's a little Easter egg.
I see.
You can look through the window and just barely see them, and then need to paint them so that the color they are.
Oh, that's kind of cool. I like that.
I wonder how many other cars they do that with.
This one have pretty good detail. This one's got pretty good engine detail. I mean, obviously just a plastic base, but it's got good detail, interior detail too. This has got pretty good interior detail.
That's what I wonder if there's something in the interior of this that indicates it's Dom's from Fast and Furious. They should have put him in it, driving it.
It's crazy, DK. I'll check even the supermarkets that might have like 4 Hot Wheels hanging on the pegs because you just never know when you're gonna get lucky, right? So
Yeah. Yeah, Walmart's out. I have to check the dollar stores and hope to get lucky.
yeah, Walmart's camped every morning, and yeah, so I gotta.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
It'll happen, and when it does, it'll be the greatest triumph of my life finding a super treasure hunt.
Well, I
Oh,
hate
man.
to jump and run, but it's 2:30 here.
Well, thanks for stopping by, Kevin, man. It's good to see you,
I
man.
like to come in, say hello, and open a Hot Wheels whenever I can.
Appreciate you.
Y'all guys have a good night.
All right, take care, Kevin.
Hi, Kevin.
Yeah, y'all too.
I got the Reggie.
Oh, nice.
Listening, if I ever find a second copy of this card, this one's yours, or I'll send it your way. So I think we both sniped each other at the same time, and then I think I ended up winning it. So got some other goodies from
Look at that bait.
Adam's card
Golly.
sale.
Bo 89.
89, yeah, Bo Jackson. What else did we get in there? I mean, some newer stuff. This Invicta. This is a tough insert from Bowman of Jackson Churio. And just some stuff I wouldn't normally see too often.
And you got all that from Adam's sale last Sunday?
Yeah, a couple weeks ago, I think you ran it. So
Yeah.
good sale. There are a lot of cool things, cool pickups. Vintage stock common. Kimbrel rookie card. And a Brooks Robinson 78.
Wait, that Brooks Robinson, that's the 2011, isn't it?
No, this is a 78.
No, that one is. Okay, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm watching one screen, but yeah, you're right. The one before it was a 2011. And I don't
See
realize I said it was.
Jordan Lawler.
Yeah.
And this is a Topps. This is from last year's Topps. This is a pretty difficult short print right there. The no design or whatever. Even good stuff like autographs. Got a couple autographs as well. Carson Williams, supposed to still be a big prospect. He was top 10 or top 15 at the start of the year, but he's had a pretty rough year in Double-A. So, well, it's Vladdy Jr. card. Oh yeah, former Diamondback, Madison Bumgarner. Yeah. Side. So that was and even some free throw-ins. It's cool Kobe Bryant card.
Oh, nice.
What set is this from? This memorabilia piece features a facsimile cut autograph of Kobe Bryant. Oh man, that's the best.
It's a facsimile cut auto.
This memorabilia piece features a facsimile cut autograph of Kobe Bryant.
Facsimile cut. Why would you do that?
That is the most legalese I've ever heard, but that is hilarious of saying that we printed a picture of a Kobe Bryant auto on there.
It's a copy of a Kobe auto, and we're gonna cut it and put it in a card, so it's a copy of a copy on a copy auto.
I don't know. That's hilarious. Nice Tyler Hero rookie. Stephen Kwan rookie. What's this? Austin Hayes rookie materials. This is from like International Treasures. Yeah, this is a National Treasures card. So cool high-end piece right there. And Paul Skeens base rookie card from Chrome. So yeah, don't miss out on Adam sales when they come around.
Well, on Sunday I'm usually over at Christian, Hobby Hound sale.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'll have to check that one out too. Although, well, I gotta watch it. I don't want to just spend a lot of money.
Well, I'll probably miss both of them this weekend though, because tomorrow I'm probably not going to be on the YouTube at all, and then Sunday I'll be driving.
You can do both. No, I'm just kidding. And then stuff we pulled tonight, so some good stuff out of the box battle with Sam. Lots of rookie quarterback stuff. So Sam hit a pretty nice Jaden Daniels number 35. So that was a pull tonight.
Man, Sam and those Jane Daniels cards. Jeez.
It's crazy. So I got some Jaden Daniels. I at least got this basic or this insert, and I got a numbered insert parallel, which is nice.
Cool.
So we all had some good luck on the box earlier tonight. That's a pretty sad autograph, but we'll take it.
That's an autograph. It looks like you left a booger on it. I mean,
yeah, that's egregious. That's pretty bad. But Keyshawn Butte, Dak, and then Romeo Dunes. As far as I know, Fabian, they do not broadcast minor league games. Usually, they may have a YouTube channel live, but
if I don't have MLB TV, but I do pay for an MLB at bat subscription every year, so I can listen to the pro games. But with my at bat subscription, I can watch any minor league games.
Yeah, okay, that's a good way. Yeah, they do have the online broadcast of minor league games.
And I'll occasionally go watch the Diamondbacks, the AA team, the Amarillo Saw Poodles, or the AAA team, the Reno Aces, or even Visalia, the Rawhide, every now and then, which is the single A team.
Single A team. You know, when it comes to professional sports, let's just say I don't use a TV to watch them anymore. There's a good website out there that I use that you can get all the games in pretty decent quality. So,
but I
use that.
Yeah.
It's not MLB TV.
I listen to more baseball than watch it, and even when I do watch the games, if like MLB will do the free game of the day,
yeah,
I'll put on the radio broadcast to watch the game.
I'll usually listen to it on another tab. That's cool. The Bananas do it on YouTube. Yeah, I know they're huge on YouTube. They've got probably one of the biggest baseball channels, period, out there. If I had to guess, I'm guessing their social media might have more followers than a lot of major league teams. If I had to guess, or even bigger fan base. There are probably more people who show up to a Savannah Bananas game than some major league teams like during the week when they play the morning game. So
they're fun games to watch.
Yeah, they're always sold out. I heard it's really hard to get tickets now.
Yeah, me and the wife came close. You have to sign up to be in the lottery, and then if they pull your name for the lottery, they offer you the opportunity to buy tickets. And you have I think it's a day, 24 hours to respond to whether you want the tickets or not.
They do fan packs though.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Fabian would love to know that because I know Fabian does a lot of fan packs. So maybe the Bananas might be on your radar now, Fabian.
He's probably already done it.
Yeah, maybe. Even it's so hard to watch even your favorite teams now. Like collegiate sports would usually be broadcasted locally if it's not blacked out, but they don't even do that here in Hawaii anymore. I could always watch a UH football game on one of the local television channels, but I can't do that. Now you have to have the Mountain West Sports Pack, or UH has their own pay-per-view, so I can't even watch UH football.
Yeah, I hate everything going streaming. It's driving me nuts. Can't even watch my local teams anymore.
It's terrible. So
it's
nobody
stupid.
will show up at the games anyways.
It's stupid. It's going to be the downfall.
Well, is anybody watching the NCAA World Series or listening or following it at all?
I watched the softball World Series for a few innings. That was good.
No, not really.
All right, well,
I mean, I'll
LSU
check
is
the
still in, so
highlights, but
I'm still invested in that.
I
Tonight,
saw like Murray State or something made it to the College World Series. I'm
yeah,
like, wow, Murray
Oh, the
State.
Racers.
two four seed regional teams made it all the way to Omaha.
A lot of these smaller schools have big baseball programs, so I'm not surprised. Like Wichita State had a big baseball program.
Well, Coastal
Murray
Carolina
State, I think, is
beat
another one.
Arizona this afternoon or Friday afternoon, and then Oregon and who they played? Oregon and Louisville played this afternoon. They were the second game, and I do believe Oregon won.
That's another one, Coastal Carolina. So it's a lot of the smaller schools that have good baseball teams.
And
now the SEC rules everything in college sports, so
you
that's
better
changed.
believe it.
I hate the SEC. You're killing college sports, man.
Well,
Killing
they went ahead and set the regional and super regional schedule where even though the SEC went into the regional playoffs packed, they eliminated each other. Of course, Vandy went in as a number one seed. Nobody expected them to lose the way they did. That was crazy. But yeah, the SEC just went in and beat up on each other to where LSU and Arkansas were the only two teams to make it to Omaha. And guess what? They play each other tomorrow.
Well,
so they scheduled it to go ahead and have the SEC kill themselves off and put each other out.
That was always a problem with the basketball tournament, but they would reseed teams into other. I guess that doesn't happen for college baseball, I'm guessing.
Yeah, well, it sure seems like they had it out for the SEC to make sure the SEC, even though they went in strong, would, basically just kill each other off.
Well, I mean, that's the magic of college sports, at least in my opinion, is to watch a small team or a small school, pull off a big upset. That's the highlight of my week or whatever. Well, and for some, if you're an SEC fan, you love to see the best teams play each other every week, right? But Well,
I'll be pulling for LSU tomorrow or later today against Arkansas. But should Arkansas win, I'll be pulling for Arkansas to go all the way with it. The coach that they have right now is probably one of the best coaches that team's had in for a long time, and he deserves a shot at a trophy or at the championship before he retires. So a few people have said that, and I kind of agree. So should Arkansas prevail over LSU, I'll be pulling for Arkansas all the way. And yeah, the whole Murray State thing, that's great. I'm glad to see him in it. They're playing some great ball, just like DK was saying. Coastal Carolina they were rocking against Arizona. It was crazy.
Yeah, I think since Hawaii's not a big collegiate power, we're expected to get stomped out like 24 out of 25 times. But that one time your team comes through, it makes it that much sweeter, I think, when we win against a big team. So it rarely happens. And it's not going to happen in the future the way that college sports are structured now either. It's so stacked against the small teams now with the NIL deals. You'll never be able to recruit like a top name player. You wouldn't have a Colt Brennan because he would have transferred out after his sophomore year.
To a more well-known school so he'd get his name known.
Yeah. So college sports, the magic is kind of lost. But on the other hand, I guess it helps because it spreads around players, where they wouldn't normally play. So it's kind of cool as well.
Well, all that's getting ready to change. You've got a handful of states now that are letting high school kids sign NIL contracts.
Colleges will directly be able to pay players, I think, was the latest big news on the NIL front. So basically, whatever college has the most money, will be able to buy the best team. It's literally what was that? The program?
But it's going to change. I mean, nobody's looking at the big picture. It's going to change everything. Just like Coach Saban said, uh, you can't coach these kids if they're making $1 million. Same reason why Saban didn't make it in the NFL, because you can't stand on their neck saying if you don't play ball, you're going to lose your scholarship and you're out. Once NIL, all that NIL money hits and everything, they don't need scholarships to play. They'll have their own money to do whatever they want to do.
Yeah,
That's for the high profile players, but not necessarily, your average everyday college athlete that's not going to make it to the pros. They'll still be relying on their scholarships. So yeah, to an extent, but
that might actually be the great equalizer.
But the money in college sports comes from TV contracts.
Yeah.
So where the TV contracts are going,
that's the same thing in the pros too.
Yeah. But the TV contracts are going after those high profile players.
Those TV contracts aren't going to be worth squat if they keep broadcasting these things digitally where nobody's watching them.
Yeah.
Well, it's counterintuitive, but that might actually level the playing field, though, where you have a well-coached team of veterans or a senior type of players. I think you saw that this year at basketball, where a lot of smaller teams made their way. It was teams that were loaded with experienced squads that made it deep into the playoffs or into the big dance this year, from what I saw. So,
yeah,
yeah,
you're seeing that quite a bit, though. The one and done squads. It's really a bunch of hero ball, not a lot of team basketball, which is good for athletes trying to make it to the pros, but not good if you're trying to win a championship.
Yeah, Duke's a great example because they're all hired guns.
Yeah.
A lot of big name future NBA draft picks, right? So they played really good ball for a couple of games, and they can rely on their talent. But a good squad, at least for basketball, it's literally who plays better, I guess.
More so in basketball than any other sport, really.
Yep.
Well, I've always associated team basketball playing with Popovich. And that was the only program that played a team sport for basketball.
Carlisle.
They played the most pure form. That Spurs team was just it was amazing to watch that team. But they also had a lot of talent on that team too. They had Kawhi Leonard. They have like 4 future Hall of Famers on that team. Tim Duncan, Ginobili.
Yeah,
Parker.
there was talent, but it was also team ball for sure.
Yeah. Most unselfish ball. They're going to make not just one extra pass, but 2, and the smartest 2 passes to get the best shot in that. So, but you see a lot of so college basketball's level still. You can have the top name prospects. You've seen teams loaded up. It's usually Duke or Kentucky or, whatever team gets the best recruiting class. But you will see a lot of the smaller schools still have a chance, whether it's like Gonzaga recently or Wichita State or Butler, good programs that put together the right team at the right time.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Butler, that was it wasn't a fun team to watch, but they were the underdogs and they got to the finals twice in consecutive years, which is pretty nice to see.
Yeah. Villanova was the team that, had a lot of people that were really kind of unheralded a couple of years back. Ended up with a lot of players in the pros, but nothing was expected out of them, and now they're basically the Knicks.
Yeah.
Man, that's wrong.
I didn't mean it as a shot. I mean, they all sort of pulled together with the Knicks.
Oh yeah, that's right. Because they are all on the Knicks, is
Yeah.
what Tony's saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not calling them the Knicks. I'm saying that they all ended up on the Knicks. I mean, they
Oh,
even
that's
traded a
okay.
Villanova guy to get another Villanova guy.
Yeah. And that team went pretty far this year, I will say.
Yeah.
They go to the Eastern Conference Finals for the first time in like 30 years, and they fire their head coach. That just don't
Yeah,
understand.
that's stupid. And they're talking to Mike Brown. You know, I mean, he's a 2-time coach of the year. I'm not saying that he isn't. You know, but I mean, is he an upgrade from Tom Thibodeau?
Wait, didn't he coach the Brown, or didn't he coach the Knicks like
Not
maybe
Mike
10
Brown,
or 10
no.
years? Oh,
No,
not
it
Mike
was
Brown.
no, Mike Brown. It was the Cavs twice, the Lakers for a year,
I think I'm thinking of Malone.
Sacramento.
Mike Malone, I'm thinking of, I think.
Yeah, and there's another Quinn Snyder. I think they're talking to Quinn Snyder too.
I think the players have a lot of control in the NBA, so they get to pick their coach, but that may not necessarily be the best thing.
You know, the best thing would be to get Jay Wright, because he coached all these Villanova players in college.
Yeah, that's true. Go get that coach, whoever. Yeah. The counterpoint to that would be that college coaches typically don't have a whole lot of success in the NBA. But
Well, I heard Rick Pitino basically said hell no about coaching the Knicks.
well, he had his, yeah, he did the Celtics for a few years. He was like, hell no, not
Yeah, I
after
think he
that.
did the Knicks too.
Did he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think he was the coach of the Knicks before he was the coach of the Celtics. I think like the late 80s or something. I think he coached Patrick Ewing.
I'd
I'd have
sounds
to double
right.
check that, but I think that's right.
The Rick Pitino actually coached the University of Hawaii. That was his first head coach position. Interesting little factoid there. So
Yeah, he must have 87 to 89. So he had 90 wins, 74 losses over 2 seasons.
I see why Thibodeau is always at odds with his players, but he gets the most from his teams, I will say. So I don't understand it feels like they have to transition like how they did from Mark Jackson to Steve Kerr is what they're hoping for, but that is like a so you know what you should go watch, Fabian, is go watch Davidson's run through their last NCAA tournament with Steph Curry, because Steph Curry just absolutely plays out of his mind to carry them for like 2 or 3 games. So it's fun. I've looked those games up.
I mean, think about that though. That's how little people were scouting Steph Curry. He had to play at Davidson. Not one
Davidson might have been
big
one of the
time
few
colleges.
Schools, right?
He played at Davidson. This is the greatest shooter of all time, and he had to settle for Davidson.
I guess if you're he's not super unathletic, but I guess
No.
by NBA standards he's considered. But
His dad was a heck of a shooter. You would think that he could have gotten a scholarship from some other team.
well, and Steph Curry has one of the best handles in the game. So
Yeah. No,
No.
I remember him in college. He looked like he was 12 years old. So
yeah, he looks like he played on
maybe
my
that had something to
varsity
do with
high
it,
school team or something.
But
The
I mean,
jersey
shoot.
looks too big on him or something, right?
I'm pretty sure he was either first or second in the nation in scorings.
Yeah. Well, they respect the players that come from these smaller schools now. So
yeah,
I think John Morant is probably the last example. Although he's his career trajectory has been cut off by his own, but he's
Yeah.
that level of player.
Well,
right?
that might have had something to do with him and where he went to college too.
What was it? Something State, right? I was going to say Murray State, but it wasn't Murray State.
No, it's not Murray State. But Yeah, something state.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't agree with that, but Thibodeau had the Bulls for all those years, and it looks very similar. Maybe the folks are seeing the trajectory of the Knicks looks very similar to the 2010 Bulls or the Bulls of that era. So he won't be able to get them past the ECF or into a finals. If Durant goes to the Knicks, that would be crazy.
I
I don't
heard
know.
they were talking to the Spurs.
I feel like that messes the chemistry up as great of a player Kevin Durant is. How does that work with Jalen Brunson, since Brunson's so dominant, right? It'll feel like a very, very similar scenario if I had to guess.
Right.
Maybe Thibodeau doesn't know he can sub in during a basketball game. Yeah. Well, he's old school in that way where, he'll leave his players out to play 35, 38.
He didn't
minutes.
trust a certain group of people on that team. And there were a lot of people, from what I understand, that had started, ignoring some of the things that he was trying to say. And there was some talk about there was some clashing or something between him and Rick Brunson.
Okay, so.
And Rick Brunson is on the coaching staff, and obviously he's the father of their best player, Jalen Brunson. And so there might have been some philosophy differences there. And basically, the rumor is he started losing the locker room. And I think that was his downfall. It wasn't his success. It was that there were basically two different voices in the locker room. And some guys were listening to one and other guys were listening to another. And even with all of that sort of turmoil, they still went a long way in the playoffs. So that tells you the sort of talent that they have. But even then, if you're not promoting Rick Brunson, then what are we doing here? Because you're still going to have two different voices in the locker room, and your best player is not going to be listening to your head coach. So I don't get it. And even then, are you going to keep Rick Brunson around and basically hire a head coach that doesn't even get to pick his own coaching staff? I mean, that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. And, if you do sort of jettison Rick Brunson, how's that going to make Jalen Brunson feel?
Sure.
So, I don't know, man.
Yeah, I guess they're now that you mentioned that they're in a hard position.
Yeah.
As far as what they wanted to do, so maybe changes for the best.
The answer is promote Rick Brunson the head coach. That way, at the very least, he doesn't do well, you can fire him, and then you can bring somebody in, or fire him when you hire your new head coach and allow, everybody to be on one page.
Yeah, makes sense.
But you could potentially jettison your best player by doing that. It's sort of messy. Did we lose Troy?
Yeah, he looks like he's passing out. So I'll just put him back for now. Oops.
He looked like he was sort of dozing off, but he was hanging in there.
He's had a long day, so
yeah,
probably
traveling to Louisiana. Yeah.
Well, working the whole day and then driving to Louisiana.
And then driving,
Still found a way to come on to do Free at Friday. So shout out to you, Troy, if you're having a sweet dream right now. Oh, there you woke up.
Yeah, I can hear you talking about me.
You're not talking bad. Not talking bad. Talking about how long your day's been.
Yeah, I need to shut it down because I'm gonna get up early in the morning, and then we're gonna grill and swim Sunday, and then I'll have to pack it up and drive all the way back to Jackson.
Oh, so you gotta drive back after this.
Hopefully you enjoy yourself on your little vacation.
Oh, it's
I don't think you could drive more than 1 hour anywhere, like in Hawaii, without going back to the same spot you're in at some point. So I don't know what a road trip is like living over here.
Get on the bird, land in LA, rent a car, and drive across the country.
It sounds like a good time. I might do that.
The best thing I saw, the very first motorcycle trip I took in '94, I went from South Louisiana it was the very first time I went to the Grand Canyon and then back. While I was at the canyon, I ran into a German guy who floated his bike into Canada and then entered the United States on a special visa. He was actually touring the United States on a California 500 Moto Guzzi. That's awesome. Cool. That I would love to do.
I heard somebody who sold all of their life possessions to buy like a Lamborghini and then drove it into the ground all around the country. That sounds like a great time too. So someday I will. Yeah, I'm trying to think of a good father-son combo. I'm sure there have been. It just depends on the situation. Oh yeah, there you go. There's a good one.
But that was college.
That might be the best example of it working.
That's the only good example. But also, his father didn't try to chase him to the pros.
Yeah.
And I mean, he might have, but obviously he didn't get a job.
Well, you might want to stay in college longer in that era.
I can't think of another where the father and the son, where the son was a high profile athlete. I mean, there's been some, but really they were just sort of on the team because the coach was coaching. They weren't really any significant sort of part of the team.
Yeah, I mean, there's the Griffeys.
But they were playing on the same team. They were coached by somebody else.
Yeah. The Knicks front office dropped the ball. I'm trying to think. There aren't that many coach candidates or head coaches out there that I feel fit the bill, where it's like you plug them in and they can make you better as a team.
Not over Thibodeau. I mean, it's one thing if you have some sort of like horrible head coach. I mean, Tom Thibodeau, one of the greatest defensive minds in the league today.
Yeah.
And he sort of built that team. And not only that, but I mean, you paid a lot for Mikal Bridges. I mean, a lot. And now you're going to bring somebody in, and that team doesn't necessarily have a future. I mean, you basically traded away your future.
Sounds like the most Knicks thing that they've done.
It's like 3 first-round picks and 2 pick swaps, for Mikal Bridges. I mean, he's like a role player. He's not a significant piece.
Yeah,
I mean, he's not an all-star. He's a starter. He's a starter. But 5 first-round picks. I mean, my goodness.
Whoever Sacramento's head coach as well was before they fired him too.
Yeah.
Might be another good candidate.
Yeah, I feel the same way about the Dallas Stars firing Pete DeBoer. It's like, who the hell are you going to bring in to replace him? He's like 8-0 in Game 7s.
I forgot they gave up that much for Mikal Bridges.
They gave up a whole lot for Mikal Bridges. I mean, your team is basically going to have to develop because, I mean, you have no draft assets. You have to develop that team. And why not let the guy that put the team together continue to coach the team? There's nothing better out there. I mean, I'm sure they wanted to talk to some of these coaches, Udoka or Kidd or whoever, that they were turned down about. But you honestly think you're going to be able to get one of those guys?
Yeah, Udoka would have been another good. That's another good one that could be.
Yeah. So it doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, I honestly feel like head coaches are sort of jettisoned more than they should for really no reason. And it's not, I mean, it's basically just a coaching carousel.
In pro sports, absolutely.
Yeah.
The exception would be like the Steelers situation, but
Yeah, with Tomlin. Yeah, and that's the exception. But I mean, it used to be back in the day, you know, you had your coach for, you know, a number of years. You know, Popovich is another, Rick Carlisle before he left Dallas. You know, but we understand why he left Dallas, because he didn't really see eye to eye with Luka, and now we see why. But you know, you don't see that anymore. You know, you had, you know, Tom Landry's and Red Auerbachs, and you know they coached for years and years and years. And you just
Landry held on a little too long, though.
He did hold on a little too long, but it wasn't, you know.
You had loyalty to your coach because your coach was, you know, in charge of building that team or coaching the team, right?
Yeah, yeah, and he had a lot of his players there. And, you know, the players played hard for him, but they were all getting older. But you know, you still had that loyalty, and you just don't. You don't see that from the coaches. You don't see that from the teams. You know, and sometimes you look at the team and, you know, you have players that are Hall of Fame players and they've had like 7 coaches in 8 years. And it's like, really? I mean, I understand some turnover, but the amount of turnover is what I'm talking about. It's just, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, maybe just because of superstar players, at least for basketball, right? You can't do without the players more so than the coaches, I think is.
I mean, I sort of liken the coaching carousel to sort of like, you know, the media when they don't have anything to talk about. They just throw shit against the wall and hope something sticks.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, Mark Jackson.
Mark Jackson would be a great coach. And there's something going on with Mark Jackson where he is not getting offered a coaching position. He built that Golden State team that won all those championships under Steve Kerr.
Yeah.
He built that team. He drafted those players.
He found all the diamonds in the rough too.
Yes.
You know?
Yes.
And he turned a lot of guys who had marginal careers into.
Yes.
You know.
And he hasn't had a chance since then. Why? There is something going on with Mark Jackson. I don't know what it is, but there is something going on. He should have gotten it. And you know what? He's a former New York Knicks point guard.
Perfect, right?
Yes, you would think that they should be contacting him. Why is he not on the list? Yeah, blacklisted.
That's exactly Knicks right. Ownership is a total basket case as well, right? So
well,
there's that too.
Let's not talk about Dolan. All right, he is a piece of work.
Yeah, it's just like the stories are crazy.
He's known more for kicking Charles Oakley out of the stands than anything else.
Yes. Like what the hell?
It's like,
or
really?
Somebody told him sell the team. He banned the fan from Madison Square Garden for life or something ridiculous like that.
Yeah.
But I didn't know Mark Jackson was in the blacklist or, you know, had I mean, obviously he should have been coaching somewhere else.
It's like an unwritten thing, but you know, let me see if I can find anything.
I mean, you take your team to the Western Conference Finals. You lose your head coaching job. This is after like taking a franchise that hasn't had success since like the 70s, right? With Wilt Chamberlain. Yeah. That doesn't make any sense now that you point it out.
There is some stuff that they're talking about. No formal evidence that he's been blacklisted, but I guess there's some sort of negative.
As long as they don't say it out loud, right? Then it's hard to prove those type of allegations. Is what it comes down to.
Apparently, he had some issues with some staff members. He's got some, I guess, different views on religion and marriage. Some other stuff, but yeah, if you want to read about it, it's there. But apparently, there's some stuff. I wouldn't say it's like horrible.
But. Oh, now that you mentioned it, I do kind of recall some of that, even towards the end of his time with Golden State. So
yeah, but there, I guess it's more or less, he canceled himself with opening his mouth or some of his behaviors, which are sort of let's just say like outdated. And you can't really say some of the things that he was saying or being accused of for sure.
yeah,
I gotta go.
not with the high profile that all these athletes have nowadays. Just the amount of visibility that folks have into celebrities, via social media. Yeah, I can see why that wouldn't fly and why it would be such a tough hire for a lot of these teams, right? So
especially if some of this stuff is true.
All right, Troy, thanks for hanging on for that long, man.
Oh.
It's good hanging out with you.
He texted it. All right, Troy, take care.
All right, guys. Happy Father's Day to you guys who are
Happy
out there.
Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day, Troy.
Thanks much, and I'll go hopefully sometime during the week, but at the very least next Friday.
All right, sounds good. Drive safe.
Yep.
I heard they're getting out pretty soon. The Melendez brothers.
Yeah, I think it's
or that they're
or
something like that. I think their sentences got reduced or something. So don't joke around. You might see them sooner than later, Fabian.
Let me see if I can find some. Public criticism of players and staff. Perception of his views on religion have contributed to a challenging environment for him to secure another coaching job. So I guess after he got fired, he kind of threw people under the bus.
Oh, okay. So basically, burnt all the bridges.
Yeah, his inability to get along with owners. Yeah, even
somebody else got to be out there. Who else? Who else you got on the bench? Tyronn Lue. Avery Johnson. Who else we got?
You know what? Those aren't bad choices.
I mean, Tyronn Lue, I never believed in him, but he's proven me wrong. Obviously a very capable head coach. So Tyronn Lue, Avery Johnson, maybe not so much. Jason Kidd, trash.
I would go after an assistant coach or something like that that's been on the bench for several years, something like that. Not a retread.
Yeah, like a younger minded coach who's got a really sharp.
Yeah, that's what I would do. That's what I would do.
That's how head coaches used to be promoted, not necessarily because
Phil Jackson. Phil Jackson was under Doug Collins, got promoted to head coach, something like that. Preferably somebody that's already on the Knicks coaching staff because he already knows the players. The system should be similar.
Yeah. Well, if the rift between the Knicks coaching staff and players was that wide, and then if they're loyal to Thibodeau as a head coach, then that's not going to probably work. Maybe that's why that hasn't happened. But that's typically how you would promote is you either poach like some assistant from another team or somebody who's that has a good reputation or whatever, and then they become your new head coach, or you handpick them like what's his name?
Oh, you know who's out there? Michael Malone.
Yeah, Mike Malone.
Yeah, formerly Nuggets, of the Nuggets. Yeah,
Mike Malone and
Taylor Jenkins from the Grizzlies, Mike Brown, James Borrego, Frank Vogel, Sam Cassell. There you go.
I think Vogel is another head coach because I always thought Vogel did a great job for the Pacers. Even the Lakers too. Vogel didn't deserve to be fired from the Lakers.
Right.
So
Royale Ivy is on Udoka's staff. Micah Nori.
No, not Jeff Van Gundy. Get Stan Van Gundy.
Bring Jeff back.
I like
Steve
both
Nash.
of them.
Steve Nash. he coached the Nets. Mike Budenholzer.
Stan Van Gundy, though.
You know
He's
what?
a
You know what?
character.
Becky Hammond.
Yeah. You may as
She
well.
played for the
try
Liberty.
something new. Yep.
She played for the Liberty. Terry Stotts.
At some point, I think maybe she'll get a head coaching position, and it just takes a team that's willing to take a chance, right?
Yeah.
Maybe you wouldn't take a chance with a team that's coming off of an ECF appearance, but maybe another team would.
Phil Jackson or Pat Riley. You know what? Both have coached the Knicks. They probably hang up the phone.
That's so true. Yeah, that is true. Pat Riley's like, nope.
No, he's having fun doing nothing, winning championships with the Heat.
He's chilling in Miami.
Yeah, he's retired, not retired. That's what he is. Yeah, Sam Cassell is in coaching. He's been an assistant for a decade plus.
There's even a good amount of NBA players that we haven't mentioned that are, do coaching, the high profile type of players. So,
yeah. I mean, I a long time ago, I was a big fan of Bob McAdoo getting a chance, but I mean, he's getting up there now.
Yeah,
he was on the Heat coaching staff for a long time. Yeah, I mean, those are all good options. We'll see who ends up there. I don't think any of these big names end up there. But you know what? I mean, Michael Malone is a good choice if you're going to fire Tom Thibodeau. I was honestly hoping, just hoping that the Mavericks gave permission for Jason Kidd to talk to the Knicks, because I was hoping they could bring in Thibodeau. That's how much I like Thibodeau. It's like, you know what? You want Jason Kidd, take him. I'll take Tom Thibodeau. I would have never.
What they should do is hire him as an assistant, and then
yeah, there you go.
Wait for the inevitable firing of their head coach, right? And then boom, you're in business.
It's not that I don't like Jason Kidd. It's that I really like Tom Thibodeau. And if you're talking about defense wins championships, then there's your defensive coach.
Yeah, maybe he just can't get along with his teams that he's coached, right? Because you saw that with the Timberwolves, I think, when he coached.
He's an old school coach that holds players accountable. Yeah. And you don't see that, and all those coaches are gone. But there's a reason those coaches were successful back in the day. Can player coaches win championships? Sure. But you look at the most successful coaches of all time: Vince Lombardi, Red Auerbach, Phil Jackson, all of them.
Phil was a player's coach,
name them,
but
they held their players accountable.
Yeah.
And so, that's one of the things. Coaches had more power back in the day. Now the players have all the power. And the coaches,
half the time, I don't even think the coaches even matter on some of these rosters.
I'm not sure they matter in baseball at all.
Yeah,
I think pitching coaches do. I think hitting coaches do. I don't think
not the
head
managers.
Coaches. I don't think managers do.
Managers just sit in the dugout and then
and
their lineup card
and create the lineup. That's it. That's it. They and decide when players are getting pulled. And all of that's based on data anyway, so they're not making any decisions for themselves.
Dave Roberts, I guess, is probably the most involved manager I see. Maybe that's not always true, but you're right. Yeah, not manager.
No, I mean, I can see a significant difference in the Rangers pitching with Mike Maddox as opposed to everybody else they've had in between Mike Maddox's 2 stints in Texas.
Yeah.
And you can see a significant difference. I mean, even borderline players are having, I mean, Nathan Eovaldi, I mean, he was garbage most of his career. He comes over here and all of a sudden he's like, I wouldn't say a Cy Young
Red Sox.
I wouldn't say a Cy Young candidate, but a true ace. Yeah. He was good.
You can see him progressing in his career, but he's definitely a late bloomer. That's for sure.
Yeah. And, I mean, you have
Nick Pivetta. A lot of these guys are finding their way late in their career.
Yeah. I mean, better late than never, but yeah. But yeah, there's a big difference. And not only that, but they have Greg Maddux working as like a special assistant to the GM. So even Greg Maddux can go down and talk to the players. And I mean, shoot, you're talking about the professor, man. I mean, arguably the greatest pitcher of his generation. And there were some good ones. Because you had Randy Johnson and Pedro Martinez and Roger Clemens and, the greatest of his generation. I mean, just listening to him talk about how he would face hitters and what he didn't forget. I mean, there was, one time that he was talking about, he remembered, a hitter hitting a home run off of him and they didn't see each other for like a year and a half. But the next time he faced him, he made sure that the first pitch ended up in his chin, he did not forget that home run. And he was like, next time I see you, I'm going to let you know, hey, I didn't forget. Don't get too comfortable in there now. And you heard that from, I mean, that's sort of that old school mentality,
Pitching has changed a lot over the years. I see it. I think that mentality applies to, all of the modern pitchers as well. They definitely take it a lot more scientific approach nowadays. When it comes to pitching, it's kind of crazy now. There's a lot of good channels on YouTube that kind of go into depth on that. So,
well, these days, pitching coaches and pitchers are chasing rotation. That they're chasing velocity, and you don't see, those pitchers that were sort of finesse pitchers anymore. You really don't. You don't see those. I mean, I'm not even sure Greg Maddux could throw 92 towards the end of his career.
No, he was probably like mid 80s.
Yeah, yeah. But he could hit a dime. He could literally hit a dime from the pitcher's mouth. I mean, he was that accurate. His placement was perfect, and you just don't see that anymore.
Oh, the command. There's pitchers with good command, but there may not never be a Greg Maddux level of command type of finesse pitcher.
Yeah, he was different. Not that Randy Johnson, Pedro Martinez, Roger Clemens, but all of them threw heat. All of them threw some pretty good heat, especially Randy Johnson.
Oh, Randy, yeah.
And Roger Clemens wasn't called the Rocket for nothing.
Wasn't Bill Laimbeer coaching in the WNBA?
He won a championship with the Detroit Shock.
Maybe he should get a chance.
He wouldn't be a bad choice.
How many fouls?
Giannis will not leave Milwaukee.
Crazier things have happened, though, is the counterpoint to that. But Giannis shouldn't leave Milwaukee.
No, Giannis is under contract. Giannis would have to say that he wants to get traded. All right. He said that he was open to playing somewhere else, but he never said he wanted to get traded. He says he was open to playing somewhere else. Essentially, what he's saying is, all right, Milwaukee, we need to stay competitive. What are you going to do? He's not saying I want out of Milwaukee. So I don't think he's going anywhere. Because if you're the Bucks, would you trade Giannis? I don't think so.
No. You would never trade Giannis.
Yeah.
Never. Not what he means to that city and the team.
You know, and I haven't even brought this up, but the little protest that Don Nelson had before or after whatever game 3, where he was wearing Luka's shoes as a protest for Dallas trading Luka. And he said he learned a long time ago from Red Auerbach, when you have a generational talent, you never let them go. And that's the same thing.
Giannis is a one of a kind player.
And that's the same thing here. Don't make the same mistake Dallas did. No, you know, the one thing that's different is Giannis is closer to, 30 than if he isn't already 30. And Luka was 25.
How old is he? Like, Giannis is what?
Giannis 15, is 16, between 29 and 31. I don't know.
He's right around, but Giannis has another 6 or 7 good years of basketball.
Yeah.
So
I just don't think you trade him. Now, do I think Kevin Durant's gone? Yeah. I've heard that he's potentially going to the Spurs. I think Devin Vassell and Sochan, or however you say it, Jeremy Sochan or whatever, and potentially some first round picks. I'm not sure number 2 is involved, but they would end up with the number 2 pick. They would still have Castle. They would still have Wemby. They'd have De'Aaron Fox. I mean, plus you got Kevin Durant. It's like, good Lord.
Yeah, that sounds like a loaded team, and I think Durant will find his way. Like, he can be a role player if he wants to be, I think.
Yeah. I think that's the biggest name we see move. And from what I understand, the Suns are going to trade him before the draft, which I think is the 25th and the 26th. Something like that.
Pretty soon.
Yeah, it's coming up in a couple weeks, about 2 weeks. And he's going to get traded before then. So, Kevin Durant's going to be the biggest name. And if he goes to the Spurs, that team's scary, man.
Yeah, assuming they stay healthy and all that stuff. But yeah, you're right.
You're talking De'Aaron Fox and Stephen Castle and Kevin Durant, and I don't know who's playing the 4, but Victor Wembanyama.
Wemby, yeah.
Oh my God.
How would you stop that? Yeah, NBA's off season is pretty crazy in my mind. There's a lot to talk about when it comes to NBA DK.
Yeah. This is my favorite time of the year, sort of the draft, and then you got the free agency.
Because like 1 or 2 players can change the chemistry of your team and turn you into a champion. Or if you make 1 or 2 bad trades, you're winning. You're basically the Suns, or the Nets, where you're screwed for the next 10 or 15 years. So it's fun.
This is unlike football. This is a league where the draft picks do matter.
Yeah, you only get even second round draft picks make huge impact.
They can. They look at Jokic and Brunson and Dennis Rodman and
Yeah, yep. That's like the short list of all the great
Mark
second
Price.
rounders.
Yeah. What about Draymond
Green?
Green?
You could spend hours talking about every team in the NBA and what they can and shouldn't do, and how screwed they are, or how they have a chance to become a championship team next year. Like, there's a lot of good, intriguing teams to talk about in the NBA, in my mind. Whether it's the Magic, I think the Magic could be really good. They had like 1 or 2 more pieces. The Kings window is kind of closed out on them, but
the Kings window, for crying out loud, they've traded 2 like superstar point guards in the last 4 years. They shot themselves in the foot. I mean, you literally had De'Aaron Fox and Tyrese Halliburton, and you traded them both. Really?
They did get Domantas Sabonis, but yeah, it's not nearly what they got in return.
Look, Sabonis is great, but then you trade De'Aaron Fox.
Yeah. He wanted out though, right? I guess so.
Did he really?
Well, they fired their head coach early in the season. I think maybe partially due to De'Aaron Fox's dissatisfaction, and then they ended up trading him, right? So,
I mean, I guess so, but still.
Yeah,
the Rockets. It just means you chose to keep the wrong point guard.
yeah.
That's gotta be. It's gotta be tough to be a Kings fan.
I know one Kings fan, and talking to him about basketball is depressing.
This isn't the early 2000s with the cowbells.
You have teams that have been good, maybe past their window. The Lakers are reloaded. I think the Lakers reloaded good.
No,
the Warriors.
No, the Lakers are too deep. They're too deep.
You think so?
I think, yeah. I mean, I think that they're basically LeBron and Luka. They have no bench. They really don't have.
Nice bench.
They have pieces. No center whatsoever.
They need a center, is what
desperately.
They need.
Desperately, and they're going to end up trading Dalton Connect to be able to get that. And I'm not convinced that Dalton Connect is very good. Austin Reeves is good. All right, I'll put Austin Reeves is there, but he's not a superstar. I mean, I'm not even sure he's a number 3 on that Laker team. But is he on a really good team? He's like the 5th or 6th guy.
I think he would be the second option. Austin Reeves could be the second option on some teams.
He's like a poor man's Tyler Hero.
I thought that was Dalton Connect.
Dalton Connect is, I don't even know what he is. He's a poor man's Bobby Hurley.
He's a streaky shooter, but yeah, I think, if they take a couple steps, right? Like the Lakers have had a lot of big, good pieces. They had Josh Hart. Look how he turned out with the Knicks.
Yeah, no, they traded their depth.
They had a lot of good pieces.
They traded a lot of their depth. They just don't have it anymore.
They had D'Angelo Russell twice.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, they gave up quite a few good players.
Yeah, but like every team is always like Caruso 1 or 2 pieces away. Caruso was a big mistake. I mean,
yeah.
Imagine if the Lakers had Caruso and Hart, right? They could have re-signed both of those for pretty reasonable cost, and both of those guys are those high energy role players that the Lakers desperately need, right? So imagine if you had LeBron, Luka, and you had Josh Hart and Caruso. That team could have probably won a championship without a center. So I don't know.
I mean, you need to have somebody playing center. It can be Bill Wennington, but you need something to play.
Well, they had
center.
who they have Hachimura, and they had
Hachimura. Rui Hachimura is not a center. He's like a small forward.
Yeah, he's more of a 4.
Yeah, he's like a 3-4. He's not a.
They had that one dude drafted by the Pelicans a few years ago.
You know what they should have done is at the trade deadline, they traded for that guy from Charlotte, and they ended up like giving him back to him because he failed the physical. You still needed a dang center. Take the hit.
Because the trade was contingent on the physical, right?
Right. Well, all trades are, but still, you still needed a dang center. If
you said, yeah, we'll take those damaged goods.
I mean, he went
to put someone in the paint, right?
Yeah, he literally went right back to the Hornets and kept playing. It's not like he was out for the year.
Yeah,
like he failed the Lakers physical.
Yeah, the Lakers, if they had, well,
everybody could use Sengun or whatever his name is.
Sengun.
Alpern Sengun. Yeah,
he's good. He's too good.
You're not.
Sengun is like a star level player at this point.
Yeah,
he's not.
Yeah,
he's not going to be cheap.
Getting him. You are not getting him. No.
Like from the Rockets, he might be
the
like
Rockets are
one of
trying
the
to
two
win a
untouchable
championship,
players,
and they need somebody to be able to put up with Wemby in the paint.
The Rockets as well. They probably just keep their roster. They're going to get better.
Yeah.
The Thunder are going to get better without doing anything.
Well, the Thunder don't have to do anything. They still have a stock load of draft picks.
Yeah, and they can
swaps
reload
and stuff. Yeah.
Obviously, they have
can
good
trade those
scouting.
picks
They're
for
finding the
future
right
picks.
players.
Yeah, they are finding the right players.
So, yeah, the Thunder are good. The Pistons had a good year too. What do they do with that core? They had injuries, but you feel like the Pistons could have got a little farther. They had a chance. So every team is always like one person away from being a championship team. It's crazy. It's just making the right move. It's either that or you win 38 games and you get the 10 seed and then you wash out. Luke Longley, Bill Wennington, and
Will Perdue.
The Bulls triple
no,
towers.
The first one was Will Perdue and somebody else. The second one was Luke Longley and Bill Wennington, I believe.
Bill Wennington.
Yeah. But the first one was a different two-headed monster. I just don't remember who it was. Cartwright. Bill Cartwright. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. And he was a star with the Knicks. He was averaging like 20 a game. He comes over there and he's like a 6-7 point a game guy. They didn't even need his offense. They just needed his rebounding, his defense, and that's it.
A lot of players sacrificed a lot for that Bulls team. You think Ron Harper was like their bench guy,
Yeah.
So
he was on a Hall of Fame trajectory too.
Yeah,
with the
Ron
Clippers.
Harper.
Yep.
So plus the Bulls have, three guys who are, basically all defensive NBA like every year. So that Bulls team was loaded in the late 90s.
Yeah, with Kukoc, Pippen, and Rodman, and Jordan, and Steve Kerr, and
Ron Harper.
Ron Harper. I mean, that's six deep right there, and I'm forgetting people.
They had more.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, they had some talent, and they had teamwork, and they had a great coach. And they kept bringing in nobodies and, stuff like that and turning him into something,
Luke Longley was good enough to be the center that they needed, He was 7 foot and took up a lot of space in the paint.
And he was essentially a bust before he got there.
Yeah.
Because he was like the 7th pick by the Timberwolves in like 89 or something. And he had basically flamed out. And they brought him back. They brought him back from nothing. Steve Kerr was basically a guy that traveled around the league, sat on the bench. And they turned him into a star.
Sharpshooter. Yeah.
Essentially, yeah. I mean, he had played for like 4 or 5 teams and been cut by a couple. He comes over there and they turn him into a star. I mean, not a star, but a really good contributor.
And Horace Grant too.
Well, so Horace Grant was a high draft pick. He was a lottery pick.
Yeah. Well, Horace Grant was a star level. Oh, and Charles Oakley. Well,
Charles Oakley was before anything. He got traded to the Knicks before Phil Jackson was the coach.
Horace Grant for that first 3 championships was pretty instrumental.
Yeah. Without him, I don't think they win.
Yeah. Not against the Blazers. That was a good Blazers team too. That was a loaded Blazers team.
Yep.
In 92. So.
Yeah. That team was ready to roll.
The Suns were a bit more of a flawed team, but they had an MVP, Charles Barkley, and
they had a lot of depth.
They had Dan Marley.
Yeah. They had a lot of depth on that team. I think
Kevin
Danny Ainge was
Johnson.
on that team. Yeah.
Very underrated. Kevin Johnson's very underrated.
Yeah. The mayor of Sacramento, wasn't he?
Yeah. I can't think of anybody who will badmouth the 90s era Bulls, you know, even if they say that certain teams have surpassed them, which I disagree with. You're rarely going to find a person who's going to say that the 92 Bulls or that those 90 Bulls teams were undeserving of their success where they won 6
No, they were great.
championships.
They were great. But
Yeah.
I was talking to a good friend of mine last night, and he was talking about the 96 Bulls were the best team ever. And I said, you know, they did win 72 games, but I still think the 86 Celtics had the best team.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, they didn't have the most wins, but I think they were the best team.
They played
And
against
this-
a lot
this-
of good
this-
competition
Yeah.
as well. The Lakers, the Pistons. So.
Yeah. And even the 73 win Golden State Warriors, I don't think they were as good as the 86 Celtics. That 86 Celtics team is you know, the best team that I've seen in my lifetime. There might have been a better one that I didn't see, but the 86 Celtics, man, hard to top them.
Stacked. I mean, to me, my favorite team is, as I've said, is the Spurs, the early 2010 Spurs, but they didn't have the.
I'll
They
never
weren't
say that
dominant.
being a Maverick fan.
They were
But I
very
got a lot of
underrated.
respect. Yeah.
They weren't a dominant team. They just won.
No, and they were very boring to watch. Tim Duncan and his bank shots. I don't think he ever smiled or anything. They were boring. I mean, the most exciting thing I ever saw from that Spurs team was Manu Ginobili swatting a bat out of the air with his bare hand, and he had to get her like a rabies shot after the game.
Well, the 73 win Golden State Warriors didn't even win the championship that year, so
yeah, but they still won 73 games. But you know, it's kind of like the 15-1 or whatever it was, the 17-1.
Oh, the
18-1 Patriots. Yeah, they didn't win the Super Bowl, but they won every game before the Super Bowl.
The thing with those Warriors, though, is like they're offensively, they just blow anybody out of the gym. Like if you let them up, like the next thing you knew, you were down by 15 points. It was crazy.
Fabian Chambers was traded for Barkley.
Richard Dumas.
Richard Dumas.
Oliver
I
Miller.
remember him. Yeah.
Man.
Richard Dumas. Yeah, he was a high flyer. Yeah. You might as well put Cedric Ceballos on there.
May as well. Chambers was he got moved for the Barkley trade, which made
I'm pretty sure Chambers was in the Barkley trade. And Chambers was he was a finalist for the Hall of Fame. He just didn't make it. But he's a borderline Hall of Famer.
Yeah, he's a 20-point-a-night guy.
And one of the greatest dunks ever because he climbed up that dude and ended up like with his chest at the rim.
It's ridiculous, that dunk.
He damn near dunked it with his elbows. He was that high. He was that high. It's like you see it. He just keeps going up and going up and going up and going up. And you're like, whoa. Well, I do have some stuff to show, but it might put people to sleep because it's basically just sets.
No, we're at that 5-hour mark. Anyway,
okay.
So
you're giving me the okay. Okay.
Yeah. I'll just be here sorting because I got a lot of stuff.
This right here is singles that I picked up for the 79, 80, 81, 84, and 85 set. And then I've got the complete 1983, 1987, and 1990 Leaf. All baseball.
90 Leaf, huh?
90 Leaf. I've never had that Frank Thomas rookie until now. Always wanted it, never had it. And I decided one day I want that Frank Thomas rookie. And so I started looking, and essentially I could get, for like $15 more, I could get the complete set. And instead of just the Frank Thomas. And sometimes it makes more sense to get the complete set if you just want the card, and this was sort of one of those cases. So
sometimes you get lucky, and then in the complete set, you get a very nice condition.
It's pretty nice. The Justice sort of has like a crimp or something on the bottom of it. I was looking at it, and what I want to kind of do is there's probably a handful of cards I'd like to replace in all of these sets, but for the most part, they're in pretty good condition.
See, that's the thing. Once we get to this part of the night, half the people in the chat, I'm guessing, are people who fell asleep or watching, and then. That's how this channel was built, man.
And I think I had Series 1 when I was a kid. But Frank Thomas was in Series 2, and I never had that Frank Thomas. So really excited to get this. It even came with the puzzle. I wasn't expecting that. So.
Nice little bonus there. You put the puzzle together, frame it up.
Nah, just gonna keep it in this little.
Keep it in a nice set.
Little cards, but not really gonna. Well, I guess I'll show the back of first couple so you can kind of see it. Mike Henneman, Steve Bedrosian, Mike Scott, Alan Anderson, Rick Sutcliffe, Greg Olson was a nice closer for a couple years. Kevin Elster. What was the baseball movie he was in? Was it Rookie of the Year?
Was he in Rookie of the Year? I just watched that the other night out of boredom.
I think he was in Rookie of the Year.
One of the players.
Yeah, is that the one where the guy was like given that math problem or something like that, and all of them were like going up to the chalkboard and trying to figure out? I think it was Rookie of the Year.
Well, now I got to go watch it again.
Yeah, Kevin Elster is the shortstop on that movie. Pete O'Brien. Fisk, Joe McGrain, Roger Clemens, Tom Glavine, Flash Gordon.
Yeah, Collectorholic always outlasts us all, I think.
Hubie Brooks, Roberto Kelly,
Barry
Larkin, Mike Boddicker, Roger McDowell. Man, he was the king of the hot foot back in the day. He'd always put that like bubble gum, light up a match on your ankle or something. Nolan Ryan, John Farrell, Bruce Hurst, Wally World, Greg Maddox, Chris Bosio, John Cerruti, Tim Burke, Eckersley, Glenn Davis, pretty good player for a couple years. There's Jim Abbott, Mike LaValliere, Andres Thomas, Sweet Lou Whitaker, Alvin Davis, former Rookie of the Year, Vito Perez, Craig Biggio, Rick Aguilera, Pete Harnish, David Cohn, Scott Gereltz, Jay Howell, Eric King, Pedro Guerrero, Mike Bilecki, Bob Boone,
I think Leaf is actually a pretty forgotten set, but it is actually one of the first, I guess you would say, of the modern manufacturers.
Yeah, this was essentially, I mean, you had 89 Upper Deck, and then 1990 came out. It was really this Leaf set. And then 91 you had Stadium Club. And then 92 you had that Bowman set.
Yeah, the glossy Bowman. Yeah.
Yeah, with
Jeter.
No, Melito, or not Melito. What's his name? Mariano Rivera.
Oh yeah, yep.
And Piazza's rookies in there. Probably the better Chipper Jones, not really rookie card, but like second year. Pedro, second year. Kevin Brown, Jerry Brown, Mike Sosha, Chuck Carey. And I wouldn't mind any of those sets. You know, if I were to collect into the 90s, you know, this, I really didn't have a plan to get this set. It's just, you know, if I'm going to pay $35 for the Frank Thomas, I might as well get the set. You know? Wade Boggs, Von Hayes.
It's like whose show is it anyways, where the points don't matter.
Right. Dennis Martinez, Tom Candiotti.
I appreciate you guys all being here.
Rob Dibble. He was a character. Chuck Krim. John Smoltz, second year.
I never collected baseball when I was growing up. Just the sets were always too big.
Yeah. Mike Keith, Kevin Gross. There's the Mark McGuire. Levin. Bob Balk. Yeah, I wasn't really a set collector either.
Basketball, the sets were around 150 cards, 200 cards. It was perfect.
Yeah, I would get sets like as presents and then like pull all the good cards out and then trade some of them away, and eventually they weren't sets anymore.
Yeah.
And with the basketball, I accidentally made sets, like, you know, chasing after Shaq rookies and Larry Johnson rookies, and you know, I just bought so much of the product. I was like, well, let me see if I have the set. I actually have the set.
Yeah, my uncle definitely gave me a few spare sets, I think, from his collection. I got their Ultra set. I got Topps 92 Stadium Club Series 2 with the Shaq rookies and all that stuff. So
yeah, I really bought a lot. That was really the year that I switched from heavily baseball to heavily basketball, where, you know, I was sort of, you know, basically like baseball and then basketball. That Shaq rookie year, 92, it really sort of flipped. And then, you know, baseball was sort of secondary. But also because the products were kind of crap, you know.
Yeah, the junk wax.
Don Mattingly.
Even like sets to the early 2000s are just not very interesting. Basketball had a lot of cool sets.
They really did. Chico leaned.
If I could give everyone as many points in the chat, I would. If I had more control, I would give you guys, you know, and find a way to make everybody have a crown or equal points or something.
I was trying to figure out how that worked earlier. It must be based on like words or something like that, because I was looking and it's like early on Ryan had like 10 messages or something like that, and Jay had 14 and Ryan still had number 1. So it wasn't the amount of messages, it's got to be the amount of words that you type in those messages.
I think it's just there's a certain time window and you get points for saying anything in the chat within that, and then there's diminishing returns. I think maybe only 1 or 2 comments is good enough to get your points or whatever, and it's supposed to build up over time. But since those folks are always here every week, you're like Collectoraholic, Fabian, Barry, you guys will always have the same number of points because I don't have more than this one live stream a week. So,
well, I think it resets every time, right?
Does it really? I thought it rolls over.
No, it doesn't roll over. As soon as you leave the stream or as soon as the stream ends, it resets. Yeah, I think earlier tonight I had like the number 3 or something like this. First time I've even had a crown.
I know, but I don't think I saw. Well, I mean, yeah, I guess Jay and Ryan, they spam the chat before I even get here. I feel bad.
Oh, they were in here 30 minutes early.
Yeah, so
because I got the 30-minute alert, and so I popped into the stream for a second. And Ryan and Jay were already talking.
Gotta get the pregame, and then I think it's more for monetized streams or people who do monetize their streams. Like, you probably get points for super chats, stickers, and all that stuff too, memberships. But we don't care about that kind of stuff around here. So,
right.
I think it's to incentivize folks to spend that on channels where like the status, a community status, like a crown, or you're the number one contributor or whatever matters, right? Because then folks will gift 50 memberships or whatever, some big streamers just on a whim to get a shout out or whatever. So it seems like something they've carried over or they've taken from Twitch TV or Kick, which are the big streaming platforms.
I mean, I personally don't care too much about it, but I know some people do.
Yeah. If I could find a way to make it equal or give you guys points or whatever, then. Yeah, I just don't like the thing I don't like about it is, it makes, so it's like there shouldn't be a differentiation amongst us, right? We're all peers or equals here.
Well, not only that, but people spam the chat trying to get it.
Oh, to get, yeah,
Yeah,
that's true.
I don't necessarily like that.
Just the way the YouTube algorithm works is always the engagement is always the big word, right?
Right.
And a lot of people know this now and game the system accordingly. So I'd rather have this 10 or 15 people here versus 50 or 100 who are spamming the chat or whatever. So can you pay me? Of course you can pay me. I'm not gonna say no to money. I'm kidding.
There we go. Tony Gwynn. Yep. Rich Williams. Sheffield. Tom Hankey. Ricky.
How low? Look how low he's bending over for that.
He's not even that bent over compared to what he will do.
Yeah.
He had the strike zone of like a P or something like that. Robin Ventura. Greg Jeffries.
It's funny because if you collected that junk wax era, all these guys' names are just burnt in the back of your brain.
Oh yeah. I know every one of these players.
I never watched any of these guys growing up since it's a little before my time, but man, just the names.
I definitely watched these. I still remember going to baseball games. Everybody was booing him because his last name's Bouchel. They boo. I was like, why are they booing him?
Favorite batting stance?
Julio Franco. Julio Franco for sure.
I've always liked Ichiro, but
Ichiro's good. Griffey's is good. Love Joe Morgan with his little elbow flap. Will Clark. But yeah, Julio Franco. That's the one that I emulated the most. And then probably Gary Sheffield. Eric Davis.
His birthday was Ramon.
Eric Davis just stood there and wagged the bat. And then he had this huge cock of his knee, and then boom. Dave Parker
got a nice little leg kick there.
Oh, yeah. Eric Davis and Ruben Sierra had the highest leg kicks. The Shields rookie. Parrish, Bobby Bowe. Ripken. Kevin McReynolds. There he is.
There he is.
And that doesn't even look like his normal batting stance.
Doesn't do him justice.
Must be about to swing. Swindell. Now, Santiago had one of the greatest catching stances because his legs were all sprawled out, and then he just flicked the ball. He had that sort of arm strength. Just flick the ball and have it at first base. He was crazy good behind the plate.
Oh, okay. I understand this conversation. So Ramirez is a very common last name when it comes to baseball. I can think of a few where it's like, are these guys all related? And then find out that it's just a really common last name.
Oh, yeah.
Just like I have a very common last name. So there are hundreds of me out there. Let's just say I have a lot of relatives who played professional baseball, basketball, and football, to my knowledge, Fabian, based off my last name.
Carney Lansford had a great batting stance, too. He just kind of sort of like, I mean, he looked like he was almost like convulsing with the bat. Yeah, he was a bad guy in a movie, too. A baseball movie. He was like the slugger or something like that. He had a scar on his face.
I'm trying to think of who else had some pretty iconic batting stances.
You know, Jeff Bagwell.
Yeah, Bagwell. For some reason, Johnny Damon always stands out in my mind.
There's the Sammy Sosa rookie. I think I have 5 of those now. Too bad it's not 1998.
Yeah. The Tom Brady brother-in-law batting stance. Yeah, A-Rod, you know, such a great hitter.
John Olerud rookie.
Even I've come around on A-Rod. You know, his commentary, I think, is pretty good.
Man, he's boring.
He's boring, but he provides a lot of inside information, which I always enjoy, I guess.
Griffey.
As like a live commentator, yeah, he's boring. He rambles a lot. He just yaps.
I don't mind the rambling. I ramble too.
when he's in the studio doing analysis, I enjoy A-Rod.
I ramble as much as the next guy. Sometimes I repeat myself 3 times. Sometimes it just seems like he's so insincere about everything.
True. Very true.
And that's what I don't like.
Almost like he knows how he needs to act, but it comes off that way. Or just it feels a little fake.
Yeah. And it might be legit, but it's just it seems very sort of shady, insincere, like I said, you know.
Yeah.
Ruben Sierra wore 21 for Clemente.
That leg kick too.
Yeah, he had one of the best leg kicks. Really good switch hitter too. Traded for Canseco. Oh, Lenny Dykstra had an interesting batting stance. With all that wad of chew in his lip.
Yeah, giant. I was just thinking of that giant pouch of, you know.
Oh my goodness.
Dribbling out the other cheek.
Disgusting. I always like this card. No Hit King.
I really like Manny Ramirez.
Yeah, me too. It's just his batting stance wasn't anything unique, I don't think.
I think Manny was just fun, you know, for baseball. He just looked like he was having fun. I think that's why I like Vladdy so much.
He's fun the same way Bartolo Colon is. People laughed at him. He was a likable person.
Yeah, I love Manny Ramirez.
Yeah, the Manny being reason. Manny thing was real. You know?
Yeah, that was a thing. Euclid as well. He had an interesting batting stance. He held it Is he the one who just
Oh
held
yeah,
it super high
Eucharist,
over his
man.
head?
Yeah, and he like basically just like touched the bat knob. He was basically holding the bat with one hand.
The Craig Counsell as well had a pretty interesting batting stance. I didn't watch a whole lot of baseball in this era. I'm actually a fairly new baseball fan, relatively, I would say. I didn't watch it my whole life. But basketball, on the other hand.
Dave
Doug
Justice.
Drayback.
Justice rookie. Martinez. There it is.
There it is.
There it is. Beautiful. This is a really nice copy. Well centered. Well centered. It was very nice to get a copy of this. This
Put
pretty.
in Steve. It's pretty.
Yeah, I right now I have it in one of the 4-column boxes, and there's not enough room to put it in a top loader and still to be able to put the lid on. I need to eventually put this in one of the 3-column binders or 3-column boxes, so I can put the Hall of Famers and stuff in top loaders. That was basically the main reason why I got this set, is because I wanted that Frank Thomas.
Oh, that's who you're talking about, Fabian? I did not know that. I thought they're brother-in-law or they're related that way.
Oh, what is he saying?
Euclid is Tom Brady's brother-in-law somehow.
Is that a real thing? Really?
I don't know. That might be Kenny Rogers.
Rogers rookie card. Daniels. Allen Hill.
Glenn Allen Hill.
Mike Paliarulo. Some of these are a little off center. Greg Olson. There's the Larry Walker rookie.
People just had more boring first names back then. Steve, John, Greg, Todd, Thomas, Nowadays, it's like reading these cards, I'm like, what the? Who named
Gooderman? I mean, look at the belly on this guy. I mean, you didn't have to be in shape back in the day to be a pitcher, did you?
What a pitcher.
Norm Charlton, Edgar Diaz, Willie Wilson, so Bobby Witt, Dante Bichette, Wally Backman. Bernard Gilkey. Here's the Dion rookie.
That's cool.
Pretty cheap, too. Probably his best rookie, unless you have like the Topps Tiffany or something.
Yeah, Ron Gant.
Joe Carter really off center. I don't think I had ever seen Leaf cards this off center until I got this.
Yeah, you know what? Now that you pointed out, Leaf usually I don't recall seeing too many Leaf cards that are poorly centered.
That's pretty bad.
Yeah,
I know.
That's like from the bottom of the sheet or something.
It's super sharp, but I mean, I can't say I've seen a whole lot of these that are that off center. There's probably 20 or so in here that have that centering.
In Bowman University football, there's a name Player named Kobe Bryant. Well, I've noticed this. You know, there's so many guys who are named Kobe and Shaq because they're basically their parents watched Kobe and Shaq in that era, and now their kids are old enough to be in Bowman.
And that just makes you feel really old, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Hard hitting Mark Whitten.
Yeah, Kobe White, I think, made me realize this, and then Kobe Buffkin or all these guys in the NBA that are named Kobe. I'm like, I'm getting really
Shaq
old.
Barrett and some of the others that are in the NFL.
There's a lot of Shaqs, and then when Shaq came in the league, Shaq was the only person I knew who was named Shaquille. Okay, so
yeah.
No, amen makes sense, right? Because you know when you say a prayer, you always say amen at the end, right? So Amen Thompson, I think, has a pretty unique but uncommon name. But yeah, Kool-Aid and Kool-Aid I think might be
gotta be a
nickname.
nickname.
That's got to be a nickname.
Yeah.
Nobody would name their kid. Well, I don't know. I wouldn't put it past some people, but maybe it could be. In fact, I think when you see a Kool-Aid McKinstry card, it's always in quotes on certain cards, even with Sauce Gardner as well.
And that's a nickname too.
Yeah, nickname. It's crazy. It's just crazy how society has changed. I think a lot of these older names, I guess, or common names from this era, a lot of them are biblical names, right? Like Jesus or Jose, or you know.
This was a huge card back in the day.
Kevin Moss.
This was up there with the David Justice and the Frank Thomas back in the day. Everybody was like, "Ooh, I got Kevin Moss. Let's go."
Yeah, time traveler Aaron would like to get his cards back to a few years ago. and tell younger Aaron he needs to sell some of these cards. ASAP.
Yeah, that's like he was seriously a one-hit wonder. Like him and like Matt Noakes and Greg Jeffries, and it's like they were basically just one-hit wonders.
Seahawks have
one year, and that was
Kobe
it.
Bryant. It's a secondary guy. Interesting. I'll look that up. There's a hobby box soon of the Rolling Stones. You know, I saw Leaf has made some interesting sets. They made one that was like Elvis themed, I think, recently. Elvis and some other big pop star names from that era as well. So it's interesting. People just have a fascination with cardboard, whatever it is. You gotta get their rookie card. Like I don't know, maybe that's like even a newer thing, I guess. The concept of a rookie card that's a non-sport celebrity, I guess you would say. Or maybe it's just I've always thought of rookie as in the context of sports growing up or whatever. But
I mean, I understand the Rolling Stones are like legends, but I don't understand how that's going to be successful because, I mean, most of the people that grew up actually listening to the Stones music are in like the 60s and 70s. They're not really ripping pack.
Yeah.
I mean, we heard about the Stones from our parents, and we might be Stones fans. I'm a Stones fan, but
I know some of their songs.
You know, the people that are ripping the packs, I mean, you know, for the most part, aren't going to be buying Stones boxes. Maybe. But I just think that their target audience is a little, you know, out of the demographic of the pack ripper, I think.
The Elvis one got me. I think I saw that at one of my LCSs. Just
Elvis, you know, that's similar, I guess. I mean, they have a lot of like overseas stuff that came out, you know, even in the 70s, you know, where you got, you know, Black Sabbath and, you know, you have the Beatles and Jimi Hendrix and Janis Joplin and people like that, you know, and that's probably the stuff that I would go after over some of the new stuff.
Yeah. Well, I think there's if I were to collect stuff like that for pop or celebrity, I don't think I necessarily would want cards. I would want actual memorabilia, but maybe that's out of the price range for a lot of folks. Some cards are viewed as the next best thing. I don't know.
I know there was a Michael Jackson set. I think it was done by Topps in the 80s. So it's not unheard of, but it never really caught on.
Just look at, all the folks, I guess, who are within our card community or so to say, and that 90s rock stars set, man. Like there's definitely a niche audience for something like that.
But I mean, you look at Tim. Tim's ripping that that whatever it is, what is it? Yo MTV Raps or something like that. He's opening that up right now.
I think I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
And he's looking at like Vanilla Ice and MC Hammer and Milli Vanilli and people like that, and they're laughing at it. It's so outdated,
Milli Vanilli. I'd totally be down for Iron Maiden set, but I know they always do. Sometimes they do like collector's edition of their discography or something like that.
I mean, there's definitely a couple really musician cards that I'd love to get, and Ozzy would be up there. Pink Floyd,
or even a lot of the metal bands, I think, still have a big following.
But they already have cards on those 90s sets, so you've already sort of seen those. But true. Some of the sort of classic rock, or even before that, the only cards that were released overseas, and so you might know about them, you might have seen them, but you've never really seen them in person. And so those are the ones, and a lot of them are stickers.
Yeah, Panini stickers.
Yeah, stuff like that. And so, but there were several sets in the early 90s that came out that sort of covered that, sort of hairband, metal.
The early 90s, you can find cards of just about anything.
I mean, Nirvana has a rookie card already, I mean, so you're talking about like 1991.
Yeah.
And that card goes for like $300.
Really?
Yeah, the Nirvana rookie card is really expensive.
Huh. I've never looked into it. I didn't know that. That's crazy.
Let me see if I can look that up real quick. That's the end of the set. All I have is the puzzle.
Kiss definitely had their own merchandising. Kiss merchandising was everywhere. You could buy coffee mugs. You could buy literally anything you could think of with Kiss logo on it. I remember that because I was like, "Who the hell is Kiss?" Before I actually listened to any of their music. Like if you went into a Hot Topic or something, there would be Kiss merchandise everywhere, something like that. I think Paula Abdul has a card in that 90s.
Yeah, she's in not the OMTV Raps, but there was another one. I think I have the set of
Stars of the 90s. Even Shaka Khan too. I'm not sure. Wouldn't be surprised.
Hit Stars or something like that. Here's a Snoop Dogg rookie from 1995, $70. Oh, okay. Iron Maiden rookie card, Panini Smash Hits. It's 1985. It's a sticker. I am not seeing the. There's a Panini Smash Hit sticker for Nirvana that's like $67, but they had an earlier one than that. I'm not seeing that. Okay, there's a 1992 NME Leader of the Pack Ace of Diamonds Kurt Cobain. That's like $250.
Yeah, when it came to Panini stickers, you're probably just gonna put it on your freaking notebook that you took to school or something like that.
But I'm pretty sure there was one before that. I think there was one in 91. and I'm just not seeing it. It's fairly scarce. So maybe it's just not posted. Let me see if one's sold.
So I'm thinking there might be like a Iron Maiden card or something.
Yeah, well,
like that.
they do, but they were Panini stickers. That's really all that was doing stuff back then.
You own all the cards shown on the mat that you have there.
Me?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I designed it with my own cards, but there might be a couple of them that I don't have anymore.
There you go.
The Ryan Sandberg is now autographed.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Well, now you got to print a new mat.
There is a Stanley Matthews that's right over here, covered by some Leaf cards, that I gave to a friend and then ended up buying another copy. So this copy is no longer in my collection.
Yeah, I know Collectorholic mentioned that he has a giant Mad. It's a giant Mad collection, a comic book collection as well.
I think
So
that's it.
Cool.
I think every other card's still in my collection. I don't do a whole lot of trading. Yeah. But yeah, I basically designed this with a program and just scanned every card that I wanted on the sheet. I scanned probably 30 others that I didn't have room for, and then just sort of put them in a sort of order. I tried to not to have too many of the same sport in a row, and only basically decided on one player that I was going to show. And these are not necessarily my best cards, but some of my favorite cards at the time. And now I definitely have some cards that would be on here that maybe I'll make another mat or something like that and update it, but not really a priority right now. But yeah, pretty much everyone that's on here.
I think the closest I did to that was when I designed my banner for the channel or whatever. I put cards in chronological order that were my favorite cards. So it's got the Barkley rookie, it's got my Kobe Bryant card, it's got a Charizard, the Jordan insert, and then the Tatis I should have sold, and the Bobby Witt Jr. card. So, oh, he's doing the puzzle. There we go. I've never seen what it looks like. Well, I've seen it before, but not like this.
That's who it is Yogi Berra. I wouldn't be able to fit it all on the same screen. Yeah.
I was just looking at the overlap. I thought that was like his extra chin there or something with the way that the things are printed. But it's just a little bit of the extra.
Scoot this up. Yeah, no, because like when you remove it from this border and then remove this from this border, that would line up like that. Kind of see this because it threw me off here. I was seeing the end of the Y right here, and I'm like, why is that there? Does it say Berra or something like that? And then I saw that it said Berra up here, and I'm like, well, yeah.
Yogi Berra, yeah, certainly the master of, I don't want to say like all of his famous quotes are like that though. Barry, stating the obvious.
Never seen this puzzle before either. Definitely a really big Yogi Berra fan, so that was kind of cool that this was included.
It's like an insert right there. One of the first insert sets.
Well, Donruss had been doing puzzles since the early 80s.
Donruss. Yeah, okay, that's what I was. Yeah, Donruss always had.
And Donruss and Leaf are essentially the same company. On the back it says Leaf Diamond Kings Puzzle. Collect all 63 pieces. The whole puzzle.
Now they're all owned by Panini.
Sadly.
I know. I've thought about this. Like there's some apocalypse where Fanatics loses the rights to print all the cards, then like every classic. Oh no, that's what I was thinking. Like when there was talks of Fanatics buying one of the major manufacturers, and everybody thought it was Panini. So I was like, well, that's a shame because when they get all the licenses, now all of the classic Topps designs will disappear. But in a cruel twist of fate, it's now the opposite, where since they bought Topps and now we'll have all the licenses, all of the folks who collected in the last 10 or 15 years, all those Panini designs may never be seen again. So
boo-hoo.
There's a card apocalypse where all of these, both of these companies go under, and then basically have to redesign or create new designs or brand names, I guess. But that's just our consumer culture and how tied we are to brand naming and branding or whatever, right?
Yeah, I mean, for me, and I'm certainly not the majority, I think. For me, there's something about seeing cards that came out before I was born. Because I hadn't seen those as often as the ones that I collected when I was a kid. Because I was actively ripping those packs and stuff like that. And I had so many of those cards in my collection. I looked at them whenever I wanted. But, you look at something, 52 Topps or 53 Bowman Color, or you look at, 56, or, Fabian showed some 69 football with the colorful sort of pastel backgrounds. I didn't see a whole lot when I was a kid.
I know exactly what you're talking about, because before eBay, you only saw cards at the flea market or a card store, right? So
it was one of the appeals of going to a card show, is that you had the opportunity to see stuff that you might have only seen, in a magazine.
Beckett. I've never seen 48 Bowman basketball or whatever in real life, but I always saw it in a Beckett magazine or whatever. So question whether these cards even existed. So when you saw one out in the wild, it was like, wow, okay, that's what that card looks like.
Right. Right.
I totally get where you're coming from.
And so for me, those cards, when I was a kid, were put on a pedestal. And even if they don't belong on that pedestal, I still put them on that pedestal. And so those cards certainly appeal to me more. Now, I don't know if this new generation is going to feel the same way. Are they going to miss the Panini products that are going to be, disappearing, or the licenses or the rights or whatever? I mean, it's possible. So
it's unlikely though, right? Because collectors nowadays aren't looking for, Pacific or brands that have gone defunct. Leaf,
and that's exactly what I'm talking about. Nobody's missing the Pacific from the early '90s. Nobody's really missing Fleer Ultra. Nobody's missing
Upper Deck baseball stuff.
Score isn't even listed in the Beckett anymore. You can't find Score. They don't even care to price this stuff because it's worthless. They literally don't list a single Score set.
It's not in the price guide. There's some folks who will buy. Well, maybe not. Score,
look, I happen to like the '88 Score traded set. I don't mind the '88 Score set. After that, it really got junky. Wild card, yeah. I miss the stripes. There's a little nostalgia there for me. Yeah. But I don't necessarily miss the design. I don't miss the product. I wish wild card was sort of still around, we still had that sort of the chase or whatever.
Oh, where you could trade in your 1,000.
No,
1,000
I
cards
wouldn't
for-
do that, but I got excited when I pulled anything, over like a 10. If
Those
I got
were
a
actually, like-
25 or a 50 or a 100 or 1,000 stripe, I'd get super excited about that. I wouldn't trade it in for 1,000 copies.
But why not? No, I'm just kidding.
Because you had all those copies on one, It's like, wow.
They're
yeah,
literally the first parallels right there. Are some of the first parallel
They
cards
really
right
are.
there.
They really are, yeah.
This
Yeah,
is why Barry Barry's a trivia champion right there. Instant answer right there.
Yeah. I didn't even see
That
that.
1,000 stripe freaking wild card.
Yeah, I had 1,000 stripe. I think it was like Darnell Valentine or something. I had a couple 100 stripes, and I couldn't tell you who they are.
I remember my older cousins, and they were old enough to have collected in the junk wax era. So, anytime I go, and as a little kid, I'd always see their baseball cards, but they collected like the Impel X-Men stuff and wild card.
I had
football.
some of that. I had some of that Impel, that first set, and even a little bit of the second set, but I never bought it myself. I would trade cards for it.
Yeah. So, but the wild card, it was literally like the precursor to everything we know in the modern sports card hobby. I need to pull that 1,000 wild card and gamble or try to find that card out of packs or boxes or whatever. It's just kind of evolved to what it is now. So
yeah, I listened to a couple of videos this week that sort of gave me a sort of different perspective on this generation of card collecting. You've heard me talk about this as Junk Wax 2.0, right?
Right.
And before I listened to these videos, I was fully convinced that we were in the middle of that. And I think Ziggy No, in his video, he said today, I think he said it, or maybe it was yesterday, he said that there's no way that you can call this Junk Wax 2.0. He said, because these days you can pull out $1 million card straight out of a pack. And he said there was no way you were ever going to do that in the Junk Wax era. He said, people would tell you, hey, buy two boxes of 1992 Fleer and sit on it for 20 years and you'll pay for your kid's college. But there was no instant gratification. And he basically said, all right, let me give you an example. He said, right now, he said, $1 million card is being created. He said, what's that guy, Jack Caniglione or whatever his name is?
Yeah.
He plays for the Royals. He just made his major league debut. Somebody got that patch from his major league debut. They are now putting it on a card. Just like the Paul Skeens last year sold for $1 million. Next year, that card could potentially sell for $1 million and somebody could pull it. He said, you never had that back in the Junk Wax era. He said you were hoping you got like a $10, $15 card. You didn't have that instant gratification of life-changing money. You have that now. And it sort of took me aback a little bit. And I was like, you know what? He's got a point. There's a lot of junk coming out today, but the money is on a totally different level than it ever was in the Junk Wax era. So why could this be called the Junk Wax era? He said it. He didn't say it. What the collector, investor, dealer guy? What's his name? I can't think of his name.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, very, very well respected guy in the community. Chris Sewell. He said that is something similar. He said you can't call this the Junk Wax era. He said you could potentially call this the Junk Slab era because people are slabbing garbage. And that could potentially fit, but I think I was convinced that there's no way this could be the Junk Wax era 2.0.
There's a lot more, like the number of sets that they come out with this day. I get where that's overproduced, right? So most of this stuff will go by the
it
wayside.
It is, but there's that stuff might be worthless 20 years from now, just like 1991 Fleer. But that one of one rookie patch auto Paul Skeens is still going to be a one of one 20 years from now, and is still going to command a high value.
Yes, there will be. It's just like how like whatever era of music you grew up in, there's just a lot of trash music, right? But
yeah,
there will be certain stars gems, that yeah, absolutely. That's the way I feel about it.
And I never, I mean, I don't rip a lot, and for one of the main reasons is what you just said, Fabian, is the product cost is way too high, and I don't like throwing away money. But there is the possibility of pulling that life-changing money out of a pack. I mean, you pull $1 million card. You know, back in my day, the Honus Wagner rookie, or not the rookie, but the T206 Honus Wagner wasn't even $1 million card in 1990. It hadn't even reached that. It was a
six-figure card.
It was a six-figure card. It certainly was, and there were also 20 of them in existence.
Yeah, you know? Obviously, you know, with the amount of wax I'm opening, obviously very underwater, you could say, right? But
right,
you know, sometimes you'll produce, you know, some gems. Like this card will have a certain amount of value going forward, no matter what, right?
Yeah, no matter what, that card.
No matter what, I've got
Aaron
Judge and
Shohei
Ohtani on the same card. Yeah,
it's absurd. It's absurd. It is one of the coolest cards I've ever seen.
Most of this stuff, will be worthless.
I would say base sets, stuff like that, it is being produced in similar numbers to junk wax, but there are parallels, inserts, mem cards, stuff like that are on another level of anything that was ever produced in the junk wax era.
It works a little differently now, though, right? Because I remember going into a card store like in the 90s, right? You would see boxes of stuff from years past. Every set was on the wall from like the last 4 or 5 years, you know? You could walk into a store in like 98 and you'd see 93 Stadium Club on the shelf, right? So nowadays, you know, once that set is... like it's actually hard to find sealed wax of even recent releases only a few years ago, right? The prices on the wax obviously won't, you know, cover whatever you're searching for from it, but people still want to open it. So the wax disappears a lot quicker. I don't know how to explain that, but
well, yeah, I mean, I was looking at, you know, unsearched vending boxes of 83 tops going for like $225. And I literally bought the entire set for $75.
Yeah, you can't pull, or it's the same way with Magic or Pokemon, right? You see the first edition Pokemon boxes are, you know, tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars. You can't pull a card out of there that's worth more than a couple thousand in PSA 10. It's crazy.
Well, it's the chase for the PSA 10.
Yeah,
not the chase for the card.
I feel the same way, Collectorholic. Someday I'm gonna pull that $1 million card.
That would be nice. That would definitely be nice.
I think I've said this at certain points, right? You know, where somebody's opening up something on the channel. I always say one card will change your mind, because that's kind of the mentality that I know a lot of folks, unfortunately, you know, will chase a little too hard when it comes to
there's
cards.
a lot of gambling with this.
Yeah, and it's become even more and more like I think that's just our whole culture now, right? Like the psychology of gambling is understood right now, even more so than any other previous generation, right? So you could go to Vegas and play a single deck blackjack, and that would be a game that you could easily count, and it would play all the way to the bottom of the deck. You would know exactly what cards. If you took a modern gambler and put them in that era, they would be such an advantaged player. But people back then, you know, it just didn't have that same mentality with gambling. Now, everything in our modern society is built around random chance or gambling or expected value, or just, I don't know, it's crazy how much more that's become a part of our society, I guess is the point I'm trying to make. You know, like Hot Wheels. People are hunting Hot Wheels, or it's not gambling, but they're chasing after, something that's considered rare or whatever.
Well, what they're doing is they're looking for easy money.
The companies that make these items know this, though, right? Yeah. They know that they're, by inserting a car that's in 1 out of every 6 cases, that this drives the hype for.
But you know what it does? You know what it does is, 10 seconds after you drop that case on the shelf, those are gone, and the rest of the thing just sits on the shelf for a week or a month or a year.
Right. Or the collectors, the actual collectors will buy up all the rest is what happens in a lot of cases. Like all the best sport card products or whatever, go to the hands of the few who have the money to open, high-end boxes that cost hundreds or thousands of dollars. But there's that lower tier collector, maybe I'm included in there, that will buy all the rest of it. And there's somebody who, whatever. So the companies know the psychology behind their products. Same with any luxury brand, watches, shoes, handbags. It's artificial scarcity is the term, if you ever want to look it up.
That's
or manufactured scarcity.
That's how I feel about all these numbered parallels.
It's manufactured scarcity, right? Yeah, absolutely.
Look, you could have a 1 of 1, but you have 40 sets, and each of those has that same player on a 1 of 1. I mean, is it really a 1 of 1?
Yeah, I don't think I would knock folks because you could say there's a lot of negativity around the hobby. It's gambling or whatever, but you know what? Folks like to gamble.
Look, it is. It is, and it can be addicting. And people will get in trouble if they don't spend wisely, and they end up spending their rent money on.
Some folks don't have
pack rips and stuff like that.
Self-control, or have to learn the hard way, right? Or addiction is an issue,
and that's so the biggest problem.
Certain people, right? Yeah,
that's the biggest problem, because if it was so easy, if it was this easy to pull that life-changing money, everybody would be doing it. It's not easy. You could go your entire lifetime ripping stuff, and you're just going to keep digging further and further and further into debt.
Yeah.
And that's not good. And eventually.
But on the other hand, for somebody who has the means, or who has a lot of money, opening $1,000 hobby box is nothing to somebody, right? It would be a lot for us, any of us, to open.
Yeah. And if Bobby Witt Jr. wants to buy his 1-on-1 for $400,000, let him do it. He can buy his own cart. Dimitri Young had one of the greatest sports card collections ever made before he decided to sell it off. And now you get the flip that says the Dimitri Young collection. If you have the means to do that, go for it. But also, there's a lot of manipulation going on, similar to the stock market. Where you were talking about the stud finders looking for the Pokemon cards. All right, you people using weighing scales to weigh packs. People putting these packs into MRI machines. You have literal dealers that are ripping open these boxes, before they sit them on the shelf, and they're weighing each one of the packs. And
that's always been a problem. That's been a problem since the 90s.
Yeah, they're opening the heavy ones for themselves, and they're putting the rest back up on the shelf, knowing that they've already ripped and put into their showcase the best card in the box.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of manipulation going on. You also hear that companies like Topps or Fanatics or whatever are giving influencers and whatever you call them,
I don't not
breakers.
Sure. hot boxes
loaded
or whatever,
boxes,
right?
hot
Yeah.
boxes, yes. And so that's a problem. You also hear that retail packs that you can that are available to the majority of us, basically where all the crap gets dumped.
Yeah, or surged, or somebody already took the best cards
And
out of
so
it.
there's a lot of manipulating going on.
There's even manipulation. Well, this is put your tin hat on as well, right? But you know, the only company that drops stated odds, or I guess Upper Deck does it as well, but Tops too, right? But you think there's no way to guarantee completely random distribution, right? They'll know what cards are being put in what boxes and which boxes and cases get shipped out to which, wherever, what location. So, you know, you look at a pack of cards. Let me see if I can find one. And you would think anybody to pull the 101 or whatever $1 million card out of here, and it might say so on the pack, but I don't think that's necessarily true. You know, there's no way to guarantee a perfectly random and fair distribution, right? So
Right.
that's the other fault. It's like pseudo. It's like the same thing with a randomly generated number in your computer. There's no such thing in the computer world as truly random. It's all pseudo random or simulated randomization. So the same thing with sports cards. You have simulated randomization of the hits, or, you know, cards, or collation, or whatever you want to call it, right? There's just no way to do it in a fair manner.
Well, I mean, I like the idea. I do like the idea of having the redemption cards. But there needs to be a better system in place at the company where people aren't waiting like 2 years to get their crap back.
Yeah.
You know,
You know, I have redemptions from 2019 I'm still waiting on from Panini.
Right. Hey, Titus.
Collectorholic. Titus, good to see you, Titus.
You know, because if you had that, you wouldn't have to worry about the patches. You wouldn't have to worry about stuff being oversized. You wouldn't open a pack. Oh, there's a thick card. You could have every card be uniform. You wouldn't have to weigh packs. They would take that away. There wouldn't be a way to scan them for metal or whatever they're doing. You know,
It's quite possible that's the future, though.
But then, you know, you need to, at the very least, you know, have a system in place where you could get that card back to the person in, like, you know, 6 to 8 weeks, just like any normal mail-in service company used to do back in the day, pretty darn easily.
Sounds like Upper Deck e-pack. But
something like that. All right.
Something like that, right?
Yeah. I just think that would be, or, you know, have like some sort of something or other where you can, like, literally, instead of like redeeming it, you know, you can, like, I don't know, like, have like a scratch off code or something like that. You know, put the code into your system, and all of a sudden you've got that in your account, and you can have it mailed to you, you know, any reasonable amount of time, like 3 to 5 days or something like that, like it's ComC or something.
Yeah, you know what? If the way things are going, that may be the only way that they can guarantee a fair distribution of these cards that people are scanning, right?
And and the other thing they need to do is get rid of hobby and retail. Make it uniform.
Yes.
Make it uniform. You can't have hobby and can't have retail. There can't be hobby with this much manipulation.
Well, there is no hobby because the hobby stores can't get enough hobby products because of breakers.
Yeah, and that's another thing. Look, I'm not for or against breakers. I could care less. What I don't like is the fact that they supposedly get these hot boxes and the best stuff is always going to them because it gives the company free publicity, essentially.
When it comes to hot boxes, though, right? If you think that a certain breaker or company gets hot boxes, that you should buy all the stuff that they get. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I'm not necessarily going to buy into the fact that maybe certain breakers, or maybe they get certain cards on an individual level, or loaded or more favorable cards that they would want to see getting opened or whatever. But
right.
I'm not necessarily convinced that it's rigged to that extent. But these different product formats are getting freaking insane, right? So let's take this Chrome basketball that I just opened, right? If you open up or even Top Series 2 baseball, okay, they have blasters, hangers, fat packs, hobby boxes, jumbo boxes, and all the different formats have, something exclusive to them. But the retail side is absolute garbage now. You saw me open up this blaster 2025 Series 2. I didn't get a single special card from this thing. Maybe the rookies, a couple rookies are worth sleeving and top loading, but the distribution of what goes to the average collector through retail compared to what goes through hobby is just not even fair.
Right.
Like
and
Panini
I agree
already
100%.
does that.
And that's part of the problem.
Yeah. Good night, Collector Holic. Have a great weekend.
There needs to be a level playing field. You need to level this because people are spending hard-earned money for this stuff and they're paying big money now, $50-$75 for blasters and stuff like that. And they're getting like, if you're looking at like book value or essentially that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Is they're getting 10% of their money back. I mean, it's literally like you went over to GameStop and you bought the new Madden, and the next day you decided to trade it in, and they offer you $2 for it.
It also varies by product because they change the odds on everything on every set too, right? So I might have had a good experience opening Series 1 or Update last year, and then they change the odds on it or whatever from set to set. So I just feel like I totally wasted whatever money on this or whatever. You're basically buying blindly in the hopes that it's going to be a good product or a bad product or whatever. And it's very, very, very manipulative what they're doing with the way that they distribute the cards between hobby and retail formats or whatever. So it used to be a lot more fair with Topps. I've always been an advocate, at least for the last few years. If you're a base set collector, or you open a lot of base set products, there are a lot of folks who do like the flagship set for that reason. But this year it's just unfair. So I'm not buying, as nearly as much. I might have bought a case or whatever, blasters in, for certain years of Topps, depending on the set. This year, I think I'm done at 2 or 3 blasters. So they're going to lose my money, That's up to them. I'll collect something else or I'll buy singles. But the ultimate, what it comes down to is once it's in the secondary market, the manufacturers don't make a single penny off of it, right? So it's a question of how much do they want to take away from that secondary market versus, offering collectors value by opening up sealed product is the big debate, right? I guess. When it comes to Magic, I quit collecting Magic for a very good reason. So you could open up a box of Magic in like 2016 or 2017, an $80 box. You would get $100 worth of singles. There were people who were going infinite, basically, just by buying as much and breaking it all down and selling everything as singles. That was possible for bad Magic for a few years. But the manufacturers realized that, hey, look, they're basically losing money by doing that, right? So what they'll do now is they're taking all the reprint equity out of Magic. So any card that's worth over a certain threshold, I figured out that they're just going to reprint it, and then that creates the value for that product, whatever product they're making, but it tanks everybody's collection who's holding the cards. So the greedier the companies get, the less you should be buying.
They sort of did that with they did that with the Star Wars Black Series figures, because there were a couple of them that were, I guess harder to come by, and more popular characters, and so those ended up being like $100 or something a piece.
Nice.
And eventually they just decided to release a new version of it or re-release the old version of it,
the old ones,
and it tanked the price. And I'm the type of collector that I'll buy it and just sit on it anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But it kind of stinks to look and be like, oh, I had $100 figure, and then all of a sudden, oh, I got a $50 figure now. Oh, now mine's worth under $30. Now mine's worth $15. And it's like, crap, that's less than what I paid for.
Well, there's two sides to that coin as well, though, right? Because if they keep it so limited that, collectors can't find, I think Pokemon has this problem right now, right? Where nobody can find Pokemon cards out or packs of cards out in a while. They're not printing enough. So not enough folks are getting to enjoy the hobby.
Later, Fabian.
See you later, Fabian. Have a great weekend. I actually like the fact that Pokemon was just printing to demand because, who cares about the collectors or the folks who are holding on to sealed product? You just want to get it to the collectors, to be able to enjoy packs or to be able to find the cards at a reasonable price. So there's almost a balance that they need to do. That's why whenever I see Topps has a good product at a good price, then that's one for the collectors, or it's a win for the collectors.
Yeah.
But there's less and less of those products these days, especially even for Topps. Topps in 2020, you could buy. They had so many other, hobby boxes you could buy at a fairly reasonable price. But all that stuff has been moved to the high end. So there's fewer and fewer releases for Topps to look forward to as a normal collector, right? You have Flagship, you have Bowman, and Heritage, Gypsy Queen, and Stadium Club, and that's it. You have 5 sets that your average collector can go out and buy at retail. But before, you had maybe a few more, and they're taking all the good stuff out of the retail side. So they're once folks realize, you're literally there's nothing to be had in these products.
Well, there's about to be some major monopolies. I mean, we already got Fanatics. Now I'm hearing that there's the possibility that I guess PSA already purchased SGC, and they're potentially going to shut SGC down. And now I'm hearing that PSA could be buying GameStop.
Really? Will the Diamond Hands GameStop investors ever let that come to pass?
I don't know, but from what I understand, that's better than the alternative, which is Fanatics buying GameStop.
Is PSA that big to be able to buy GameStop?
Well, they just bought SGC, so they got to be pretty darn big. Just think about how many crappy, rookies that didn't pan out that people paid $20 to get graded.
Yep. Well, now it's all Pokemon cards that they're grading.
Well, and that's another good point. That's another good point, is that Pokemon has literally gone through the roof, and I would estimate that 50% or more of the cards that they're grading today are Pokemon.
It might be higher, to be honest.
It probably is. I just don't want to admit that.
It could be closer to 70 or 80%.
Yeah.
If I had to guess.
Yeah. And my concern is what's that going to do to the SGC slab?
Pokemon is going to have its own boom and bust cycle. It can't boom forever.
No, it won't. It's going to go in cycles just like any other card company would, or product would. You've seen that throughout history, and it's going to be like that. But right now, the child collector can afford Pokemon a lot more than they can afford these blasters.
If they can find it.
Well, that's part of it. Pokemon, That's part of it. But you go to the dollar store, and you can find Pokemon packs,
repacks, or some kind of Pokemon cards.
Yeah, you go up to Target, and you have the repack boxes and stuff like that. You can find it. Might not be the best, but you can find it. You can rip it, and it's affordable.
Well, even when it comes to sports cards, I've never thought the retail side was that unreasonable, right? Because it's a blaster. You're paying $30 for it, but you're getting 7 packs out of there. So, what is that, like $3 or $4 a pack? In some cases, it'll be cheaper.
It is reasonable. It is reasonable.
It's just the unit that's sold in, right? Yeah.
A child can't afford that, and that's the difference. That's my biggest complaint about the hobby right now. When we were kids, It wasn't that, so the packs are 50%. The upper deck came out in 89. It's $1. It's not that. It's the fact that we could buy one. We didn't have to buy 7. Our allowance could cover that one pack. Most kids don't, 8, 9-year-old kids aren't getting $25 a week allowances,
There's kind of a double edged on that because everything goes to retail now, right? You don't go to a card store to buy cards. You go to Target and Walmart.
and yeah, that's true. That's true. That's true. But you still can't buy singles. I mean, you can't buy single packs. You just can't do it. And so, you used to be able to do that at Target, especially in the early 90s. You could go into, a drugstore and get, a pack of whatever, it's usually Tops. You couldn't find the Donruss and stuff, but you could basically get that from anywhere from the supermarket to the gas station to wherever. It was everywhere.
Yep, you can walk anywhere. I knew where every card store was in every strip mall, and everyone had one. And then even if there wasn't a strip mall, I just go walk to the freaking gas station or supermarket. It'd be right there at the checkout aisle next to the candy.
Yeah, it was usually right by the cash register because people would steal it otherwise. Yeah.
Well, that's a problem. I think if they had it in single packs, people but there already is a theft problem.
You could still keep it like right behind the register. This isn't a good example, but I know that when they had the Pokemon, the Halloween packs.
Yeah.
I have a Family Dollar right down the street from me. And what was left over from those, they basically had, where they had like the cigarettes and the lighters and stuff like that behind the counter. But you could see them. They were very visible. And so you could say, hey, give me one of those Halloween packs. And they even marked them down. Like, they basically had them on clearance you could get them for like $8 or something like that after Halloween.
Stores I went to, they were like 3 for $15 or something. I bought 3. I was like, why not? I got a couple stashed in my closet, the trigger trays or whatever.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
It's almost an old school way of doing things, right? Because when you walk into a supermarket or whatever, there's no clerks, there's no sales.
No, it's self checkout. It's self checkout.
It's all self checkout.
Yeah, I hate that stuff. It's like I'm spending $250 here. At least you can do is bag my stuff.
It's
and
so
take it out to my
now.
dang car. And it's like now you go to the grocery store, you spend $250, then you got to actually work. You got to like bring all your own stuff up, bag your own stuff, and then take it out to your car. And it's like, am I going to get $7.50 an hour while I'm here? Like seriously,
or see the savings of checking out my own, so you don't have to hire a
that's exactly
cashier,
right.
And a bagger.
Goodness, yeah. My first job was bagging groceries at a grocery store. That was my first job, and it's like that job is like obsolete now. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah. Yep. Even when I walk into a McDonald's, right? There's a freaking automated kiosks and all this stuff. Like you don't even talk to anybody when you go, or you won't even talk to a person or interact with another human being when they're making your food.
Yeah, I just went to a Cinemark to go see Lilo and Stitch, and I actually had to get my own ticket at the ticket window. But once I got inside, it's like I was going to get something to eat and something to drink, and it's like they have like a little tablet or something right there, and you literally like place your order at this tablet. And then it prints out a receipt for you, and then they call that number, and then you go up to the counter to get your stuff. And I'm like, my goodness, it's like they've killed the line. You don't have to wait in line anymore. You just walk up right to a tablet, you type in your own order.
Yeah, I guess the times have changed, right? Like you watch all these old movies, and they have like there's literally a cashier everywhere, to either pull merchandise off the shelves for you and then ring you up and then take your cash, give you change. But all of that's like unnecessary in modern society. It's crazy.
It really is. It really is. I just hope that this doesn't hit the teaching profession as fast as people are predicting.
I don't think so, because you need
I don't
people to nurture your kids. You can't have a computer teach, you know, the soft. Maybe they can teach the academic skills, but not the soft skills.
Right.
And other. You have to have people. You have to have a community to nurture the youth. So
Yep.
I would be totally against any kind of. Yeah. Okay. The computers are good tools. They enhance the learning process. But handing it over to, you know, a virtual classroom or something where you're not allowed to interact directly with other people, I feel is detrimental to their development as a kid.
I agree.
Absolutely.
I agree 100%. But you know, apparently there's already like trials going on where they're testing it, and I don't like that. Just the idea of doing stuff like that.
I don't think so either. Yeah, it's crazy. But even then again, you know, every kid has a tablet or a computer, and they know how to cheat. I think by a certain age, they'll figure it out.
Yeah. That, and you're still going to have a short attention span. I mean, like I like to joke with other teachers, these kids have the attention span of a goldfish,
or less now. It's crazy.
You know.
It's the doom scroll. It's the I can't be bothered to watch anything longer than 5 seconds, which is insane.
Yeah,
you know?
it's and that's why shorts are so popular. Is because there's that 15-second attention span, and they got to look at something else.
Mm-hmm.
And
or
so
maybe you have to adapt.
You can't fix that. You can't fix you know, just people not wanting to do their work. Being lazy, you can't fix lazy with AI.
Lazy, or how to deal with, how to solve human conflict, or you know, situations.
Yeah, all that, and you're not going to have a bunch of kids in a classroom unattended. I mean, what are you going to have them on camera or something like that?
That's
and
the
then
idea.
Somebody else
Put them
is
on
in
camera
another
with
room.
The eye scanners.
You know, so you're still going to have somebody in there watching them, especially to keep them from cheating or keep them from thinking about the possibility of cheating. You know, I mean, I don't know. I don't see how it is beneficial, because if you're going to have somebody in there, why are you letting a computer teach? Because you have to have somebody in there anyway. So why not, you know, kill two birds with one stone and have the person that's in there, instead of just babysitting your kids, actually teaching your kids?
Yeah. That's the whole point of the teaching profession, right? I've always thought it's a big service to society, you know, to be a teacher, because you're training the youth, the next generation. Like, humanity is literally 2 generations away from extinction.
Well, you're talking about the same things going to be happening to doctors and physicians and stuff like that. You're going to have, you know, machines doing these, you know, high tech surgeries, instead of, like, you know, an actual individual or multiple individuals.
Maybe for surgery or precise, but for like medical advice or diagnosis or treatment, I don't think you can do that, because one size doesn't fit all, right? Like, if I type into, it's the same way with AI. There's a flaw with AI in my mind, right? If you type in a question, you will most likely get the same answer from AI, but things in the world are not that black and white. You should always get a variety of answers, because there's nuances to every subject that you approach. Even a question that would be as simple as, like, what is 1 + 1, or something like that, would probably even have, you know, or something slightly more complex to that, right? Like, there's so much more than, like, AI always gives you an answer, but it's never a nuanced answer, or it's usually whatever that AI network is trained to answer. So maybe you could ask multiple AIs what the answer to something would be, but the AIs can't think or they're not able to do that in the manner that human interaction does that, right? If I ask who's the best team in the NFL or whatever, the AI might be trained to spit out, oh, it's the best by record, by regular season record, or it could be, which team was statistically the greatest. But when you interact with humans, you always get different grades of answers or subjective. Where AI, I feel, doesn't have the same ability to do so yet. So, very much again, AI is such a great tool. It's basically search engine on crack. Before we had to type in a query and then scroll through pages and pages of results until we found what we wanted. Now the AI just tells us,
Yeah, I mean, I like it as a tool, and I was highly against it at the beginning because of, essentially protective of our own existence.
Yes. I understand those concerns.
That's essentially what it is. It's basically Terminator. The machines are going to run everything if we let it. And I'm protective of that because, you don't want to be of the generation that destroys us.
As a software engineer, my entire existence is very much threatened by
Yeah. And so you understand where I'm coming from.
Yes.
But I think it can be a tool. I don't think it can do the job for you, but I think it can be a useful tool. And that's where I'm at. And that's more than I was giving it credit for, because I just didn't want to endorse something that I think could be the end of
the big problem with
existence
AI,
as we know it.
In my opinion, the big problem with AI is that only the owners of the AI will benefit from its existence.
Yeah. And right now it's very vanilla. I mean, it's, I was using like Chat GPT to try to identify a couple of gemstones that I had, and it was giving me like 100 different options. And I'm like, well, this isn't very helpful.
It will get better over time.
Yeah, it's going to get better over time, but it's interesting that, it's there. And what they were saying wasn't wrong. It was just like, it gave me like 100 different possibilities. And I'm like, well, this is still a whole lot of work, and it doesn't tell me a damn thing. So, did it, break down from like, 3,000 possibilities to 100? Sure. But, I probably could have done that on my own. So it didn't really help me.
Yeah. Maybe there's not an AI network quite yet that's tailored specifically to the gemstone community.
Right. But it sure will write your research paper for you.
Yeah. The problem I have is that, society has a way of distributing wealth or benefits from, but AI, I think, changes all the societal norms with that, right? Well, maybe the AI, maybe you profit from utilizing the AI, but the AI company is always going to have, they're going to have all the money or whatever from selling it or charging people to use it. And then how does that get distributed back into society,
right,
in a fair way?
Right.
Is the problem I think that's a bigger problem we have to solve, more so than just the existential
open AI.
threat.
Yeah. You can't just have open AI where everybody can use it.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess you can, but somebody's going to come out, or somebody's going to regulate that, maybe even the government, and say, you have to pay for this service or something like that.
I think that's why you're seeing governments wanting to make their own or something for the public, right?
And,
like
and
the internet,
right? I think the same way about digital currency. Not that you don't have to pay for it, but it's like the government doesn't have their own, and eventually they'll decide to do that. And then what's going to happen to all this digital currency, this Bitcoin and all this other stuff that's out there. You know, because the government's going to want a piece at some point.
A lot of these, well, when it comes to cryptocurrency or whatever, they're redundant against those types of, like the United States could make a law or whatever saying that you cannot trade cryptocurrency. That would just end its existence.
But it's useful to an extent.
Yeah, it does. It does have its use because it's a medium in which people, can trade value.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
Or barter with.
Yes.
You can barter Bitcoin for US dollars, which you can buy candy or whatever, and vice versa.
Yeah, I saw something about Odell Beckham had like one of his contract years or something like that paid entirely in Bitcoin, and everybody called him crazy. And then Bitcoin went through the roof, and he's like, "Who's dumb now?"
Yeah. He's probably don't give a crap rich now from just that 1 year.
It's so look, I like the idea of digital currency. I mean, I use my debit card more than I use cash, so it's useful to have that sort of ability. I'm protective of that little money that I have, and I don't want it to just get, just disappear overnight.
It's pretty much anything, right? So Bitcoin only exists because we have a society that's stable enough to provide electricity and internet connectivity to everyone, right? But what if society were to ever fail to where that's not possible, right? All your sports cards would be absolutely worthless because you'd be more concerned about, finding your next meal or whatever,
right?
Versus, so the same way with cryptocurrency, it's quite possible at some point, you won't even be able to, the networks or whatever won't be fast enough, or there won't be electricity to be able to access your Bitcoin wallet. And at that point, then physical currency or whatever becomes more valuable. But it's only because there's certain, I guess, certain givens, I guess, within society that makes it possible for that to exist.
Right.
So
that's true. Anyway, I probably got to get going here in a minute. It's like 4:15.
Yeah, we went from sports cards to a philosophical debate. I really enjoyed it.
Well, I'm glad. It wasn't exactly the path that I was planning on going. It's just I was talking about sports cards in general and what's going to happen, and I guess that spun off into all sorts of other stuff.
Fabian's back just in time for us for the how did the conversation go?
Fabian, you missed a lot of rambling. You missed this is Sensei exhausted.
It's things I think about a lot though. So
yeah,
just get it off your chest every once in a while.
yeah. I mean, I guess the whole point was that this started with the junk wax era and how this can't be the junk wax era. And
next week,
and then it turned into talking about cryptocurrency and teachers being threatened by AI
our existential threat from AI. Next week, global politics. No,
yes.
All right. We'll shut it down. I think.
No, it wasn't a rant. It was just, it went from talking about how this can't be junk wax 2.0 to all the different technologies that are out there, and
to the human nature behind sports cards, to actual human nature, and
that's exactly, Aaron's got it right.
Yeah,
and what I'm threatened by.
Trust me, if anybody's gonna lose their job from AI, it's gonna be me first. So.
and then Odell Beckham was a freaking genius, and then that's it.
Yep.
But anyway,
all right. Thank you, everybody.
Has a great night.
Barry, Fabian. Yeah, thank you guys for listening to our partially incoherent ramble, but there are nuggets.
It was coherent. It was coherent. It was all coherent.
I think these are subjects that are on a lot of folks' minds, and I think we don't get to discuss it nearly enough in society in a rational way. So,
yeah, and there's probably a lot of different thoughts and opinions that might not be the same.
Yes.
Ours, and that's okay. Absolutely. You know, it's all hypothetical at this point. So,
and I'm always open ears. Can never dismiss somebody outright or tell people they're wrong, in my opinion. Right. So, well, you can.
You can tell me I'm wrong. You say you're stupid. You're not gonna offend me.
I don't care.
Say you're stupid.
All right, everybody. Have a great weekend.
Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there.
Good night, everyone.
Night, everybody.